everybody, and welcome to yet another day of Overwatch Collegiate competition. I'm Tiny Shiny with Twin Salty. We have 4 banger matches to head into as we've approached the quarterfinals in both our open and varsity tournaments.
Yeah, it is quarterfinals, and we're down to 8 teams in both. By the end of today, we'll be down to our final 4, and we got quite an array of games here today, Molly. It should be a good one.
Oh, it's always a good one when it's Collegiate Overwatch. Jesse, you and I know this. We've been around this scene for a couple of years now. We know these players, we know these teams, and getting the chance to showcase them on this platform is always fantastic because the people got to see what Collegiate Overwatch is all about. But as we said, it is the quarterfinals, and we have the opportunity to cover both 2 different divisions of the NACE season. It is the Varsity Premier as well as the Open, each with different implications. We will be starting our first 2 matches in that open format. It's accessible, open to everybody. We had a total of over 250 teams completing in a Swiss stage for a chance at the top 16. It's very flexible. It's great for any program, whether you're varsity or just starting out with a club, fully student backed. And then we're going to end our day with the varsity competition, which a bit more prestigious in terms of those requirements and often has some of the highest level programs we see.
Yeah, so like an easier way to think about it is, right, Open is the traditional model that we've seen for Overwatch Collegiate for years, right? Open to everybody, giant tournament. Well, we ended up at 250. We started with about 300 plus teams that initially signed up for the Swiss stage. So this is the Open, the kind of tournament for Overwatch Collegiate that we're known for. Varsity is kind of this new iteration here with NACE now being the operator. A little bit more, a lot of varsity programs, in-person play required, so that'll be, a little bit more of a mix-up, but it's nice to have 2 different formats going at once, as there is also several teams that are playing in both, right? There are some that are just doing open, but we have teams like ISU in this first game that are in both.
And in fact, we're actually going to see multiple of these teams and likely similar outcomes when it comes to these brackets, because that is where, a lot of Collegiate Overwatch has been going. There's these programs that have continued to level up or have already been there for years and have taken the advantage of having several platforms to compete on and kind of show us what it's all about. So that's really exciting. But with no further ado, I want to introduce you to our 4 matchups today, because there are 4 of them. That's a lot, and we're going to give you a nice shiny graphic to look at to make it nice and cool. We're starting out with a banger, Jesse. Northwood and Illinois State will be our very first match. Before I head to St. Clair and Bryan and Stratton for the entirety of the Open, and then our last 2 matches of the day, Bellevue, North Carolina State, and then ISU back again playing against Ball State in that varsity premiere.
Yeah, I won't lie. This first game of today, Northwood ISU, feels like a grand final. Like, this is a matchup as old as time, 2 of the most storied programs in Overwatch, in Collegiate Overwatch history, and it's a quarterfinal. Like, that is just a wild thing to say. We'll get into that in a little bit, but even, St. Clair, Bryan and Stratton, 2 teams really looking to punch up on a side of the bracket that seems wide open right now for Open. And we'll get later on for varsity. NC State are the team that have really sprung onto the scene this semester, came out of nowhere, and they'll look to keep that miracle run alive when they play Bellevue.
One of the other many joys of Collegiate is that, of course, you have your teams that are returning to the top, such as Illinois State, but there's always opportunities for those that, with brand new programs, as you said, with North Carolina State, that can have that opportunity to punch up and show us what that program can do and the bright future that it has ahead of them. We are going to go ahead and shift gears, though. We have our teams. We know what we're looking at. Where are they going to be playing? I think is kind of an important question for a map pool in particular. And something that's kind of cool about this, Jesse, is that this is the exact same map pool that will be used for the OWCS World Finals as well. So for a lot of our players that, especially on some of these top teams that will be at that event in particular, it's maps they're quite familiar with.
Yeah, especially in this first game, a lot of players who are in OWCS, so they're used to this kind of map pool, but whole lot of diversity here in the types of compositions that we can see, and of course, we have the normals, right? Kings Row is here, New Queen Street, Rutasapi, Saravasa. The one thing is, yes, there is no Lijiang Tower, so that is the one that is almost a collegiate specialty. We see it all the time. It will not be played here during the bracket stage.
None of that. No Watch Point Gibraltar either. I mean, if we
Yeah.
really want to see dive, it's a Dorado, which has often taken a back seat to that. We got some of it yesterday, so I'm kind of hoping we get some more Dorado love as we head into our matches for today. But now we got to look at our brackets too, because with these brackets, it gets kind of interesting, Jesse, since these teams, it's a single elim, as we mentioned. For the Open in particular, this was a 250 plus teams in a 10-round Swiss stage. Only top 16 made it to this bracket, and because of the way that these seedings kind of faded out, there's a very heavy presence, particularly on the left side of this bracket.
Yeah, it is insane. You look at the right side, hey, you got St. Clair, you got Bryan Stratton, Fisher, Bellevue, all phenomenal teams, top 10 teams in the country. And then you look at the left, right? NC State is sitting there like, like what party did we get into? Because you have the pretty solidly, the top 3 teams in the country right now in Winthrop, ISU, and Northwood. They've been going at it for a year plus at the top. We'll get into why Northwood has really entered the conversation here in a minute. But it is ridiculous to see this one-sided of a bracket. And especially because, again, like you said, this is single elim, not double, like it has been in years past. So it's not like, hey, if the loser here between ISU and Northwood, they can battle back in lowers, they may get another chance. Instead, they're going to drop out here in top 8, which for both of these teams would be their lowest ever finish in homecoming.
Yeah, there's a lot to play for these particular teams. They're looking to get that, not only that title and the bragging rights, but also the prize pool that goes along with it. But it's not just them that can get away with the prizing. You guys as well can have an opportunity to take some stuff home yourselves. Look at these beautiful drops that you have available to you for today only. So make sure you have your Battle.net accounts or attached to either your Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching, so you can get your hands on some fantastic collegiate drops.
Yeah, just fantastic drops. Again, every single day of Overwatch Collegiate, it's a unique set of drops. So make sure you're tuning in every day for this tournament to get all of the drops possible. I'm loving that player icon. All the neon taking me back to, almost like the Florida Mayhem colors of back in the day.
That's a flashback.
It is that same type of color set. Absolutely loving it. But make sure you got everything linked, whether it be Twitch or YouTube. You don't have to put in the command in chat. And it should be a fantastic set to just watch some fantastic Overwatch and get some drops as well.
Make mods' lives easy, people. Do it yourself. Be independent. You don't bother the mods. Be ready to go and cheer on our teams. Let's keep that in the chat for the day. But Jesse, the time has come. We can officially say that our first match is getting much closer, and we can start breaking down this particular team. Here is Northwood, Jesse, and as you mentioned, this has been the roster that has by far seen one of the biggest glow-ups in this collegiate offseason.
Yeah, so Northwood's always been around in the conversation, right? They've had fantastic teams year in, year out. Landon, who's now over in OWCS EMEA, having phenomenal success, was on Northwood during one time. And last year, again, they had fantastic results. Weren't able to win a championship, though, here in Overwatch Collegiate. But then they called in the big guns. Obviously, they lose Icy, Boat, Haven, some standouts who have been there for a while. But then they gain Chronic and Painkiller and Vega. Vega we will see maybe later on during this series. Has been more in when they want to mess with like double flex support for the Timberwolves. But Northwood really took a jump up with Painkiller and Chronic, and already have Rocket, Lep, CJ. It's a phenomenal roster that can challenge the best of the best.
And that's what they've done. Team has only had one loss to Winthrop, which is basically Team Liquid, if you pay attention to OWCS.
Yeah.
But they're the only team since March. These new star players in Chronic, in Painkiller, who have found a home in Nightmare on SSG, like most of this team. This is one of the two teams that the entirety of the roster has competed in OWCS and in this past cycle. The other one, Jesse, is their very opponent in the Illinois State Redbirds. If you have ever seen Collegiate Overwatch before, you've heard this name, you have heard of this particular school, because they have been the kings of Collegiate for over a year now.
Yeah, this roster has been absolutely unreal since its inception. And granted, Luke Mina was a little bit late to it. It was initially Skyle who was in that flex support spot for a little bit. But the core of this roster has been going on for such a long time. And like you said, they lost their first game since March to Northwood. That is the type of run that they have been on. It is absolutely ridiculous. Stars across the board, obviously a whole lot of GK representation as well. They've won, I think they're 170-7, I think, since this roster came up. It's something to that degree. I'll get fact checked, I imagine, later. But it's an unreal stat. But like we said, they lost to Northwood, and they'll be wanting to get some revenge here in that quarterfinal.
And anything for a roster of the Redbirds caliber, anything less than a sweep is a disappointment for them. This is a team that knows that they are the best. They know that they've been the best in the past. So to see the rise of schools like Northwood, to get losses like that, this is your time to come back and get a statement against it. But reminder, Jesse, this is a single elim. Only one of these teams is going to move on to the semifinals, and one of them will go out in 8th place.
Yeah, it's crazy to say either Northwood or ISU are finishing top 8. Like, that just doesn't even feel right. It's like they're always top 3, top 4. Again, the worst, either team, ISU has the worst finish, 2nd place in homecoming. And that was all the way back in 2021 when they lost to Northwood in their finals. So this is an ISU team that, championships, especially in the homecoming tournament, that is their expectation. Northwood are looking to win their first since 2021. And honestly, I could see it going either way. It's genuinely where it is with, these two teams in Winthrop. It is really a flip of the coin on what happens, and it may all come down to the bans.
Yeah, bans are a huge part, especially for teams that are on an even foot, such as this one. They're going to play to your own flexibility. You're going to try to play to your own strengths. And we kind of talked about this before the game, too, about how maps are often win or lost based on how those bans play out, and a lot of times teams will come out either kind of mostly regretting their decisions when it comes to bans on a particular loss, and it's been somewhat of a struggle for those who can't quite get that full grasp on it compared to their opponent. So that's something we're going to need to keep an eye on, as well as this matchup between Kuffa and Painkiller throughout the day today. What kind of tanks, what kind of styles are we going to force? Because these are some of the most dominant forces you're not going to find just in Collegiate, but North American Overwatch as a whole.
Yeah, there's a reason why, like you said, they're also on top of, like, OWCSNA. Like, they're all over the place, and Kaffa has really shined over these last few years. From their time on Timeless was obviously a name a lot of people knew, and all of a sudden, Kaffa is in the top of the conversation. We all know, this roster, pretty much, other than Luke Mino, having great success beating the top of Korea for a little bit during OWCS. So this is a roster that obviously knows what they're doing. Painkiller has really, improved a ton this last year, I will say. One of the most improved players that I've seen. And their hazard is unbelievable. Like, that is going to be the case. Is can Kuffa match the hazard? And when we're not on hazard, in the inverse, right? Can Painkiller match, whether it be the Winston of Kuffa, or whether we're going into a Ram or an Arisamir? What is this tank matchup really going to look like? Because these two tanks, they obviously have their favorites, but we're going to have to see a whole lot of different looks today.
Well, lucky for us, we don't have to theorize much longer. It sounds like that these teams have their first map pick in and ready to go. It's going to be Busan. So this is one that is kind of it's a hybrid map in a way, similar to Lijiang Tower. You've one particularly heavy dive point, one that's more favored to brawl, and one that can be whatever the heck you want it to be, but a Winston ban immediately taken out, followed by that Freya. These are kind of the two rules that we were expecting to be highlighted the most today.
Yeah, so the Winston ban from Northwood was like, yeah, Kuffa, no, we're not dealing with the Winston right away. This is a phenomenal Winston map, so it makes sense. And then, yeah, the Freya being banned, yeah, totally. It's been one of Chronic's best heroes this last year. It's one of the big reasons why Nightmare had that phenomenal run during the middle of the season this year in OWCS. So two teams who obviously they know each other extremely well. When we were talking to these teams beforehand, neither of them were shy on that line. They know each other very well. And, when we're talking to these teams, ISU, they're saying, we know that we have to win out. They were disappointed that they lost to Northwood. They said they hold themselves to a higher standard than what was really performed during Swiss stage. But they also said this is one of the most competitive semesters they've ever seen. So they understand, they have that respect for Northwood, but they know they can play better. And for Northwood, they said, hey, it's the power of friendship. And that was one that you and I were dying about because that really just is kind of the energy of this team. They just trust in each other. They're very confident they can win not only this game, but they're confident they can beat Winthrop, who's the only team to beat them this year. So it's really the power of friendship, the power of history on the other side for ISU. But this first map could definitely tell us a lot of where this series is going.
Yeah, map number 1, too. This is very telling of, having a Winston ban and a Freya ban, mind you, this early on. That's kind of scary to think about.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, with people like Lethal and Chronic on this roster too. Chronic's another one that has had like a massive standout performance and really stepped into the spotlight this year. Whereas Lethal's, he's lethal. He does things that people are like left with their jaws hanging down to the floor. Like, these are the kind of individual matchups that we like to see cross comparing the rosters, and it's why it's so difficult for us, even having all of this knowledge, just watching these teams for years now, seeing the improvements and upgrades to each roster to figure out who is actually coming into this with the upper hand. And it's why the emphasis on these map picks, on these bans, and small things like this are going to be determining the outcome of this game.
Yeah, especially with teams like this, we all know it's going to be just the most minute things possible. Because it's just, again, these teams know each other super well, and they're at that caliber, right? They're that top 3 caliber of team to where they know they can't afford to make mistakes. If they make enough mistakes, it's going to bite them, and each of these teams know exactly how to counterpunch that level of play. So, finally going into Busan, and let's see how we get this one started.
Yeah, it's going to be either a very dive-heavy map or brawl-heavy or somewhere in between. And, somewhere in between is where we're going to start. This is a map we can see some variants on, depending if you like a poke, if you want to still kind of run it down on, like, an Orisa or Zarya, it can work. Or just the dive. We highlighted Hazard. It's kind of that tank of the day. Kuffa has been fantastic on it in the past, but it's also Painkiller's namesake a lot. Something we haven't talked about, though, this Wrecking Ball and this D.Va, both two other very viable selections that can move fast. They can keep up with these players that are trying to go in. CJ, though, doing a little bit of baiting. I would, we're not going to do that. Seeing if he can maybe force something out of Lethal, and, hey, Lethal might be falling for it. Way ahead of you, buddy. Love that.
Yeah, again, these two teams, they know each other super well. A lot of camaraderie between these two. And Lethal actually is running out on the soldier. I love it.
I wonder if this is like the actual plan or he's just doing it because CJ told him to do it. And like that's kind of both the rivalry but also the connections that you have across teams sharing these experiences. ISU, though, they're just kind of in their spawn. Painkiller somehow managed to push up with Rocket and Chronic first, despite being on this Wrecking Ball. Lucamino is less mobile with the Ana, so that's why you're looking at Kuffa to help disrupt. Left already down, treated like a bowling pin by Kuffa, and eventually ISU will move towards the point, leaving Lucamino to fend for himself in the first half.
Yeah, so the whole plan here for ISU, let Kuffa just run around, disrupt as much as they humanly can, especially onto plays like that to eliminate Chronic.
Yeah, bye-bye, Chronic. This Wrecking Ball from Kuffa, it's very difficult for counter, and you can see that Painkiller, ooh, is he gonna be able to hang on the neck? That's pretty bad. You're either gonna have to jump off the map or switch again, but Painkiller just can't go in because of how quick Kuffa has been.
Yeah, and Painkiller's just gonna swap. It's not like they built too much ultimate charge up to that point, so it's okay just to have the hot swap, ensure you have a quicker fight. But Maymon, who is playing on ping, by the way, during this game, they're playing from Wales, is in the backline looking to maybe build an early pulse.
Yeah, putting some pellets into Rocket, which is well known for his Tracer. Not an easy hero to play on ping in the slightest. The Kuffa chunks very, very low, survives at 50 HP. Lucamino desperately trying to keep the Wrecking Ball alive, which will do so, but Northwood very much set up on this point. Maymon loses out on that Tracer duel. The flip will come through, and ISU are just going to opt to reset. Painkiller, see if he can grab anybody else on the back, and with the help of Leth, they'll mow through Lethal.
Yeah, I wonder if the soldier experiment is finished now for ISU. Let's see here in a second if that's the case. No, they're gonna stick to the legs. All right, you know what, Lethal? I respect it. Now we're starting to get these ultimates in line for Northwood and ISU. Both pulse bombs ready to go. The Kitsune rush for CJ, though, might be the way to escort Northwood into this fight to allow Chronic to build the rest of that ultimate up.
Yeah, you don't really have a Kiriko on this side, so ISU need to look for something else. It'll be a stick, though, onto Luke Mino. 1-for-1 trade, each down their main support. All the meanwhile, Maymon manages a back cap, so Northwood on the back foot consistently here. They're not in a good position to take these fights, with CJ still coming back from the grave. Lily Lepto wants to keep the team in the fight. Stick from Maymon. Bye-bye, Chronic. Can't save you from that, no matter what you did. Painkiller still hovering around this point, puts the self-destruct in attempts to reback, and somehow Kuppa goes into its line of sight. Not sure what happened in that regard. It might have been a boop, yeah, based on the support, and Northwood, because there's no tank, they're gonna get the point back.
That is a clutch boop from a left. Just sends Kuppa into the distance, and Kuppa, you can tell as soon as the boop happens, like, man, that's done. So a nice little flip back over for Northwood, but not as much percentages as they could have had due to that quick flip from Maymon, and here comes Lethal with attack, but that'll just kind of escort Northwood away, but they do find Chronic.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, Maymon will manage to chase him down. There's that tempo beat from Admiral, too, that added extra fear into Northwood's hearts. They're just going to back off for one last fight.
Yeah, Maymon, even though they're on pink, one of the standouts early on here in this one, they will eventually get punished by Painkiller, but the end result is still the same, and Northwood, I think, Chronic has been relatively quiet. They've not been able to do a lot with Kuppa and Maymon harassing them the entire round.
There goes Kuppa again, bit of a pile drive and get out situation, seeing that Painkiller's on the point. All eyes on Chronic, though, overclock, has the extra perk, too. Nobody really daring to peek their heads out. That got a little scary. He's gonna opt to let the point go back over. ISU at 99%, but still very willing to keep this fight going. Rocket, though, yet another pulse bomb in the pocket. Both the tracers have hit it so far, but 13 HP, no recall left to go. Maymon there with Admiral to chase him down, and suddenly Northwood starting to panic a little bit more. Minefield and pulse bomb still available for ISU, but they're not going to need it the way this is going. CJ, last-ditch effort to try to support Painkiller, but he's knocked out of the neck, sent back to the spawn rooms, and ISU is overtime burning on down. Northwood, not a touch in sight.
Yeah, ISU 100 to 84 to start off here in round one, but that's really, this is the big round that the Wrecking Ball is just all over the place. I'm curious, depending on if we go to Mecha Base, if we go to downtown, we are in Mecha Base, so this will be a whole different look, you would assume, here for ISU, as Northwood's already making those swaps as well, but a fantastic start for ISU. Kuppa and Maymon, the 1-2 punch in the back line to make the life of Chronic and CJ as difficult as possible. Chronic will now go over to the Cassidy, with it being a little bit more close range. It makes sense. And also, due to how well Maymon has been playing, it will be Lethal, though. Still electing to go a little bit more of the long range, maybe assuming Chronic is going to stick on the Sojourn. They'll go with themselves, and Maymon on the Venture instead of the Tracer, which I know makes you very happy.
Oh, absolutely. I am a Rock Puncher fan from day one. But since Rocket is going to stick on the Symmetra, I extra like this pick. Maymon looking to burrow in some disruption, maybe throw down the Odic in the back line, but Lethal and Admiral already got there too. Northwood weren't prepared for the engage. It was ISU fully in control of when that fight was going to happen and caught them out fully on the rotation. Rocket immediately swapping to the Tracer, knowing they lost first cap.
Yeah, it only really works if you have that first cap and you find that first elimination, but because they don't, yeah, the Tracer is the call. And Rocket doesn't play a whole lot of Venture, so it makes sense to not match it. But already like, hey, look at me over here, which will allow the rest of Northwood to get through show.
Maymon, though, I think the cooldowns there, that classic Void combo with the Burrow. You love to see that synergy between Kuppa and Maymon. Much easier to do on the ping, too. So this is just ISU holding these chokes, playing at their own pace. This Tracer is so far out, Rocket barely blinks to get out.
Yeah, and then of course Northwood to go all the way over, almost to help out their Tracer as well. Maymon kind of just burrow in, burrow out, make sure Northwood takes as long as possible to make it through.
With the mirroring Kitsune rushes though, Luke no, getting rather low. Chronic there to finish him off, and Kuppa without that support. It's Chronic running the house. Northwood finally managed to bust their way through this rock-solid defense.
Yeah, eventually, but 50% already, nearly. For ISU and Chronic, already wanting to push up. They have the double flashbang perk, which will allow them to kind of deal with Luke Mead and W Mamo in a little bit more. But Northwood now, yeah, great setup, but it'll be the overclock very early from Lethal.
Lethal looking for the angle, but nobody really peeking it out. It does guarantee ISU have a safer spot on the point. Never mind, it's not safe. Chronic has a Deadeye, and somehow that gets Admiral. Poked his head out just a hair. And Chronic gonna look for more on the high ground. ISU very split on this push, but it's a divide and conquer strategy that Northwood are okay with playing around thanks to Painkiller.
I don't know if they needed Annihilation. I won't lie. But sometimes you just panic and you want to make sure you stay up, so I don't blame them necessarily. That was actually, I think, credit to Rocket for that Deadeye elimination on the Admiral. Just had enough poke damage, was forcing Admiral to reposition, and just for a few frames, Chronic was able to time it just right. But Rocket almost wanted to fight for the pulse, but realizing the entire team is there.
Now, it would have been kind of cute, but knows the Suzu is there. So is instead going to harass Lumino, try to get that cooldown out, but instead his recall ends up getting burned. He's going to be happy to play more safe, but no, he blinks off the bat, barely gets back on. Got sketchy, but it's okay for the main fight. Oh, never mind, it's not. Sound barrier, just a hair too late to save Painkiller. Yeah, the pulse bomb's finally landing, but without a tank, Northwood's chances of winning this fight have diminished drastically. Kaffa punching away on the point. He's under quite a bit of pressure, just with his longer range from Chronic. Lethal doing his best to turn this around, but with Rocket still running around uncontested in this backline, it's been a lot for ISU to handle. They haven't closed out this fight, and by now Painkiller's back to relying on this Kitsune Rush to make something happen. Yet Chronic is still on the high ground. Nobody's touched him. Deadeye out again. Triple kill for him with every single button that you could think of. Looking for more. Lethal eventually shuts him down, but Northwood are already in overtime. They just need to take care of the last pesky Sojourn, and we're going to send ourselves straight to downtown.
How else are we going to start day 2, right? We got to go to round 3 to start us off. Northwood look extremely clean on the rush right now, and the Ramatra comps as ISU just not able to find any answers. It seemed like you said, they dropped Painkiller early during that fight. You think that's the opener, but Rocket just completely wrecks shop, and eventually Chronic is able to clean up the rest with the Deadeye. So, beautiful fight there for Northwood. Now, we go over to downtown for the final one. Not necessarily a good enough ball map for ISU to go back to that, but definitely still dive-centric. That'll lead Northwood back over to the Diva. For now, it'll be ISU on the Hazard, and I wouldn't be shocked if Northwood, if this first fight or two doesn't go their way, if they match it as well.
But ISU, they're keeping Maymon on the sim. Oh, never mind. That was just a super late Tracer swap. Okay, wow. Yeah. That's not fantastic for ISU. They're going to be down quite a bit of off-angle pressure, but Painkiller not too keen on pushing in at this point in time. They're playing it slow, playing for these angles. Now that Maymon is actually here and able to help out Kuffa, more what you want to see. And again, ISU more vulnerable, a bit slower because Luke Mino is on this Ana. Has great utility, but your positioning needs to be safe. With CJ feeling the pressure right now, already burned out the Suzu and doesn't have the opportunity to TP away. Kuffa is there to burn it down. But all the meanwhile, this core of Painkiller, Rocket, and Lep, we're doing work on the point. They have the numbers advantage. ISU not going to bother contest for now.
Yeah, even though it's a 2-for-2 trade, ISU lose both supports, so that'll allow the initial cap, and now both teams trying to regroup. ISU will take full advantage, and they'll sneak in another cap. So basically a net neutral fight, but advantage overall to ISU.
I feel pretty good about this particular fight. And again, I think having Lucmino on this Ana where he's comfortable is a great advantage. But so far, it's just been the show of these DPS. Maymon versus Rocket. Rocket has found more so far. And eventually, once you buy enough space, Chronic has the opportunity to land these shots. The counter dive is never able to come in, and Painkiller there to bring out the broom.
It's so much harder for ISU to keep up with the pace of Northwood right now due to the fact that they're on the Ana. The Kiriko just gives you so much more flexibility, and you have the cleanse as well to deny a lot of the big impact plays from Luke Mino. So a great start here for Northwood. Both DPS ults online, and Chronic we've seen for an ult. We'll use it now.
Yeah, I was going to say, not an opportunity there. Kaffa identified, this guy's a bit of an issue. So Lethal now can actually do something, which feels great for him. Gets the D-Mech and Lep as he was trying to sneak away. Yet another flip in this game. Very back and forth for downtown.
Yeah, nobody wanted to hold on to this point for what, more than 20 or so percent? As we were saying, you know, Chronic trying to use this Deadeye has actually gotten some value out of it for an ult that's mainly used for spacing nowadays. But ISU, what a clean dive that was to start off the last fight, and Lethal to clean it all up. But now, Nano on hand, probably going on to Kappa, you would think.
Nano, yes, there we go. It will be on the Kuffa. There are 8 shiny buttons available in this lobby. The sound barriers will be some of the first to be used. Nano Boost doesn't get a whole lot done other than make sure Kuffa can buy the space. Northwood did lose out on Crockett to a stray shot from Lethal. And Northwood, they're going to play it slow. Not quite committing this Kitsune rush yet, even though that's their biggest advantage. Want to wait for their full team to be there.
Yeah, the dueling sound barriers just kind of was the net negative. Let everybody reset. Now Maymone in the back, but you can tell Northwood are looking for it, but it doesn't matter.
That's the stick you needed to land, and Chronic goes bye-bye. Northwood just can't take a full fight that they want. The self-destruct is committed for attempted rematch, but Painkiller's head now rolls on the floor of downtown. ISU now in final fight territory, denying Northwood entirely.
Yeah, and the staggers as well onto Rocket and Lep. Rocket will not get the group respawn with the rest of Northwood, so the normal person that would touch is no longer in the fight, and Lep just gets sent to Narnia.
Went a bit too high there in the sky to his own demise. And Northwood finally can lay down the Kitsune rush, but everybody from ISU is playing safe. The downpour ensures nobody can use it. It is a 1-for-1. Rocket still putting in the work with the help of Painkiller. These two holding hands, and that's a 3K between the two of them. Northwood might not be out of this yet, but any health damage that they take is permanent. Yet Rocket, he doesn't care. He's fearless. He's in there, and he's going to save the fight for Northwood.
Yeah, well, just what an unreal play there from Rocket and Painkiller. Even though Painkiller does get team-backed at the very end by Admiral, so that'll have Painkiller, jump off the map, which ISU will try and take advantage of here. But due to, Chronic is on the Sombra now, they'll try and hack, and they'll at least get a good idea of how quick the Redbirds want to play this with Lethal having the overclock, and they pop it right away.
And Chronic's like, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with
I'm
that.
out.
Give me out. I don't want to be here. So ISU, it gives them the flip entirely. It's 99% pressure is on Northwood to come up big. And this time, Rocket isn't going to have Painkiller to assist. He's already been sent out of the mech. But the touch has to happen either way. Pulse Bomb goes right between the two posts, which we're not playing football. Otherwise, that would have been pretty cool. Painkiller dead and dealt with. ISU, only a few more members to clean up of this Northwood team. Nano Boost out onto Lethal. And to give a little bit of extra oomph to the Sojourn. Everyone's being a little pesky, but eventually you can't keep the touches going. The ISU taking Busan and map number 1 along with it.
And what a map, though. Just back and forth, and both teams obviously have their very clear win conditions. And one of them for Northwood is just been right here in Chronic, but ISU able to hold out for the Northwood map pick as well, due to them being the higher seed on tiebreakers. The cast for Chronic was nasty, but it just wasn't enough in the later stages. But if that map has told us anything, this series probably going a very long distance. Both teams not holding back at all, obviously know each other very well, but it's ISU who strike first.
With Northwood in particular, too. Like, I think Chronic was like, all right, you're going to ban my Freya? Bet. I'm going to pull out this cast. It's going to be great. It was great. And then ISU realized, hey, it's a Cassidy. If he combat rolls away, we kind of just stomp him into the ground. So that's where we saw downtown start to slip away from them. And I think that Northwood, too, for the most part of that game, if it wasn't for Rocket and Painkiller specifically getting as much done in this series as they did, especially with that Tracer, I think we would be seeing a bit of a different outcome. Overall, it felt like an ISU-controlled map, but it was Rocket that really threw a wrench in a lot of these fights, making them a lot dirtier than they probably could have been.
No, Rocket was the savior for Northwood during a lot of those fights, like you said, like finding a pick or two here, especially on the Luke Mino and Admiral. Admiral was running for his life, it felt like, half of the map, because Rocket was just on him 24/7. But overall, I still think Northwood, now you kind of throw in the conversation like, hey, what map do we want to go to? Because it's their pick. Again, obviously the first map pick for them didn't necessarily work as well as they hoped. But I was a hybrid, escort, push, flashpoint. You would think we're not going to like a Dorado, a Route 66, a Midtown. Like, I have a feeling we're not going to any of those. They're still divey enough to where if Northwood want to really dig into this, the Ramatra play that worked really well over on Mecha Base, then maybe it is a King's Row, maybe it's a Shambali, or even a new Queen Street, Suravasa, one of those that they can really get down and dirty up front, and that'll really open up the side angles as well for Rocket.
Anything, and that's, I think, the good point there, is these side angles. The Rocket had full control of that for pretty much all of this series. And to be fair to Maymun, you're playing on ping. Tracer is arguably the hardest hero to have to do that on, especially in this kind of setting, against somebody like Rocket, where this has been his namesake for, like, years and years and years now. So I am kind of curious how that will impact this particular fight. ISU have looked better in, like, that main battle, but if they can't control these flanks, that's where things kind of start to slip out of their control. It is Tracer. You can kind of play her anywhere. That's kind of the joys of the hero and the current state that she is in. So unless there is a particular ban that goes onto her, I'm expecting a similar kind of team fight thing. I think ISU having that experience of being together for years, it's basically GK minus Ultraviolet with Luke Mino who's been playing with them for a while now. So this is a very synergy-based matchup, especially for ISU, where Northwood almost at times been having a hard time keeping up with it.
Yeah, and even like that's because hey, Luke Mino's on Nightmare with several members of Northwood. Like it's never like, hey, like we kind of know what each other are going to do, whether you're scrimming with your collegiate team or OWCS ahead of, Stockholm is just a few weeks away, and granted, Nightmare. Didn't necessarily make it. GK did, so I feel like Nightmare are still scrimming pretty consistently to help those teams out. But, these teams obviously know each other super well. I don't see the ball really happening much more after this map, but honestly, I actually took full advantage of the one sub-map that they were able to run it. It looked super clean during the entirety of it. Yeah, it was just a pixel that they found on Admiral. But again, back and forth, this is exactly the type of series that we were expecting going in. And now, let's see, Northwood taking their sweet time to try and find this map pick to see where they want to go next.
Yeah, and I think this highlights really tells the story of how this map went. The first half was just we were watching Chronic's highlight reel, right? That's what we were at. And eventually, I see a pulse bomb. I see a full team dive stuck on Chronic's back. It's like, okay, this isn't working. Rocket started to pop off, and that's kind of the beauty of these teams too, is because they have so many star players. Like from top to bottom, there's never going to be a hole in either of these rosters. If someone is struggling or getting targeted heavy, you can really rely on your other duo to step up and do what you need to do in that particular situation. I am curious, they are taking quite a bit on this particular map, which is surprising for these teams. But it's also, like, I can kind of see it. You need to be putting a lot of attention into this. With how close these two are going to be throughout the day, bans especially are going to be massively important.
Oh, I imagine both teams are hard stratting right now. Like, try to take full advantage of this time, right? You're like, hey, for ISU, it's like, hey, just continue pounding Chronic. Because when Chronic is being shut down, yes, Rocket and Painkiller, they're going to have their pop-off moments. But it's not going to be enough consistently to bring Northwood over the line for Northwood. I think you just got to find that magic back. And I feel, like you said, there was maybe one or two fights where it felt a little disjointed. But there was also other fights where they picked apart ISU. Like, whenever this Lucio Ana was being played by ISU, they always found Luke Mino, and that was really part of why it kind of struggled a little bit during sections of Busan. So both teams have had their strengths during that map one, but it's which strength does Northwood really want to pivot to going into map two, knowing that even if we go back and forth now on maps, if we go to map 5, it will be an ISU map pick. So what do you want to continue to take away? Maybe even if it is you don't want to play, let's say, a Midtown, you can just pick Kings Row to take that out of the equation. Or if you don't want to play New Queen Street, you can pick Runasapi. Something like that is being discussed right now. More of what maps do you want to take away from ISU while also being a map that you can take advantage of your strengths.
Here's the problem. These teams both have so many strengths. They have so much experience at their backs. I don't think there's going to be a weak pick. It's just whatever you're kind of feeling good on the day. In my opinion, I think it should be something that leans more like dive rocket heavy, or that you could put, especially Chronic, on some sort of high ground that you can't get jumped on as easily. That sounds pretty nice. But I also just personally, I think Kings Row would be fun because it's Kings Row, and
it's
you can play anything there. It's Collegiate Kings Row. If you don't get a Lijiang Tower Kings Row every game, something has gone very wrong. Which we can't play Lijiang Tower, so we can get like half of that if we wanted to stick with that.
Yeah, we can get at least like half of it. Which I will say, rude. Whoever made the map pool, no Lijiang. Are we serious? Like it's the Collegiate mainstay, but I know we're copying World Finals map pool, so it does make sense. But no, Kings Row, for those of you who are maybe jumping in because you see, the names of, Kuffa and Painkiller, etc. Kings Row is, I'd say, at least 50% of Collegiate matches probably have Kings Row played during some point in the series. Like, it's the most scrimmed map. It's the most played map in Collegiate, maybe next to Lijiang Tower, and then it is a massive gap from that point on. We do finally have map pick from Northwood. Let's see what we got cooking here from Northwood. It's going to be a Route 66, actually. Not necessarily a map I thought we were going to initially see. They are going to ban the Wrecking Ball. That makes complete sense. And it's going to be the Kiriko ban from ISU, because I'm guessing they want to continue playing these Anas, especially with Lukmino.
I like it. And for Northwood, this amplifies everything that I was saying before. You can put these off angles in complete trust of Rocket. Chronic has so many different spots that he can sit on, and with the Wrecking Ball banned, it will be a little bit harder to get to that. And Freya is open. Both Chronic and Lethal can return to what has been a mainstay in terms of that ranged hero thing right now. I think the support line which is really weird to say because there's so few supports that are viable right now. That's the one thing that's kind of up in the air. With the Kiriko gone, are we going to have the Wuyong be played? Are we going to lean back to that Ana that Lukmino has been forcing for ISU?
Yeah, I think we can either see more of the Brig Ana, like a lot of the traditional dive will have that sort of backline. Well, it was until Wuyong entered the game, and then we entered this weird mix of these Wuyong Kiriko lineups. But with Kiriko gone, it does hurt Wuyong's viability a little bit, because you want them especially to be popping off a lot offensively. You can really have tons of damage, especially once you get the triple orb perk on the flex support. But we'll see what either side want to do. CJ will stay in. Vega will not sub in. We got told that Vega may come in if they want to really be heavy on the Wuyong, but with Kiriko being banned, they can't really run that double flex support. So yeah, they're just going to keep CJ in, and it will be the Ana from CJ. I'm not even going to... It's ISU, the Life Weaver at least. That, it can make sense and it can happen. So I have a feeling it's just for the Widow lineup, though, to start off. But Chronic, now that the Freya is unbanned, is locking it right away.
That gets scary, especially at this first point. And ISU, they're probably going to swap their stuff around just after they get that first shot, see what Northwood are setting up at. But this is pretty standard for them. I think having the Diva here does multiple things with the peel. It helps with just diving and putting pressure on, assisting Chronic. So it just depends. One, is somebody's head going to get ripped off by Lethal? Probably not. Nobody seems to be peeking it, but how is this dive going to be orchestrated? And kind of this battle between CJ and Lukmino is going to go down. No, Chronic! Right in front of the crosshairs. That was the one thing that couldn't happen if you were Northwood, and Lethal took advantage of it completely.
That is the worst case scenario for the start here for Northwood, because now ISU, they can take so much space. They'll actually stick the Widow for the time being, but Kuffa already on top of gas station, pressuring down CJ and left.
Got the nade into the back line, which helps, but without Chronic right now, a good chunk of your damage is gone. He will be back momentarily. In fact, I just saw him walking over that little path, but no! Rocket gets caught out by Lethal's body shot at the tail end. ISU, they don't have a tank. You're not going to have any presence on that, so unless Lethal kills the whole team, we're just going to be chilling for a minute.
Yeah, might as well. You have spawn advantage for the Redbirds. Just kind of relax, wait for the Winston to get back into the fray as Painkiller doing a nice job of just kind of poking the high ground, making sure that Lethal doesn't have full reign up there. But now with Kuffa back, this cart will continue to move on forward. And North would have to give him some space as Chronic already gets low and gets finished off by Maymone.
Yeah, this is the exact same strat ISU were pulling out before. It is find the Chronic and commit murder. Like, he has just not been allowed to play the game so far, and Northwood knows that's a major asset on this map. They're constantly in 4v5, and with Painkiller getting DMAX, you're very likely to see this first point captured, and not even a contest from Northwood. Complete fly-through of the first objective.
Yeah, Chronic, on a character that traditionally is one of the first to get their ultimates, is lowest in lobby right now. And slowest to build up their first one. Lethal, obviously, used their first already. So the target Chronic plan working to perfection right now for ISU Northwood. Trying to find some sort of solid base. His left, yes, is kind of speeding around Painkiller and Chronic a little bit, but hasn't really found as much.
Nano onto the Winton. Kuffa was on the high ground, did get brutally displaced though, so that nano boost not gonna get all that much done other than just pressure some of these players to drop. Pulse bomb goes a bit wide. Not the powered ultimate again. We'll chalk that off to that. But Painkiller under a lot of damage right now. Mana won't even be going at him. It's going on to Chronic. Finally in the game, has the bullet shot. There we go. He's made his mark on the series. We'll look for to get that final blow onto Lethal here before ISU go for a reset, but not without a prize.
Yeah, Kuffa's popping Primal in the backline, trying to find CJ, and does with the help of Maymone, who just jets right on over to eliminate CJ. Now Painkiller completely left alone over by a point, and they have the self-destruct, but elects not to use it. Kuffa, man, is popping off on the Winston right now. Nice little 3K for the Winston. And ISU, again, so much free space. Chronic, all they can really do is break this bubble. And Lethal now, actually, they'll make a swap. They'll go over to the Sombra to add a little bit more panic into the backline of Northwood.
This has been an ISU special, and it especially works towards this let's get Chronic mentality, and also just about Painkiller. Look how low he already is, had the hack displaced, and the extra stun into the backline. No! From the first person. That's a rough thing to go down on. Admiral at the perfect timing on the stun. Tank is DMAX'd. The Brig slapping people across the base, and ISU are running a mock through Route 66 on their signature Winston dive. Maymon will help clean this up. There were a couple of picks that go neither way, but Lep back from the grave and shortly sent back down. ISU 4 minutes, Jesse, for third point.
I know we have, the Jordan flu game. Is this like the Maymone ping game? Like, this is unbelievable right now from the Welshman, as ISU nearly 4 minutes going into the final stage. And now Northwood will make some swaps. They'll go more to a traditional rush with Painkiller on the Zarya, which has really been on top of the meta recently, and CJ on the map as Kuffa nano on, charging forward.
Guys, looking for the tank, but there's also a couple people in this back room. CJ, Immortality Kill burnt out, but Kuffa just was like a Winston in a barrel there. Can't quite miss in a small way that small. So Chronic, now recently swapped to the Cassidy, takes advantage of it. And ISU, they're going to stick with their guns.
Yeah, you could tell Kuffa was trying to build Primal, because I'm assuming he also wants to swap relatively soon. Yeah. But just can't build it off, and time and Lethal in the back, ready for this EMP.
Definitely thought about it. His team did just die to Chronic. Okay, he just casually walks in, gets 3, and walks out alive. So nothing ISU really did about that, because Chronic just hit the shot.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, ISU were getting ready for the initiation, waiting for Lethal to get into position. And then Northwood was like, oh, they're waiting, let's just go. And Chronic finds 4 eliminations. And yeah, just a beautiful play call there from Northwood just to be super aggressive. And now Chronic can reposition over to the high ground. And Kuffa, you can tell, is just wanted to get off this Winston, but wants to use Primal, and there it is.
Primal and the EMP onto 3. So many players low. Chronic the only one that actually went down throughout all of it. Maymon still pocketing his pulse bomb. Won't quite hit its mark. But Kuffa, Luke Mino already exactly where they want to be. If this dive comp can get set up, it can work wonders. Northwood, they had the last fight where they disrupted it. They didn't allow ISU to say anything. But now on the back foot once more as his payload is on the final stretch. CJ, amplification matrix, just gonna zone ISU for now.
Yeah, that is just using, hey, back up. Like, y'all need to relax for a moment. Well, that'll allow Northwood, the rest of them, to come back. But a Chronic again, the dive target forces Lamp out early.
It's really difficult to make this work. The Lamp, you're just kind of putting all your eggs in the basket of Painkiller's gonna hit a fat grab, and that's exactly what it is. Lands on the floor. Mortality field means nothing in that regard. Fight will be won. Kuffa, they're gonna get staggered at the tail end, and perhaps finally seeing that tank swap.
Yeah, no, that was great play call there from Painkiller, realizing, hey, there's a few squishies up on high ground. Just take full advantage of that. ISU will, never mind. They won't stick. It just took a second for Kuffa to swap. They'll go over to the Ramatcha, which, again, he's been a beast on as well over the last year. But now you gotta worry. I don't know if he will build the Annihilation. If it will, probably be close to overtime. And Painkiller already bubble forced out. Deadeye from Chronic. That'll just force ISU to hide in the corner for a few extra moments.
They're just chilling. Not too much stress, although Rocket, his head has now been removed. That's a bit stressful. So Northwood, they're going to back it up. Left has a sound barrier. Hoping this lets get Ajax. Keep your fingers crossed for him. Amplification makes sure it's at a weird spot. Can't really do much for ISU unless they force Northwood in the main. This sound barrier will go off, but Admiral has one to match it. So both teams willing to fight fist for fist. That's a pulse bombs exchange, but only Maimon will get a final blow. Chronic blown to bits. ISU now down to 30 seconds to complete this push, but one clip from Rocket takes out the Baptiste. That's the majority of the healing, but the contest, less than a meter left to go. CJ helping the team sustain, and it's all lethal, hitting the shots. The one tap will go ahead and do it, but they can't quite stop the thing. It was all lethal at the tail end when ISU struggled across the finish line.
Yeah, Lethal, who's been, you know, oddly quiet during this series a little bit. It's been definitely more the Maimon and Kuffa show popping off near the end there on the Cassidy. But considering how the first two phases of this map went, that's not a bad rebound for Northwood. They get it down to 19 seconds. Very playable. Even if you finish this in overtime during their attack, it's only going to be a 19-second difference. So it could be worse, but they still have to get the job done now that we are swapping sides. And Northwood, again, the Zarya looked better, but they obviously can't run the Zarya from the get-go, right? You're just going to get poked to holy hell if you run the Zarya from the beginning. So right now they're teasing the Diva for ISU. No real changes except Lethal on the Hanzo and Admiral. We were wondering if the Wuyong would be in with the Kiriko band. The answer is yes. Admiral is just waiting for the defense for ISU.
Admiral has been doing his best here, especially with kind of swapping around to what's been needed, and has a pretty big hero pool for what was been typically referred to as main support jail on the Lucio break previously. So now with the addition of the Wuyong, there's even more poke for ISU. They want to make this work, but Chronic, he has revenge on his mind with the Widowmaker pick, but yeah, he's not even to go for it. It was just to investigate, see what's going on. It's gonna return, but just spots Lethal on the Hanzo, and we'll find the angle this time.
Yeah, I wonder if that Jakey pick was like, hey, we know they're gonna sonar, so let's just throw them off for a few seconds. We don't. The Hanzo's been kind of creeping back into ranked play and even like top competitive play here and there. But Lethal's one of the few I'd actually trust to make it work. These sonars are just going to help keep track of Rocket and I guess also take Chronic's head off.
Yeah, this is Lethal Hanzo, everybody. If you haven't seen it before, feast your eyes on what is about to be some heads with arrows stuck between the eyeballs. Rocket also burned down, caught in the middle of all that battle. Not exactly where you want to be positioned as a tracer. So Northwood, they're just going to do a soft reset and keep Painkiller and Mech on the nano.
Yeah, that'll just be an easy nano farm for CJ easily. One of the highest in ult charge so far, but yeah, Lethal, they gotta respect it here if you're Northwood. I know it's kind of, you know, Logzo is still somewhat a thing, but you gotta make sure you watch out, especially when you're putting so much of your win con into Chronic, dealing a ton of damage early on.
Speaking of damage, by Rocket, he just doesn't miss these shots, and that's kind of the main thing. These DPS from Northwood getting control of parts of these maps. That's how they're going to break through the attack, but between Maimon and Lethal together, there just hasn't been an opportunity to get in the positions that they want to. Even the nano boost onto Painkiller without the extra support is going to amount to nothing, just a demeched and dead Diva.
Yeah, Northwood is struggling to get through the opening phase here of the map. ISU have it on a lockdown, and Yeah, even though with the Nano during that fight, Painkiller, there's no help. Everybody else is trying to deal with Lethal down main and Maimon as well. Nobody can help the D.Va actually take any sort of value out of the Nano, and now Northwood, yes, they have self-destruct. Got a few others coming, but man, they gotta get something going here soon.
And even with the ultimates they have coming online, ISU are still at an advantage in that department. Literally have all 5. Nanabu's already on the Kappa, chasing down Lep, looking for Rocket because of the health pack being hacked by the Sonic. Kappa will get the last snipe on him as well. And with only the Nanaboost too, that's all it's gonna take to shut down Northwood.
As soon as Painkiller decided to dive into the backline, Nano goes on to Kaffa. Kaffa and Mimo dive onto the backline of Northwood. Just absolute perfect planning there for ISU, and they only had to use 1. They still have 4 ultimates. Northwood will have the same. The beat, though, on the engage may help Northwood at least make that initial breakthrough to extend this help past this opening choke.
This is like a notoriously difficult spot to get through, but I
Yeah.
mean, Northwood, you finally have the resources to do it because ISU are so conservative in how they spend their ultimate economy. They have everything to match. It's going to be about the execution. Can we get a first pick? No, you can't. Maimon and Lucamino have already gotten 1 apiece, and it's the 2 most important players in this specific instance. You deny the dive completely, knocking Leb flat on his back, and Northwood, you're down to less than a minute and burned almost everything in the tank to do it.
Yeah, that was practically everything except beat, which, yes, that's the one silver lining here for Northwood. It's still a massive win condition is available, but again, Northwood dives in, and ISU, they just have the better counterpunch ready to go. Even though ISU, they did lose a few members during that fight, so have to play this a little bit slower, but Kappa now has the primal.
And there's the tempo beat. Northwood trying to bore in, but CJ, who didn't get it, Maimon burned him down in the back line with the disruption from Kuffa. He's still going to look for Lep, who isn't faring all that much better in the health department. He's going to be tickled to death. Northwood, no heals to come in. Another Winston snipe is the end of Chronic and ISU. They turned it around completely on Northwood's map pick. And what was a dominant showing from this dive, there is at least a touch to go in, but there's no real win con. Rocket's dead, so stalling this is going to be even harder. All that's left is this Nano Boost that chucked on a Painkiller and last-ditch effort and managed to burn through Kappa, but there's basically no tanks with the D-Mech coming on in. Returning Nano. Delvin Maimon trying to do his best to shine. That pulse bomb will land anywhere but the sleep dart. Make sure that kill on a Chronic looks easy, and it'll just be this Tracer shredding through the backside of the point, and Lethal to follow on up. Northwood nowhere near this point as ISU put their foot down and are moving to match point.
ISU on match point absolutely silences Northwood on their map pick for the 2nd map in a row. Now 1 map away from a potential game against Winthrop. Obviously, they are playing that game currently against NC State, but yeah, Lethal, I think, really woke up during this map as well, whether it be on the Cassidy or the Hanzo. But man, Northwood, they took a swing, right? Like, they know this dive from ISU is very good. It's how they won map 1, and the swing did not pay off this time around.
No, not at all. And in fact, in the complete opposite. I mean, ISU know that the strongest points for Northwood are going to be setting up this DPS line, right? And making sure that they have a chance to do anything. But from this shot right here, you could already tell that this was going to be a nightmare for Chronic to have to play into. He got a little bit done on the 2nd phase, but at that point, ISU had already designated him as public enemy number 1. He couldn't do much on the defense, and it resulted in that full cap.
Yeah, and by the way, Winthrop have actually won that game already. So the winner of this guaranteed to play Winthrop in the semifinals. But yeah, right now it's looking to be ISU. Northwood just have no answer right now to the plays from Maimon and Kuffa, especially. I know we're saying it a lot, but you know, Maimon, historically speaking, has kind of been the more quiet DPS, because you obviously you have Lethal to pair with, right?
Yeah.
Who's just been absurd over the last year and a half. But it's really been Maimon's lobby so far. And it is nice to see them kind of break out of kind of the shadow role a little bit, who's usually assisting a lot of these big plays for Kuffa and Lethal. This time, he is the main star of this game so far. And somehow, some way, Northwood have to find an answer for it. But now they have to win 3 straight maps, and they're going to have to find that solution real soon.
I think another huge part in this, too, was Kuffa's Winston, which was banned in map
fantastic.
number 1. It is, I think, honestly, his best hero, maybe second to like a Hazard or something. But this guy loves playing the Winston. It's such good setup, and it's a great way to buy space and isolate, and it makes the job of WMAMon a lot easier. I think he struggled a little bit on map number 1, just trying to match Rocket on those instances. You don't have as much support from the tank, like with the bubble. You have a lot more people looking at you in those particular moments, but on Route 6, both of them managed to work together and shine in that regard. I think if you're Northwood now, you need to try to divert away from this dive composition. You figured out that this just isn't going to work for the way that you want. It is the comfort zone, the bread and butter, however you want to say it, for ISU and the Redbirds. If they have the opportunity to play it again, Northwood, they better have something crazy hiding up their sleeve if they're going to attempt going against this Winston comp again.
I personally would try and go hybrid, and whether it be, you know, King's Row would probably be my pick, because then you have push and flashpoint left, which inherently you can run both the dive and the rush. Instead, let's say they pick Suravasa here for map 3 and they win. ISU could easily just pick Blizzard World, right? And that is an extremely dive-heavy map. Even the Wrecking Ball can get played very well on that map. So for me, I would maybe go King's Row, really lean into, hey, we just want to force the Ramatra duel between Painkiller and Kuffa. Painkiller was able to get the better end of it during Busan. So that would be where I personally go. I don't think Suravasa or New Queens would go bad either. I think those are still decent options, but it leaves the door open for ISU to really land a counterpunch during maps 4 or 5. And that is exactly actually what is going to happen. King's Row will be our third map here. And yeah, they don't want to play dive on Blizzard World or Midtown. And maybe they saw the shenanigans yesterday from Cumberland with the Sim, Bastion, TP, which that was, wow. That's a Cumberland special if I've ever seen one. Oh god!
If we get that from Northwood, like that would be hilarious. I would love to see that kind of cheese. But that's like spicy cheese. I'm okay with like some like mild cheddar. I think we're kind of chill with that. If they wanted to switch something up, my question again: you're going to a map where a lot of compositions are viable. What's going to be your ban here? Because a lot of these players have quite similar hero pools, and it's going to be hard to find that weakness. And I think that the Ana ban is a fantastic choice. ISU have practiced with the Ana a lot more than a lot of other teams who have been leaning more towards either the Kiriko Lucio or like a Wu Yang in that way. So taking that away really only affects ISU for a lot of the plans. And of course the Symmetra, no spicy cheese this time around, so we will be playing some good old-fashioned face-to-face Overwatch.
Yeah, you could tell Northwood's okay. Enough of the Ana, enough of the nanos. We don't want any of it, right? So that's going to be the pivot now for Northwood. The Sim, I think, yes, it's been all over the place. ISU probably just haven't ran a ton of it, so they want to lean more into, hey, let's just keep Maimon on the Tracer, and let's keep Lethal doing exactly what he's been doing on the Sojourn and the Cassidy. Let's try and not complicate this too much. So it makes complete sense for ISU, both bands. It will be the same sides as well. So it'll be, once again, ISU starting off on the attack. They want to continue setting that pace very early on in this game, and that's how they really burst out in map 2. And Northwood were never able to escape the chokehold that it was in that first stretch. So now as we see these teams load in, it ought to be more of the dive look early on for Northwood. Still the Diva, not wanting to go the Ramatra quite yet, which, granted, this first point, yeah, you can see the dive working.
I think there's two ways that Northwood can go about this. You know that Chronic is going to be the target. That's just how this match has been. It's how it's going to continue. How are you either going to try to peel a bit more for Chronic or flat out go for these trades? I think these are the best ways that Northwood can try to approach it. I'm expecting an ISU return to this dive. Kuffa's Winston is fantastic, especially on this first point. Getting to these high grounds are going to be huge and something that is very necessary for how Northwood will be set up.
Let's see here. They're kind of just getting an early idea. They see, obviously, the Diva. And Kuffa will actually go with the Ram. They went back into spawn, though, so are they running this? Yes. Okay. So they just want to run rush right away. They see, hey, they're not going the ram right away. Let's just take full advantage of that. And they will begin rotating more than likely all the way through building. Yeah, Lethal, the less said about that one, the better.
Oh, well,
or
doesn't matter.
That's good, though.
That's fine. That's chill.
That's great.
We saw nothing. We'll look at that part only. We'll add that to the highlight reel. Illinois State, though, did lose Lugmino. That's a problem for Kuffa. The thing is, you're on Ramatra. You have a ton of point presence. You've already gotten a tick, almost 2, and it doesn't seem like Northwood are too keen on contesting that. At this time, they're just fully wrapped around the statue, giving up most of the objective while they had arguably a small advantage in that. And by this point, Illinois State already have the positioning they want. Chronic has been dislodged, and there's just not a point in Northwood keeping this contest up much longer. Speed run of the objective, very well played.
Yeah, extremely well played from ISU, realizing they read the setup perfectly from Northwood, and they just wrap all the way around, but they keep Lethal at the main choke. They find Rocket as soon as they know the flank risk is gone. They just move right over the point, even though they don't have their flex support for a majority of that. Northwood now, they'll make the pivot over. They'll just match the rematch where we thought this was honestly going to start at the beginning of the map. Lugmino playing a very dangerous game, but gets out.
Advantage the Kiriko. You have 10 ways till tomorrow to survive if you actually need to. I like this Brawl Mirror a bit better. You kind of need to have something like that in this phase of the map. Now the only composition difference is this Freya versus Lethal Sojourn. Maimon, though, will force left out of hiding. He'll hop on away. The Tsune Rush race is won by CJ. Illinois State booking it backwards, and most of them been able to get out. And it's in fact Maimon who comes up with the first pick. He's still frying from what we saw him do on last map, even without the support of a dive tank such as the Winston.
Yeah, even though the Rush is used there, Northwood takes so much space, but they just don't find any sort of elimination. They're always looking around behind them to see where Maimon is, and rightfully so. Maimon does get an elimination during the back end, and now Lethal on the high ground pops the overclock and just starts to chunk down Painkiller.
Oh boy, yeah, Lethal looking for heads, Rockets! Almost had his rolling, but we're chilling for now. Nothing's happened yet. Instead with the Kitsune Rush from Lugmino. And this one, not really an opportunity for Northwood to back away. The Painkiller's out on an island on his own, regrouping with the team, yeah, but he's down to under a quarter of his HP. CJ trying to keep him alive while this is happening. It'll take both the sound barriers to do it. It is a 5v4 favoring Northwood. Make that a 5v3. That's both DPS out of the equation. And ISU don't see much of a reason to continue committing in this fight. So Chronic able to live much better on the Sojourn.
Yeah, Chronic's starting to light it back up in the kill feed, and Painkiller was in a very awkward spot to begin that fight. They're kind of wrapped around that left side. They weren't able to fully retreat out. ISU, they try and jump in. Northwood actually play the angles really smart, and they use that mega health pack. And eventually, the pinch comes through. Northwood able to stop the momentum, at least for a little bit. Now the Annihilation's ready for Painkiller. Maybe just waiting for ISU to fully commit.
I'm honestly thinking more Kitsune Rush angle. CJ and Lugmino, they're very off-tempo when it comes to matching each other, so Northwood do have a huge advantage. If they're able to do it, it is a bit of a wraparound from ISU, and this is where Painkiller decides, I want to go in. Both tanks holding on to the Annihilation, likely until they need it, but ISU managed to do this again, where they can back fully out of the objective and force Northwood to overextend and attempt to get these eliminations. ISU holding the split, but in fact rotating back towards the objective. This has been like a game of cat and mouse that we've been playing, but eventually Northwood are finding these traps and setting them. So then late Annihilation from Kuffa's attempt to sustain. But Lugmino already dead. He's just not going to get healed up any faster. The pulse bomb though onto Painkiller. Busted the door wide open, trying to keep this fight going. But with how good Chronic has been playing alongside CJ, there's not a chance for the Redbirds to keep pushing.
There was a glimpse of hope during that fight when that pulse bomb lands. Painkiller didn't have Nemesis form to go into and guard, but no, it was Kuffa was just way too low. Chronic slides in, takes out the Ramatra. Now Northwood, all of a sudden, only 2 minutes left in a great spot. They have the overclock on high ground. Rocket has the pulse bomb as well. They can either just try and force out the Suzu early on or chunk down Kuffa, and Chronic immediately pops overclock on high ground and finds Lethal.
Yeah, he's frying on this Sojourn. They let him have it, and I'm sure they're feeling the pain and regretting that choice. With 2 on the overclock for him and ISU. And they're getting down to this final 90 seconds. Think about how much time they had heading into the second point.
Yeah, they had so much time as well. what, 5.5 minutes, something like that, going into this phase of the map, and now down to a merely 75 seconds. So ISU gotta find some sort of answer soon. Again, they'll wrap all the way through high ground, trying to avoid some of these early pickoffs, and they almost find one themselves.
It was close. And Chronic has been... You see, the problem is, if you can't kill Chronic, he's gonna murder, like, your entire team and your family. So, this has been a big issue for ISU. Struggling to contest him. They're hoping that the Kitsune Rush from Luzmino can change it. And there we go. Chronic instantly dealt with by Lethal. Overclock of his own. Looking for an angle. Looking back around. Looking for the spot. And there goes left. No sound barrier inside. Was that an Ajax? Again? Did I see that correctly? So. No, it was not an Ajax. Okay. Just making sure. We're chilling in that regard. But Admiral is still alive. Still kicking. Same goes for Painkiller, though. If he's not taken out now, I worry for the chances going on, but he's built up yet another Annihilation. Lethal panicking just a hair. Kakava's still in this fight. Everyone's coming back from the spawns, and if Northwood do decide for another contest without their tank, it is smart for them to reset. They're going to opt, go to fight this at third point for under 2 minutes.
Yeah, Let maybe wanted to try and get in for one extra touch, but it actually will lead to a few staggers. Both supports gone. CJ will get a delay spawn as well. Yeah, the beat went off. It was just, I think, the very end of like that cooldown where the ultimate is still technically up, where Lep was finished off. Now 80 seconds to go. Mamo, another pulse in hand. Kuffa as well for the Annihilation. Northwood have nothing to start off this fight, and that's going to be the go button for Kuffa.
It might be the back it up button for Kuffa.
Yep.
In fact, he is very low and under a ton of pressure. Just gonna let the ultimate expire and be glad he could walk away with his life. ISU moving this payload forward, and Northwood are opting to just fully bunker on this left side of the point. And they've given up a ton of cart progress because of that, and the staggers they had earlier on. This Maimon looking to bust the door open on this particular engagement. Still has a pulse bomb, and Kuffa completely isolated though. CJ, Kitsune Rush will make sure that final blow goes through. Everybody from ISU doing their best to escape and avoid staggering.
Yeah, beautiful engage there from Northwood. Just quick Kitsune Rush, just chunk down Kuffa, and the fight. Kuffa debates about swapping, goes back over to the Ramattra very quickly, but now, one fight remaining. A lot of ultimates here for ISU. They will just not have the Annihilation. Northwood are starting to build theirs up as well.
The sound barrier from Admiral left not quite up to his, and he's gonna pay for it with his life. Chronic, not this overclock, not a blink of fear in the eyes of Illinois State. Lethal, his time to shine, his time to strike. Tremendous damage into Painkiller. He's stuck on an island away from his team before he's spent rudely back to the spawn. It's overtime now for ISU. One final push for them to make it, and Northwood only just going to be respawning. Couple of blast swaps to attempt a touch, but with Rocket going down as quickly as he did, there will be no final battle. Full cap and nothing left in the bank for an ISU finish.
ISU, they beat Engage early. Northwood just don't have it yet. They're about 20% off from left, and that's why ISU, they just chase the Lucio immediately, because they know if they can take out the Lucio, they have full beat advantage for that fight, and they can win the fight quick enough to where the beat is not a factor. Later on, Left doesn't even get to build it near the very end, and CJ also gets isolated. Just a perfect fight there from ISU, understanding the scenario that they were in and knowing that they can just throw everything, all their ults at once, and they're going to win the fight. Yes, it is in overtime. So Northwood, again, have plenty to work with, but that's if they cap, right? We saw that Route 66, we thought, hey, this is a great map for Northwood. They're going to see, only 20 seconds, maybe the difference if they finish an OT, and then they got full held in first phase. Hell, first choke. So Northwood, I think they got to win, the first or second fight here if they want to get that boost back, if they don't want to get held in this long-term full hold yet again.
You're really seeing this ISU, 170-7, that's their score
Something
record
like
the entire time
yeah.
this team has been a roster. It's something ridiculous, and you can tell they're used to playing in these shutout situations. They don't allow their opponent an inch if they have anything to say about it. They have so much practice in winning these games dominantly that even against top squads like Northwood, they can make this happen as well. And in fact, it's actually going to make Northwood pivot a little bit. Rocket will be off the Tracer over to the Genji for better high ground presence.
Yeah, so the Genji will help, again, challenge the high ground, challenge Lugmino and Admiral. We're back still on this Lucio Kitty, but Admiral can fight back, everybody.
Oh, and he's looking for Rocket too! I mean, Lucio scares him out into the crosshairs. Unbelievable there. And this is kind of what we're talking about. If Chronic can live, Northwood are going to be great. But if he can't, Lethal, he's starting to heat up, and this is going to eventually get to a point that you can't come back from if you are Timberwolves.
I wonder if Northwood just want to match the rush. I know, like, typically during this first phase of Kings Row, as of the last year, it's been more dive-centric, but when you have this Ramacha, whenever Painkiller is going on these dives, the rest of ISU is just chunking down the back line. You can see CJ stuck in a weird spot, already forced to use a Swift Step.
He'll be backing off. Northwood, it's going to be a process, right? You need to get your players on the high ground. You need to figure a way to get through this hotel, and eventually it'll be Painkiller grabbing around behind, attempting a death sandwich. But just with Suzu, everyone from ISU, basically full health unless your name is Kappa. You take a bit of a poke damage towards the objective, and Painkiller just gonna full send it at the tank with no support, but still manages to burn him down just barely as the reinforcements came in. ISU down a ton of objective presence, so it should start taking up for Northwood, but no, Painkiller just wants to win the fight first, force the objective later. ISU growled almost in the Northwood spawn at this point as Kappa turns on the ball with Mino, ready to help them pinch back and support the tank. Pile drive is down, these Kitsune rushes basically on top of each other. It looks pretty short, but it's not a pretty result for Northwood. Knocked out of the mech, a dead Rocket. Little to work with, but it does guarantee the remech, but it's gonna be short-lived by the looks of it. Painkiller rudely thrown straight back into the air as the ISU wrecking ball will allow them to stall this point further.
It's almost just like how ISU's first phase went, right? Like Northwood on the defense, they wrapped around towards the beginning of Choke, but ISU were still able to find those stragglers and cap. That time, Northwood, yes, they eventually gets a point, but ISU were able to Kitsune rush back in. You also have Kappa swinging in on the wrecking ball, and there's so many different angles they have to worry about. They're not able to find one consistent target, and now there's only 80 seconds to go.
Lethal, that's an overclock, and Northwood holding those S keys for dear life. Kappa looking to catch any stragglers on the wrecking ball, but everyone will bunker up on the high ground here. Still a minute left to go and a ton of ultimates to work with. That's the pulse bomb that Northwood needed. Rocket to open the door for this fight. Will the floodgates fully break is the question. I wanted to get back to the point for ISU, but Painkiller not even going to allow it. Pushes up so far and denies Kappa and Admiral entirely. Northwood, 3.5 minutes through the point.
3.5 minutes, and we have a pause requested here from ISU. So we'll see. So, assumingly some sort of tech pause going on there for the Redbirds, but Northwood, again, 3.5 minutes. This is a doable situation, I will say, for the Timberwolves. Obviously, not great. You know, I was saying, like, hey, you probably want to get in the first 2 or 3 fights, but still a decent amount of time. And it looks like ISU is sticking to this wrecking ball. You see Lethal going over to the Sombra. So they are just full on chaos comp, going full like Chengdu Hunters almost, it feels like, with this. So you wonder if Northwood maybe not expecting that kind of look on Kings Row, and I'm curious how they're going to respond.
Yeah, it's not a great place to run that comp typically because of how narrow it is. There's not, like, yeah, there's like little alleyways you can sneak through and kind of quietly tiptoe, but it's so narrow. You can't find a lot of that space and actual holding. So yeah, Kappa going over to the Ramacha makes a lot more sense. Yeah, and Lethal will be going back over to the Sojo. So this is more what we were expecting, the exact same from the previous fights.
Yeah, this is what we were expecting. I was about to say, like, if they stick this bull, I know Kuffa's confident in the Hammond, but that is a pull of a century here in a national quarterfinal. But Northwood don't actually match until Painkiller goes over to the Orisa to help counter out the Ram, and they just get bullied.
Bye-bye, Lethal. This time, ISU cannot cut away from the Kitsune rush, which they've been pretty good at before. Northwood, make sure they can pull the trigger before anyone can react.
I love that immediate swap from Northwood. Just immediately go over to the Orisa. I know she isn't the best right now. ISU were like, okay, you want to go Orisa? Cool. All right, Kuffa's locking the Zarya. It's not his best hero. I will say he's definitely more comfortable running the Ramachira, but considering how much he's had to play it for OWCS, you gotta think he's had a good amount of reps on his left, maybe looking for an aggro beat.
Well,
or just
might not
get
even
Kuffa.
need it. Or, no, he's
Yeah.
gonna use it anyways, just to make sure this Kitsune Rush isn't a problem. Kuffa pops like a balloon before you could say Zarya, and suddenly Northwood, they're just through that point. Illinois State, stuck in a bit of a mystery of heroes now, looking for an answer for this Northwood comp, and because they've swapped so much, they're gonna struggle to find it, and in fact, potentially getting staggered out more if it wasn't for Lethal. Jeez.
Well, so yeah, Lethal single-handedly denies the stagger from Northwood, and actually it's a massive fight because this cart will stop before rounding that first corner. It's at least a sigh of relief here for the Timberwolves, but what a great snowball through second phase, gives them plenty of time to work through the final as the Mystery Heroes maybe is done now for ISU.
You hope so, if you are a fan of the Redbirds. Mayman, though, a bit off in La La Land,
Sneaking
aka
around.
these Northwood spawns. He's chilling, he's got mobility. Look at the Kitsune Rush. Response to the sound barrier and the Deadeye. That's a backpedal from Northwood if I've ever seen it. It is quickly canceled with a post-up Terra Surge combo. All in for a group hug, and then the fireworks go off. Oh my goodness, Northwood. That is how you win a team fight.
That is a phenomenal fight for Northwood. Just the Terra Surge into the Pulse, wins it. And now 2 minutes left entering the final stretch. And ISU, they make more subs. Lethal over to the Honda trying to find that little one pop potential here. But it's a giant risk, Molly.
This is going to be rough to have to work with, especially with Chronic. The overclock, he's deep into the backline, and Admiral doesn't respect it. While the bull support's ripped out from underneath Northwood, that's going to be a much bigger issue going forward. So unless Chronic decides he can single-handedly team wipe, it will be a chance for ISU to defend themselves and guarantee another round.
ISU needed that. They
Yeah.
immediately find Lep and CJ and stop the bleeding, because then it really felt like Northwood were going to be able to finish it there. And if they did, or if they still finish it with more than a minute remaining, the best ISU can do is a draw. But now Painkiller already chunked down supremely low, and it will take more time for this engage to go on, and maybe a Grab Dragon combo late.
Well, that's a classic for sure.
Bringing us back, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, the days of the Crack Dragons and somewhat Goats era, but there wasn't a hundred of them. Kuffa will have that online for this fight, or even a Grab Pulse is another option. Left does have a sound barrier available. It's gonna pop it. There's the Pulse Bomb. No Scissor this time, and it still manages to blow up the Lucio. And Northwood don't have a ton to work with in terms of the speed. Painkiller, though, hanging on for dear life with all the pressure that's thrown at him. The escape cut off by Lethal's Dragon Strike. Northwood, full reset and one more shot at keeping themselves in this series.
The Dragon isolates Painkiller and the supports off to the side, doesn't let them retreat, and staggers out the fight even longer. 30 seconds now. ISU don't have much to work with. Eventually, a window from Luke Mino, a beat coming in from Admiral. It'll be CJ. This Kitsune Rush needs to be massive from the Kiriko to find that opening pick and to give Northwood a chance of extending this series out.
And it needs to be fast. You cannot
It needs
allow
to be
ISU
quick.
to build up these support ults. Because if that happens, Jesse, this game, this Northwood
Glenn's
villain
early?
in the open bracket is done. Glenn is already out, yes, but the Kitsune Rush, there you go. Lupino close to a window, doesn't have a ton of HP. Doing his best to run out. CJ goes up in the high ground to attempt to contest Lethal. There we go. There's at least the window up. Admiral very close to a sound barrier. 1-for-1 trade through the DPS. And Chronic almost have his overclock here, but not before the sound barrier is out. This is where it starts to get a little sketchy. Something needs to happen in order for Northwood to push his pedal through.
Oh.
It's Kuffa exploding under the crosshairs, under the pressure the Chronic is applied to him. This Annihilation is up. And there we go, Northwood gonna pull it together in the final hour. And it's down to a minute apiece to determine King's Row, and for Northwood to determine whether this open bracket can still be in their hands.
I won't lie, I thought Northwood were done. As soon as that beat pops off, we were saying, hey, they need to find that opening elimination with the rush. They find one, but it gets traded out, so you start worrying like, hey, is there enough here to get through the fight? And a very clutch shot from who else but Chronic. Does a headshot on the Kuffa, takes out a ton of the payload pressure from ISU, and it gives Northwood a chance. And now a minute each, ISU will be the first to attack, and Northwood, they're not going to play any games this time around. they will just start off with this Ramacha rush. Not going to worry about going to dive with the Diva, and Chronic will just be on the Sojourn as well. And ISU, they'll take their time now. I think they're trying to see if Painkiller is on the Diva or not, but Painkiller, you can see at the bottom of the screen, hiding. Does not want to be seen, does not want ISU to have any sort of game plan until those doors open up.
It's what you need to do. If you remember what happened for ISU on their last attack, it was a snowball of a point. They played the objective because Painkiller was on the Diva. You can't just stand there and try to match Kaffa blow for blow on a Ramattra. So this is a smart move, the best comp you could start on. But all it can take here, one arrow from Lethal. Or never mind, we're playing Bastion.
They want to have the full frontline advantage. They want to try and chunk down Painkiller extremely early. And look at this, ISU already on point.
It's this pressure. You need to force the positioning. Painkiller will eventually move to the objective, right? Surely? Yeah? Okay, still gonna give up this tick. And remember, this is kind of what happened last time. Even if ISU end up losing this fight, they're still getting what they want. Rocket only has the recall forced out. Both these tanks taking a chill pill, waiting to go punchy, but they just need to buy time until that can happen again. Lethal with the Bastion and all the perks that it comes with completely prevents Northwood from having any of their squishy characters pass through the choke. Eventually Painkiller will move back in. It'll be final fight taking place in overtime here.
Yeah, they're just waiting out the cooldowns for Lethal, and that's all they're playing around already. 2 ticks.
And this is the thing with ISU, they're so dominant, and all it takes is one shot to throw them off guard. CJ, that is the majority of the healing, completely absent for Northwood. Painkiller failing it, as his name says, but not in the way you would think. And ISU, so close to getting this first point. They'll grab it, and it will be bad spawns for Rocket and his tanks.
That was genius. That was absolutely genius from ISU. They get on a point first, and they just play around Lethal's tank configuration cooldown, right? Okay, 1 tick. All right, let's back up. Wait for it to come back up. We'll re-enter when it comes up again. And Northwood, like you said, the Squishies have no way of getting over. And that just opens up the point. And now this car will start making its way through Archway. And Northwood will have to hold it closer to Libraries. Lethal has complete high ground control.
It is a Bastion, but a Bastion behind a window. That's a one shot. If you don't respect it, Chronic explodes before he knew what hit him. And yeah, ISU, they're going to snowball their way through this point. Jesse, that's 1 ult.
Yeah, 1 ult out of the way. Another fight win for ISU. And now they have everything else. Expect them to play aggressive once again with the sound barrier. But Northwood, the one ultimate that ISU won't have is obviously that flex support. CJ, maybe the rush early on, trying to save that beat to answer second, so they have that later punch to try and find those eliminations and stop the bleeding.
Well, some from Rocket. Grab the Immortality Field, and these where the sound barriers come on out. Things are going to start to get sticky in Northwood. They have the advantage of the Kitsune Rush. With the Artillery Strike laid down, zoning them out. The Kappa just doesn't have the sustain. Everyone from ISU is forced back under the sheer amount of presence Northwood have. Just short of second point, but Jesse, for only a minute, that got a lot farther than most people would think.
Oh, it's way more than you should be getting with just a minute. Granted, it's King's Row. You can really snowball this map, and that's what Northwood will have to do if they want to keep their hopes alive here in Homecoming and avoid, again, their worst loss and worst finish in Homecoming history of this program, right? It used to be, it was actually last year, they finished top 6, losing to UCI in the top 6, which, you know, rest in peace, the UCI program. But this is getting to be a little bit scary now for Northwood as ISU Lethal on the May is a very late pivot here for the Redbirds.
Okay, so you lose a lot of that range, but you gain a Painkiller. You better watch where you're putting your feet, because you might get a wall to your back. And if it's only 1 minute here, Jesse, if you can get a single isolation, that single pick, that could just drain the time bank.
Oh yeah, like all it takes right now is just one pick. One pick can change everything during this series. And now Northwood, again, it's looking, they have the summer, but yeah, that's just to make sure they can get on high ground to look at what ISU is rocking. I believe the May stayed alone and unseen. So this will be a shock to to Northwood. And now, what is the pivot?
Most of Northwood has managed to move through the choke and work their way up the staircase. Speaking of Rocket, blink over to the high ground. We'll see Kappa and most of ISU currently set up. Lethal almost playing a role of a second tank in this regard. That's an interesting wall, I guess, to disrupt the power slide. Chronic able to do some parkour straight over that. But somehow CJ gets lost in all of that chaos, and that is the last player Northwood wanted to see go down. They don't have a ton of healing to work with, but their spawns are closer. If they play this right and start their point presence now, there's a chance to overcome it.
Yeah, they just have to play this smart. They cannot have an early death here now on this engagement. That's what Maymon's really looking for. CJ's left alone, and eventually Maymon can't find the elimination.
But there's no Suzu on the side of Northwood. They are down a ton of utility for this fight. There won't quite be any ultimates except a rocket pulse bomb. If they can manage to land this, that would be huge. It's already on the point. Northwood, they have the space. The main wall is out. You're not too scared about that. And you grab Admiral. It's a great start. But Kappa, he's wrapping around from behind. No pulse at all, as you said. And ISU, they built up a pulse of their own. Waymon struggling to stay on his feet. Doesn't have a recall, and it's Rocket from the high ground window. Nobody expected him to be in, and nobody could even touch, especially with the amount of support CJ is giving his Sojourn. Lethal is down. Annihilation did have to come out, but Northwood will do anything to make sure they can stay in this open tournament.
Yeah, they needed that. Rocket was almost playing just a bodyguard to CJ during that entire time. Doesn't realize that some are wrapping around Hotel, gets taken out, but still, it's Chronic, a nice little shot, and that will line everything else up here for Northwood. They have a very late swap once again to the Orisa. Feeling very comfortable in it is Painkiller. Again, Kitsune Rush for both sides, but it is almost the opposite of how the last round ended. It's Northwood now who have the beat advantage. They have to take advantage of it early.
Admiral dying as early as he did in the previous fight was a blessing in disguise, but Lethal, that's the Blizzard already out. The Suzu helps Chronic back up, and now they're hoping to catch Lethal off guard. The wall will only delay the inevitable pulse bomb stick out of the back of Painkiller. The Painkiller is down, and the sound barrier can't save him. Lethal shredding through the back line. He has so much time to work with, so much health at his back, and CJ not having a great time against Maymon. Will TP into safety, but only into the hands of Admiral. The point can't be contested, and ISU for now will remain their chance at running it back to be the kings of Collegiate.
ISU, they avenged their loss during the Swiss stage to Northwood, which was a 2-0 for Northwood. This time Northwood is not able to find the same sort of magic. They will exit in the top 8, and I would say, even though, yes, it'll have that note of the worst finish in program history, I'd put an asterisk in victim of circumstance. Their only 2 losses, Winthrop, ISU. It's a rough way to go out here for Northwood, but that's just how the cookie crumbled. ISU just look unbelievable right now. And back to the form we are used to them being, especially this man right here, just unbelievable. And I don't know about you, Molly. He's got to be my MVP of that match. He's got to be.
Oh, without doubt. I think that Maymon stepped it up when it was needed the most. Already had a disadvantage playing on the ping today, but still finding to do what he needed. Looked unstoppable for the majority of this match. The positioning, the way ISU were rotating around this point, and these pinches that he was able to set up. I mean, even just watching these highlights now, everything is W Maymon from what you can see. And Rocket, yeah, he did strike back. Yeah, he had his chances, but at the end of the day, Jesse, this almost felt like it was a grudge match for ISU. The only loss they have been dealt in months was at the hands of Northwood, and it hurt them. They are not a team that is used to losing, and they're not a team that takes that easily. They will immediately go back to the grindstone. Even though that is their only loss, they will make sure it won't happen again. And the fact that they did it in a sweep is all the more terrifying at the peak that this team can reach.
Yeah, once this team, we say it almost, I swear, every time of year when we get to these playoffs, whether it be the fall or the spring, this team just enters a flow state where it feels like nothing can go wrong for the Redbirds, and that was the buzzsaw that the Timberwolves kind of ran through today. And yes, Rocket had some phenomenal moments, so did Chronic, even Painkiller. Everybody had their moments for Northwood, but it felt like ISU were just able to find those little mistakes and just stretch the impact of those out so far to where Northwood just not able to. Even at the very end, right? We say the lab probably wanted to use the beat early, gets caught off guard, not able to use it to save Painkiller in time, and that was the nail in the coffin for Northwood.
Northwood, they gave it their all, they gave it their shot, and for a couple weeks they did stand on top of those collegiate power rankings, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. The Redbirds are a scary team, but a vengeful Redbirds, that is terrifying to have to play against, and there were some solid plays. It was 2 incredibly close maps if we're not counting Route 66 here, and it just, at the end of the day, it can't be enough. Playoff Redbirds is simply built different, and they're not going to let that 5th seed attached to their name mean anything when it comes to these semis.
No, they don't care about the number next to their name. All they care about is the number at the end of this tournament, which they want again, which is number 1. They've won 10 straight championships, Molly, across third-party leagues and Blizzard tournaments. 10 consecutive championships. They're looking for number 11. And after the break, we get to hear from one of them themselves. Luke Mina will be joining us here in just a moment to break us all down. Stay with us.
Welcome back from our short break, and a relatively dominant showing from the Illinois State Redbirds. This team looking for their 11th consecutive championship, Desi, and one step closer to getting there. We've hyped them up all day. We talked about how important this match against Northwood was going to be and what the future will hold for them, but we're going to let the players themselves break it down. It's always better to hear it from them, and luckily for us, we have Luke Mino, who's joining us on the desk for a bit of an interview. Luke Mino, first of all, how are you doing today? How are we feeling after taking that 3-0 win against Northwood?
Feeling good. You know, I feel like, I don't know if I even played that good today so much as my team is just too good to be in Collegiate, so.
Too humble, too humble.
Yeah, sometimes, hey, with you guys, it always feels like somebody is popping off on any given day, whether it be you, Admiral, Kuffa. Today was W. Maymon. How was it for you guys? Did you just feel like the energy was starting to go up, even though he was playing on ping? What do you felt went right today that led to the sweep?
I feel like our draft was really good. Hard for the enemy team to do anything, and I mean, Lethal put up a classic Lethal performance. Everyone's dead off TD. It's just easy for me if I pocket him.
Yeah, that's completely fair. And for you guys now, a matchup with Winthrop in the semifinals. You guys obviously very familiar with each other. And a semifinal that will almost feel like a grand final. How are you guys feeling going into that match next week?
Feeling good. I think we have a little bit more time to practice as well, because this time we just kind of showed up and did well. So next week we'll have a bit more preparation, hopefully.
And this is the nice part. You do have a bit of time before you get to that point, and you'll have everybody back and ready to go for that. And I do kind of want to bring this up too, because there have been some changes to the ISU program. You're no longer a varsity program, but everybody from the team stuck around to compete for another year, including yourself. And I kind of want to know, like, how has it been this semester having that change between the environment with the team and then still finding the same dominant success even with the change in title?
It's definitely interesting. To be honest, things don't feel too different besides there being like a lot less structure, but I feel like the team is still the same. Players are still equally as driven to win regardless of the program status, so we just want to win, look good.
Well, hey, you're on the path to do it, especially in this bracket. But I think Winthrop, a massive opponent, still lies in the wait. And before we go ahead and let you go, I want to hear what words do you have for Winthrop before you head into that game, knowing that will be a bit more of a challenging one compared to some of the other matches you've had so far in this bracket.
Tell him. Be prepared. Carry UV. I'm looking for a flex support gap in this official.
Ooh,
I can do it.
Okay.
It's coming.
I
All right.
believe. We'll keep an eye out on that. And despite what you said, Luke, you played fantastic today. You made that auto work. We were kind of questioning it a bit, but it was great. It was really fun to watch and a really fun taste of the ISU meta. So thank you so much for taking the time to come up on here and give us a bit of insight onto the ISU team. And we look forward to seeing you next week in your match against Winthrop for the semifinal. And later today against Ball State for the varsity team.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luke
Thank
Vito.
you.
Oh boy, this is I think this just sums up ISU. I think this is a team that they go into everything expecting to win. They put such high expectations on themselves because not only the name of the program and the history that has, but also how talented and how close these players are to each other.
Yeah, like this team, like they're just consistently locked in, all right? Like it doesn't matter when they're playing, who they're playing. They just know exactly the game plan. They know their win conditions, and they just play to their strengths. And it's a super scary kind of thing to go against. Obviously, like you said, we're going to see them later today against Ball State in the varsity bracket. For that game, Maymon will not be in, so that maybe will give us a different look on how ISU want to flex around. But man, that ISU Winthrop game, mark your calendars. Next Saturday is when that'll be on stream. That is going to be a ridiculous game.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to be staying tuned for that one, as you all should. But the good news is, we still have more Overwatch before we get there. In fact, a lot more Collegiate Overwatch. We're going to head and get prepared for our second open match of the day. It'll be St. Clair College taking on, I believe it is the Bryant and Stratton, Virginia, for their second quarterfinal match. Looking to spot to continue onwards. We're going to go ahead, send it to that quick break, and we will be back with more Collegiate Overwatch. everybody, to the Collegiate Overwatch broadcast of the day. We have our second open match right around the corner. We got Northwood ISU to start. That was a banger. And guess what, Jesse? We have another one on the way. Another 2 of our top 6 teams in North American Collegiate looking to head it off. Bryant and Stratton, Virginia will be taking on St. Clair College for their spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, another match with teams that honestly are really close to each other in whether it be the power rankings or in the Swiss as well. It has banger written all over with teams as well. OWCS caliber players across the board.
That's the fun thing about having Collegiate is that most of these players compete on multiple teams in Face It, in OWCS, in Calling All Heroes even, which has been fantastic to see for the space. And a lot of them, as of late, have gotten their start in Collegiate before moving on. In fact, in North America this year, over 2/3 of the players on top 8 teams, Jesse, were on OWCS teams and Collegiate at the same time, which is pretty darn cool. And we're going to look at why as we get to look at these rosters to start us off. I believe it is St. Clair with the higher seed heading into today. And this roster might look a little familiar. Tread, the Genji tank, who has been coming in as of late, has been looking fantastic there. So there's a lot of Dill Ducks presence along this roster.
Yeah, it's a lot of Dill Ducks influence, obviously. Alex as well, who's not on this initial graphic. There's a chance we see them, whether it be sometimes Juice will go out for Alex to go in. We've even seen a couple of times Alex on flex support for Red X. So we'll see how St. Clair want to move things around. But obviously, one of the standouts has been Tread, was on this roster a year or so ago, took a break when they were playing in OWCS, and are now back after a very successful campaign with an array of OWCS EMEA teams, most recently Gen G. So that'll be one of the players to look out for here with the Saints.
St. Clair, too, have had that other team that has a massive upgrade from previous years. Before, they were just kind of middle of the pack, on the outside looking in, but now they're like right there. They've been consistently that top 5 team throughout the season, just below ISU, Northwood, Winthrop, and even Fisher at times. But St. Clair, those have been their only major losses. They have managed to win almost every other series this year. It is a strong squad known for their team coordination. That's a massive asset for somebody like them. They have a ton of experience playing together. Because of that, they play like a unit. On the other hand, though, we have the Bryant and Stratton from Virginia Bobcats. And now, when you look at this team, you're also going to see a ton of familiar faces all across the board.
Yeah, obviously, Peace is one that stands out right away. Nenwai, I don't believe it's supposed to be Pantera over there. I believe that's supposed to be Proto. We'll see Pantera maybe occasionally, but Dion is the solo new member of this roster, and it's been playing absolutely fantastic as of late. Obviously, was on a variety of different names for their Face It team, including Daystar. So obviously, a whole lot of experience across the board, a lot of Calling All Heroes representation as well with Peace, Nenwai, and Proto. And this is a team that's been very consistent, just year after year. They did have just a slight hurdle that they did not make it over during the end of Swiss. They lost 1-2 to Bellevue, who actually just got knocked out by Fisher 3-1. BSC lost that game 1-2. So wanted to maybe step back up to where they believe they should be here against St. Clair.
This is a team that will play around their DPS 100% too. I am kind of curious, because the reason I'm only hesitant about this graphic too is Bryant and Stratton is a team that has had a hard time this season just with scheduling, because their roster is on so many different teams competing at various levels. I do wonder, is Pantera actually going to be in on support? That could be a possibility. It's probably not, but that's one of those things we're going to look out for. Other than that, though, Bryant and Stratton are very much a roster that are willing to work together if they can, but they just have not as much time together as they would have liked compared to St. Clair, but they absolutely have the individual talent and the comms to make it work if they can. But we're not going to stay on that point a little longer. We're going to let the teams do the talking on the battlefield itself, because we do have our map number 1 ready to go here momentarily. It will be Nepal, selected by St. Clair, being that second seed coming into this event.
Yeah, they will get, due to their undefeated run in Swiss, they get first map pick and ban. So the Ramatra ban comes in right away, and it's the Soj ban on the other side. So maybe a little bit of a target on the Juice from BSC, and maybe St. Clair they just want to play the Hazard, right? It's going to be Tread's best hero at the current moment, so they want to continue leaning into that as much as they physically can. And for both of these teams, a win today would guarantee their best finish in Homecoming for either program. It's been a lot of, top 8s, top 6, top 16, depending on what format we've been in. So both of these teams wanted to take that next jump up. I believe, actually, I'm looking through for BSC. Yeah, their best finish is also top 6. So both of them, they want to get over the line. They want to get top 4. For BSC, this is the only one they are not playing in varsity. St. Clair is playing in both. So they will continue to have opportunities, and we're actually seeing them back-to-back. No, not back-to-back, but we thought we were. We'll see them later on as well, more than likely in the varsity bracket, but they want to make a deep run in both.
Yeah, St. Clair, as they said, they're on a warpath to, in their eyes, meet ISU in the finals for both this open tournament as well as the varsity premier bracket. They have so much confidence in the growth that this team has had, and especially representing as the only Canadian school to make it this far, and by far the best Overwatch program in the country too. It has been fantastic for them. They've continued to put down these improvements. They've had some small additions to their roster while maintaining their core, maintaining this philosophy of this team brawl that has worked out fantastic for them. But on a map such as Nepal, Jesse, the Ramatra is banned out. It's something that we've seen more from Dion and Brian and Stratton there. So it does tell me that this Tread Zarya is likely going to be where the Saints are going to lean on.
Yeah, it'll either be the Zarya or the Haz. I think it's one or the other. It depends, honestly, on the sub-map. Nepal definitely leans more towards the Rush, so I think maybe we could see that Zarya, but I think for St. Clair, they're comfortable in either way. I want to see, especially if it is Juice in or if it is Razor, I believe, not Juice, sorry, Juice or Alex in on hit scan. Razor is going to be on Tracer duty the entire day, right? Unless it's banned, and then maybe we see a little bit of a mix-up of, Venture or Genji, whatever it may be, but it actually will be Alex in for Juice. So that's kind of what we thought, what we saw yesterday during their game on stream. So it'll still be Red X and Soax for the supports. And, well, that was not either of the two that we initially threw out. And eventually we'll swap.
There we go.
Oh, let's say, please no more Magometa. Please no.
Hey, St. Clair, that was kind of their thing the last year, though. It's been this Malga Somber Reaper meta, even though it's not a thing. It really wasn't a thing when they tried to do it, but it was a shot. St. Clair and Brian and Stratton seem to have very similar comps so far. Proto will be in on that support line, so she'll take up that role. Likely just a speed ring out of spawn before we go back to this pure Lucio we're used to.
Yeah, and that was when Squeak was on the roster. I'm like, no, we really don't need to go back to that, St. Clair. I really don't think we do, as both teams making their way to point out Manuel already lining up some shots early. Just that's going to be the advantage of the Freya. You can pump so much early damage. Oh, and Alex already down.
And the fact that that's on the caster too, Peace is so much freer. I can just roam about this map, not worried about the hit scan or the hinder nade without getting too close. Brian and Stratton will move themselves over towards the point. Is a bubble forced out just to prevent some poke onto Nenwai? The point actually captured for the Bobcat. St. Clair like, okay, maybe it's time to drop on down, start to do a little bit of control across the map.
Yeah, just try and get the heck out of dodge. And BSC, they do lose Peace now. Now that Alex is back in the fight, and manually gets caught out.
Yeah, manually in no man's land, off in the corner, so said, don't mind if I do. And yeah, there we go. St. Clair punishing a couple mistakes there from Brian and Stratton for positioning, and they'll get themselves the flip from it.
Yeah, flip comes through for St. Clair, and even though the bullet shot already available for manually, it's pretty impressive for the pacing, but that's kind of what you expect when you have the Freya on the board. Is Peace tries to line something up with manually, but instead it's manually he's almost dead.
Does some parkour, and you can see all the support pouring in for him. Reminder, Brian and Stratton are a team that will play around manually to get him an angle if he sees a window to work with. will be a recall already forced out of Razor, so he's significantly weaker for the remainder of this fight, or at least for the last couple of seconds. There's a bull shot, it's huge, onto 3, the Suzu, nice, a chunk of the damage, but it's already too late. Dion and Peace were linked up to pinch on those low players. Manually can hop away towards the high ground, while the rest of the team finishes the fight.
And it cannot be understated how much of an addition Dion is to this team, because for the longest time with Pantera, even though Pantera is a fantastic tank, it kind of pigeonholed them into some compositions. They weren't really able to be flexible. It was a lot of Orisa from BSC, but now you have Dion in the mix. You can play the ball, who can play the Zarya as well to an excellent degree, and that's really opened up a lot of options for the Bobcats. And now Alex, they make the swap over to the Mei to try and help tread out in front a little bit more.
But Sinclair played that so well. There's the Graviton Surge. Most of the cooldowns are burned out. Razor knows it's a free pulse bomb, and there's just nothing that Brian and Stratton could do about it, even with his sound barrier in the way. Fantastically played to force the bubbles and Suzu.
Yeah, force bubble and Suzu out early, and that just allows for the easy cleanup with the pulse bomb from Razor. So now 43% for St. Clair compared to the funny number for BSC, as trying to be a little aggressive here, forcing out some bubbles and also just trying to get that charge back up to over half.
Also, this Mei that Alex is swapped over to realized that Cassidy wasn't really gonna work out. Let's put more pressure on Dion for positioning. Again, Dion's not really where the plan at. It's getting manually the room to work, and shutting down Razor is a great start. Mei wall kind of just puts Alex in timeout himself. So Brian and Stratton, they're gonna roll through this, only needing the Kitsune rush, and most importantly, holding the grab.
Yeah, holding the grab there is massive, because St. Clair still nowhere near to the sound barrier from Soax. So they have plenty of time. They can pair it with the Bola shot or even the pulse bomb, depending on if Peace is able to build up. But they're going to pull it early.
Super early, but there's bubbles. There's an ice block. There's a Suzu. That was not a great grab from Brian and Stratton. There were so many resources St. Clair had to force that out. So it's in fact them losing the fight and their most valuable resource along with it. St. Clair clean up. It will be another touch guaranteed for Brian and Stratton, but that is worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's rough. They try and get super aggressive, try and catch the Saints off guard, but they catch Alex, who can just ice block, and then Redx throws in the Suzu for the other. So nobody's caught out from the pulse, grab, or Bola.
Yeah.
And like I said, worst case scenario now for BSC, who are at a complete ult disadvantage going into the final fight.
It's not a good spot to be in. Yes, you have the touch guaranteed, but Razor's on your Kiriko. That's a bubble. That's a Suzu gone, and your Kiriko is just dead. Rhoda couldn't even teleport herself to safety there. That's how quickly Razor was on it. Dion is forced back. There's just not any healing. And St. Clair, you can see how much macro knowledge they have, how much game sense they have to work with it, and they're just going to completely run their way through the first round.
Yeah, that's going to be a mistake that the Bobcats are going to want back. That just opens up the door completely for St. Clair. And credit to the Saints, they take full advantage. This is a team that if you open up the door, they're going to punch it wide open, and they will win round one. But honestly, this Mei swap has been a little underrated from Alex as well. It's made Dion a little bit more tame on how aggressive they want to be during some of these mid-fights, especially early on. Dion was getting the better of Tread once the fights started to develop, so a nice little early adaptation there from the Saints. And now both teams, yes, they're showing the sim because they want to TP up, but relatively the same comps as we go into the next round.
Exactly, the same comps for each side. No changes made, and honestly, that's a little concerning, I think, for Brian and Stratton. But it is easier for Manually to get work done. On this point for range, there is no range to contest it. It's only Razor, who also has to deal with Peace on the side.
Yeah, so now Razor just trying to poke Nenwai a little bit, like, hello, Lucio, you wanna back up a little bit? You can tell, like, Nenwai doing a great job just playing bodyguard.
Yeah.
Or Manually, again, like you said earlier, allow Manually to have the pop-off potential, but now Nenwai will try and evade to help Dion up front.
Razor just hasn't been allowed to do anything. Like, you'll see the boots, he's trying to pop in it manually, but and then just the pro bodyguard. Rhoda ends up with 2 final blows at the tail end, but it's not Brian and Stratton with the point right now, mind you. I believe Dion died throughout all of that chaos, so Tread was able to secure the objective. Only now that Brian and Stratton start to realize the situation, will they go in and reclaim the point?
Ooh, and they find Alex late on as well. So even though St. Clair trying to fight this again, they just don't have the manpower anymore to get anything more than just, well, Razor actually fights too. And sometimes all you need is a Tracer to get the job done, but not enough this time around to completely flip the fight. You can tell. No, well, Razor can't get a beautiful shot from Crota. She will silence the Tracer. But now we get into these ult fights once again. Pulse is online. St. Clair might actually just wait for the Grav Pulse Bomb combo. Brand Stratton probably not going to wait that long. Dion's only at 56%. They're going to rely more on the Bola and that Pulse Bomb, maybe in Crota. A good 15% ahead of Red X for this Kitsune rush.
Not a great spot to be, and that's kind of why I like to see these bullet shots shut down as soon as you get them. And even there, Peace in the backline, both supports immediately taken care of. We've seen Razor so occupied with getting these trades that it just doesn't matter. But the front line of Tread and Alex is still a force to be reckoned with. It's only now that Manually gets the pop-off that he's been looking for, the pop-off that Brian and Stratton set him up for. And this dust will slowly settle. It'll be a retreat for St. Clair.
Yeah, manually once again just try to survive. It's like, Razor back up. Like I do not want to fight you during this scenario. But BSC, they have to use both DPS ultimates and the rush. For St. Clair, they only use Grav. So if you're gonna lose a fight, you take the 3-in-1 advantage, and now they're gonna rush right in.
Sooner rush advantage will be used by St. Clair, Brian and Stratton. You get everybody out in time. They might give up the point in trying to do that, but he doesn't stick around a little too long. Ends up with an ice goal between the eyeballs, and Maywell excellent at preventing the escape from the remaining players. So just a bit of ult charge fed over to the Saints.
Yeah, ult charge for the Saints. Now has to start climbing up a 90% for the Bobcats.
Yeah.
It's a great stretch. And again, they still have Beat and Grav, which now obviously Beat wasn't used for the Grav from Dread, so they can use it more aggressively now, or just use it to kind of push through this Blizzard from Alex, who will more than likely try and use it to, slow down the attack with the Grav.
Graviton Surge, remember last time, didn't work so well, so let's see how this goes again here. Not great! Maywall, Sound Barrier, all out, everyone's gonna stay alive, but Nenway does guarantee that the later beat is in favor of the Bobcats. It's just not gonna be enough to save for the Blizzard. Alex was ready for plans A, B, and C, and just went with the way that the tokens fall. Brian and Stratton, like, they just cannot convert on their own ultimates.
Yeah, St. Clair are just winning these dogfights when there's so many ults involved. At some point, BSC has got to be able to push through, but it's not yet. Tread actually very low. They have to use the wall just to make sure their Zarya can stay up. And manually not done, already pushing on through and opens up some space.
It will be the started contest of the objective. Nenwai, though, skates a little bit too close to the Zarya. We'll be able to get out. It's okay for now. Bola shot. That's going to go a bit wide and yeet of a pulse bomb if I have ever seen one. All right. St. Clair, and this is what we're talking about. They just hide out the resources. They save what they need until they can take the fight at their own terms. 3 people locked in the Graviton Surge, but only 2 to die, and one of them is Tread. No tank now. Ryan and Stratton, though, they just don't have the pieces to make this work. 97% and up. This is just a St. Clair point every day of the week. The wall looking to deny the touch. Fancy footwork from Peace does keep it alive, hoping that you can get some presence. Dion returning on the Doom's Fizz alongside Dread, so we have a bit more of a brawl. In fact, Peace gets flattened against a wall. Perhaps they're still in this, but no. That's about all that you have to say. Dread likes his Doom Fizz. He made it work. And St. Clair sending a message early with a 2-0 win on Nepal.
And a 2-0 win that you could argue could have been the opposite way as well. BSC had their chances during both of these submaps, but just not able to convert. And St. Clair with their map pick, and Alex had a fantastic performance. Whether it be, I didn't even realize that was a May highlight. I thought that was a Tracer highlight from the first look, I won't lie. But St. Clair, again, they take advantage of the little mistakes that BSC make, and that is what the great teams do. Good teams, yes, they win the ult fights. They try and have good game plans, but the great teams take advantage of when the slip-ups happen on the other side. And that's exactly what the Saints did right there. And, even like the support line, Red X, Soax, they made sure that the pace was always so quick, and that is what St. Clair is known for.
St. Clair are a team that will strike fast and will strike together. That's what they have been good at all season long, and it's a big part of the reason they've been named this the biggest step-up team of the year. Yes, manually can put out these highlight reel level plays. That's great, but it doesn't matter if St. Clair are winning the macro game in terms of these ultimates, these positioning, the kiting. Brighton and Stratton aren't taking the time to force out resources before they engage. Whereas St. Clair, they're playing it slow. They're putting all this pressure onto Proda, making sure that she doesn't have these key cooldowns, that the bubbles are out of Dion before the Saints start their push, and it has won them almost every fight, or even the ones they've lost, they've been in control for the majority until Manually shows up.
Yeah, it feels like BSC, their game plan is, can we get Manually in a position to get a pick? If they get a pick, great. We're just going to move on in. And a lot of those times, they did capitalize on the early eliminations from Manually. But if he doesn't get that first pick, it seems like BSC, they kind of just stutter out a little bit. Yes, there was a few times where Dion would step up, and they would get that first pick. But it really feels like if there's not an early elimination from Manually or Dion within the first 3 to 5 seconds of a fight, St. Clair are able to draw it out earlier, and they just are able to win those longer fights. So that'll be something that BSC are going to want to clean up as we go into Map 2, which is their map pick. And for those of you just joining us, it is still the OWCS World Finals map pool, which isn't that crazy. Only, what, 3 weeks away from finals in Stockholm? I know a lot of people are going. Sadly, I think you and I are missing out this time, but that is going to be unreal out there in Stockholm.
Yeah, it'll be really cool. And I think it's a great experience for, and again, there's a lot of collegiate players competing in that event. But even the ones that are on the outside looking in here, there's a lot of room for collegiate that has almost been this either way to get other experience or even a way to put yourself in the spotlight for the first time through a lot of these collegiate programs. It's where a lot of these pro teams have been pulling players from, and why we see so much of that presence there. It's these high levels of gameplay, and St. Clair, of course, the majority of the roster being on the Dill Ducks for this past season. Not only is that additional level of experience playing with each other been, I think, great for them, but also the fact that they're able to sub out these different pieces, still look like an absolute unit of a team.
Yeah.
But continue to play like lights out. And it just felt like that whole time, even when we saw Brighton Stratton holding the points, winning fights, outside of a few moments, that they were always in control in one way or another, whether it was in your face or just pulling the strings from behind.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal from St. Clair. They just understand how to approach some of these fights. Even in the one that Dion gets super aggressive with the Grav, right? Not a fight that, they're going to be expecting, right? They're probably thinking, hey, we got a few seconds to kind of relax, and then we're going to get into this. No, Grav throwing in right away. They have the perfect answer. Ice Block, Suzu, and they burn down Dion because they realize, hey, this is kind of a rogue agent play right here. There are no supports even remotely close to the Zarya. So they take full advantage, and that really got the momentum back into the Saints' favor. So those are the types of fights that we need to keep seeing here from St. Clair if they want to, like you said, they're going for the run of, hey, they want to make grand finals in both varsity and open. Only really them and ISU really have that potential left. So let's see if they can do it, but obviously a long ways to go before then.
Oh yeah, this is only quarterfinals after all. It doesn't almost feel like quarterfinals with kind of how these games are going or just some of these matchups look like on paper. But that's just the reality of it. It's a single ELM bracket. There are so many talented teams this year. And we've heard it from several teams as well, saying that, the overall talent and skill level in Collegiate, that ceiling has gotten a lot higher, but also there's a lot more teams that are vying for that very top spot and are contenders for it in many ways.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see kind of just the extension, right, of Overwatch Collegiate has really just expanded the last year or two. Part of it is, ISU, once they started running the table, everyone's like, hey, that's weird. And then Winthrop really buy in, and North would have this second wave. And yes, we've had some of the older programs sunset, like UCI and Maryville. We're seeing a lot of new blood going into this, and St. Clair has always been around as one of those teams that's really going to shine. And same thing with BSC, two of the teams who have always been top 5, top 10 level. They're looking to burst into that top 4. We finally have our second map here. It's going to be old reliable here for Collegiate. It is Kings Row. We were talking about it earlier. Of course, we're getting it again. It is, though, the Kiriko ban coming in from BSC. So trying to nerf Red X a little bit there, and the Zarya ban is the answer from St. Clair.
Interesting. Okay, so they want to switch it up, presumably to a Hazard. That's what we've seen Tread play more. Or just the Ramatra. That's also available since this isn't a ban. And it's a very good tank on the particular map. But again, my concern isn't necessarily about these picks and bans. It's more so has to do with how fundamentally Brian and Stratton are playing the game and how they're getting caught out in some of these more aggressive positioning choices or flanks that might work against other teams, but against the likes of St. Clair, they're going to punish you for even the most microscopic of missteps.
Yeah, they are going to stretch any little mistake from an inch to a mile, and that is what BSC need to clean up, because for I would say 70% of Nepal, they almost did look like the better team, but it was just St. Clair. They took advantage of the little pieces here and there, and that is what, and they played the objective really well. And that's how St. Clair won map 1 2-0. But yes, it screams to me that Hazard is the play for St. Clair. It's what we've seen Tread on a lot, whether it be here with St. Clair, over in OWCS, EMEA with Genji and Alcatia and Peps. You know, they've been all over the place. But that is probably what we're seeing from St. Clair. I am actually curious for BSC what the answer is, because Dion a lot of the time is on Zarya. Like, if they can play Zar, they're going to. So does Pantera sub in now and they maybe lean into the Orisa a little bit more? What is the exact play here for BSC? And it will be Dion staying in.
Same rosters by the looks of it on both sides, which makes sense. I think it's very rare, especially in higher levels of Collegiate, to have subs unless there's a very, very specialist thing that some other player can absolutely not touch. You have not earned your license on it. Brian and Stratton, though, I can definitely say Dion has earned his Ramatra license. I think it's one of the tanks that he has looked very well on since we've seen him start coming into the scene when he was just 16. Now being on a Collegiate team has been looking good. He has a lot of solid points, but in a defense like this, where St. Clair are a team that has a tendency to snowball, again, they'll take an inch, but they're actually going to take a mile instead. So Brian and Stratton, they need to be very solid on this defense. They can't afford small mistakes and picks.
No, they definitely cannot. St. Clair actually, great, this could easily be bait, but showing the Wrecking Ball early on is maybe just trying to get an early look. Alex does get a nice little shot on Dion, but that's really about it. And yeah, there goes Shred back to spawn. So now we'll get the actual look from St. Clair, and it will be actually the Diva trying to maybe negate. Oh yeah, this Red X, the Juno. But Juno hasn't really been seen in a long time. This is an interesting choice from St. Clair.
Juno was hit with quite a few nerfs. I thought the Speed Ring and Diva work so well together. As you can see, Peace just got lawnmower treatment by Tread, and there's not much you can do when a Diva sets sights on you that quickly. St. Clair already have a numbers advantage, no flank control, and there's just Tread moving through the hotel, trying to pressure out Dion. He's the only one that's opted to remain this far into the fight. Does force all of his cooldowns, so St. Clair, they're going to take a bit of a chill pill. Do end up losing Alex, though, which could be a critical error in Brian and Stratton, allowing them to get back into this point. But instead, Tread, he's still going to try to go in. Spots out manually on this Sojourn, incredibly low, finishes him off, and now Tread, he's just out here by himself, and there's nothing Brian and Stratton can do about it.
Yeah, just zooms right on up.
Wow.
Rhoda tries to jump up, but she's not able to get the finishing blow, and all of a sudden, hey, somebody's got a touch here for BSC.
Okay, they're not gonna touch, or yeah, they're backing up.
Nope.
There was a bit of a stall for a second, but that is insane. Tread did that all by himself, by the way, and Brian and Stratton were so confused, like, how are we just letting a Diva come into our backline? They didn't have a counterpunch at all.
Yeah, no, there was no answer for it. Tread just running around like it's one of those custom maps where he's got to go through the rings, but instead, it's eliminations on them manually. As Razor, stuck in an awkward spot, though, no recall. And the Tracer will get punished, and BSC, this is at least a fantastic spot to hold if you have the defense on the rush, because there's only so many ways the Saints can push through, right? They're going to push through main, or they're going to push through high. Regardless of what side it is, there's going to be plenty of time for the Bobcats to answer.
They do have a giant space laser, though. I think that's the best way to get through this choke. Oh, never mind. No more giant space laser. That went bye-bye thanks to manually, and that's just a great way to delay the fight. Only needed the amplification matrix. Proda, very good with her time in there.
Yeah, perfect timing with the window from Proda. Like I said, Red X wanted to use the orbital ray, but I'm going to have to wait just one more fight to do so. St. Clair, honestly, the Juno has been working. I wasn't expecting to see it nor have it work, but they're allowing Tread to really just fasten up these engages, and here comes the ray.
Orbital Ray now. Everyone backpedaling for Brian and Stratton, but oh no, the defense matrix just gobbles up pieces full spam. That was the chance of Brian and Stratton like moving in really fast. But yeah, everyone does get out of line, and that's kind of the key point for them. Tread can't do the same. Manually blasts him out of mech and then rips his head off straight after. Sound barrier now from Nenwai, helping Dion walk forwards at the rest of the team. Perhaps a bit of an overinvestment considering there wasn't much on the other end. But with how much St. Clair ended up using themselves, you take those any day of the week.
Yeah, I think that's completely fine if you're BSC, because you still have Annihilation for this next fight, and Tread will make some swaps over, and now onto the Orisa. Initially he was maybe thinking the Ramatra, but we'll pivot instead, and now I wonder how long until maybe Red X subs off of the Juno, maybe whether it be a Lucio or a BAP, something like that, because with the Orisa, the Juno is a little harder to pull off.
Not quite as easy, especially because it's not the same amount of burst healing. It'll be harder for St. Clair to walk up, especially if Razor is just burned down by Peace, who was on his tail for quite a while there. And the Annihilation's gonna get popped out. Alex has no chance to get anything done with the overclock as Dion is melting the entirety of the Saints in a purple blaze.
Yeah, just laying the battlefield in purple is Dion. And also in this timing that looked so incredible for St. Clair, only just over 2 minutes, and still a long ways to go here for the Saints. Razor is getting marked unbelievably well by Peace. Whenever Razor's starting to get in a position to put pressure onto Proda or Nenwai, Peace is there every single time, and now Peace is a pulse bomb for their reward.
Hopefully this one can't get gobbled up. It can technically in a Javelin spin, so that'd be kind of crazy. We'll be manually looking for anyone through the amplification matrix and said Tread has no choice but to bunker the room with 3 players, thinking his chances were better there. Newsflash, they were not. He is still dead, and St. Clair gonna have to reset.
Yeah, another reset. Tread just gets stuck, like you said, in that side of the room. It's either like you stay there and get shot, or you walk in front of a window. Not really a good way to go at it, either way. So, St. Clair finally maybe a win con during this is Razor again in the backline, trying to look for this pulse bomb, but getting marked again by Peace. As Red X has the orbital ray for entry.
Razor just has to use triple blinks to get out. Eventually we'll use regroup with the orbital ray, but he's already found their target. Alex blown to bits, and Tread just couldn't get anything done with the Terracer. Just a Orisa swap has not been working, and neither has the support line. Brian and Stratton are playing their own game. They're not allowing themselves to get punished, and most importantly, Jesse, they're now taking the initiative with Dion in the lead.
Yeah, Dion just popping off. We weren't sure because the Zarya is obviously the signature here for Dion, but the Ramatra is not too far off of it as well. 45 seconds, and BSC once again playing aggressive, but they cannot make a critical mistake like they did at the end of Nepal round 2. They gotta make sure they hold on here. Tread will make the swap over to the Hazard. We had a feeling we'd see that at some point during this map. Rally available for Soax just to give everybody a little bit of armor to start this last fight.
It's gonna be difficult to move forward with just a rally, but it does guarantee the reset. And then White stunned up or even just dead at the impact of the shield bash itself. So it's doing so much in this fight, not only starting it, but also peeling for the Tracer that was pieced in the backline. With Dion dead, St. Clair can move this payload, yeah, but it's already overtime.
Yeah, overtime is already starting up. Peace did actually a phenomenal job of stalling that out. And it's not like it takes the Tracer very long to get back into it. Alex will be looking to start us off with an overclock elimination. Maybe stall a little bit of time for Razor to build up that pulse, considering there is no Kiriko due to it being banned. Dion, though, has the annihilation, and already Alex fires some shots.
Alex is going to burn through the Ramatra, and not an easy thing to do with how much armor that has, especially with Dion's annihilation on the way. They're going to run it down to the backline. Redix is dead. The support eliminated for St. Clair, and Proda looking to end it completely for Tread, while Dion takes care of the rest. In the front line, completely divided and conquered were the St. Clair Saints. Brian and Stratton looking so much better on King's Row.
It's crazy what that Kiriko ban has been doing for BSC. Right, like you take away the extremely fast pace with that Lucio Kiri comp that St. Clair love, especially with the Red X Soax support duo. And they're taking over. Look at this. 15 and 2 for Peace, 15 and 1 for Dion, 17 and 1 for Manually. Across the board, phenomenal performances. Proda has yet to die. She has yet to die during this map and also leads the lobby in healing. That's absurd.
This has been a full lockdown for Brian and Stratton. It's
Yeah.
what the Bobcats needed to do, and most importantly, tighten themselves up. They were letting themselves make way too many mistakes from what we were seeing from them in positioning in terms of over-aggression. They did just that on the defense, and not to mention the sheer presence that Dion has in this map is straight up just ruling the lobby.
Yeah, they were just like, hey, this is my lobby. Y'all can get out. Like, it's my house. Party's over. St. Clair now on the defense. They will change up the support line. They will abandon the Break Juno. They will actually go to the BAP Wuyong. Not a combination we see a whole lot. Obviously, the Wuyong, a lot of the times we see it with the Kiriko, but again, it's banned, so you have to flex around a little bit more. My initial worry with this only is Red X is easily jumped because there's not really going to be a whole lot of support for when Peace, who is now on the signature Genji, comes into play.
Yeah, it's a happy day for Peace whenever they can pull this pick out. It's what they are known for the most, and it's not even close. And even the Tracer, the amount of work that Peace has been able to do was absolutely ridiculous. They'll force the positioning of Tread back to regroup over towards Redix, sensing the danger of his support. Instead, Tread gonna attempt to counter dive here, but Peace is blocking out most of the healing to come through with how much he's just kind of looking at this Baptiste, making eye contact with Red X, making him sweat a little bit in terms of the health pool. All the meanwhile, Dion is on the point. There's like 10 different things happening on the screen right now. Brian and Stratton very much like to divide their opponents and try to make them make their own mistakes. But St. Clair haven't done anything yet that has actually thrown them off. Everyone still is on the high ground, and Peace only now moving forwards and Tread out of mech. That's where things will get sketchy, and the Saints, without that tank presence, Dion can walk forward undeterred, or at least until he's healed up a bit more and continue the point capture.
Yeah, you say the T-Mech comes through, you would think Dion's pushing through, but actually Dion dies. The final blow is the baby mech of Tread. But now windows up. Yes, St. Clair completely turned this fight around. I thought this play was done. I think you and I both thought that, Molly, the way that fight was starting to develop, but a great answer. And because of how long that setup took for BSC, we're halfway through this time bank, Molly, and they only have a tick to really show for it. Dion only 50% of the ult. They were kind of just postured. They weren't really getting a whole lot of damage done throughout the entirety of that push, so it's a little bit of a tricky spot now for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Dion was kind of being ignored on the point before, but there's kind of the main concern we were worried about was Redix being very vulnerable on this Baptiste. Manually made just that happen, and Peace finally has their space to slice and dice as the Genji does. It'll just be Tread isolated off in the corner, while at this point continues to capture Brian and Stratton. Didn't press a single shiny button throughout all of that, and they're gonna get a huge stagger onto this baby diva.
Yeah, poor Tread. This is a rough stagger for the diva. Yeah, just eventually sent back to spawn, but that'll deny even this archway hold that BSC held on for what, 4 minutes? St. Clair won't even get the opportunity to do it. And now Razor has got to watch out. Manually's on the hunt. It throws out the pulse bomb as well.
Okay, absolute outplay from Manually. You cannot ask more from him there. That's a fight just flat out denied from St. Clair. They have one fight to defend this point, and they're back.
Yeah, no, that was a major pick-off from Manually because it just stalls out this push once again from St. Clair. Alex has the overclock, but hasn't really found enough with it so far during this series. And now Peace, you gotta worry as well. The deflect can be very powerful in these tight of angles.
I mean, are you really worried about it though? Like, I mean, Brian is Dread, 5-0 punch of ultimate about to be dumped. A little bit of Beat Saber action to kick it off. Then NY and Proto the ones at the kill feed. Peace with the lead pipe, certainly striking fear into St. Clair. Gets the final blow onto, so it makes it look fancy with the Shadow Dash and with the Diva getting the deep neck. Bobcats show us they are not going down without a fight, and we for sure have ourselves a series.
Little dance there from Peace to close it out. BSC, they wake up here on the streets of Kings Row, and they even us up at 1 apiece. And what a bounce back it was for the Bobcats. And everybody just across the board playing extremely well. Dion's Ramatra really set the tone. Tread was never really able to match it, and that kind of started this group of mystery heroes on the St. Clair attack of how they wanted to approach it. It wasn't the Orisa, it wasn't the Diva, or the Hazard as well, and they just could never find the answer. And all of a sudden, this best of 5 is now a best of 3.
And grab close so fast. We told Brian Stratton, hey, y'all gotta lock in if you're gonna play against St. Clair. This is not your everyday, I'm gonna beat you up and was your, like, plat, I don't know. That's not how Brian Stratton are gonna roll, and that's not how this map is going to work. They locked it in, and honestly, Jesse, I do wonder if that St. Clair Zarya ban shot themselves in the foot a little bit.
A little bit.
Not having that as an asset against this Ramatra, Tread just didn't want to play it throughout this series. More sticking to either, like, more of these divey tanks in the Hazard and Diva instead, and Peace got to play their Genji. It's a happy day for the Brian Stratton Bobcats. The Zarya ban was gone, and I genuinely wonder if that was for their benefit.
It's like, I understand they wanted to nerf Dion, and that was the intent. But Dion was like, all right, I'll just slide over to the Ramatra. There is no worry. See, we don't even have to play the Diva dive. That's kind of been more prominent on Kings Row over the last few months. There's like, everyone's going to stick it to the Ram. You have to fight us. And if you can't, all right, we're just going to win the fight. And that's exactly what happened, especially on the BSC defense. So, phenomenal play there from BSC. And the Kineko ban, again, was fantastic. They don't have it, though, for the rest of this series now. So, I have a feeling St. Clair, this map pick is going to be very rush-heavy. They're going to want a very fast-paced map. So, whether it be a Suravasa, a Kings Row, a Runasop, not Kings Row, sorry, a New Junk City.
Kings Row, Jesse.
I was saying, well, if they could go back and play it with Lucio Kiri, I bet they would.
Yeah.
But yeah, Runa Sapi, Suravasa, something like that to really bring back that Lucio Kiri, because that's really the bread and butter of this team, and it definitely felt awkward, them not being able to play around that.
I think one of the biggest struggles for St. Clair in the past has been the support line, because Redix and Silix were both traditionally flex support players, if I'm not mistaken. They didn't have somebody to play that Lucio, to play that main support, but now they're in a position that we found this Lucio Kiri, we're gonna make it work. You get that take and wait. I did not like the Juno Brig at any point in that map. I think it is a very weak backline. It's not enough sustain. It's very squishy, and you just get run over outside of the orbital ray. It wasn't the right choice. So with that being back, is it honestly a Lucio ban now to try to keep that away and force like a Wuyang Kiri?
Yeah, I wonder if that's the case. It all depends. Obviously, St. Clair have the first ban, so they could easily protect ban. And whether it be even just throw it on a Wuyang or a Baptiste, they could throw it on Mercy if they really just want to, kind of help the Lucio not get banned. But it really depends on how St. Clair wants to approach it, because I will say, if a support is not banned from St. Clair, I could easily see BSC be like, all right, bye, Lucio. We're just going to delete you from this. And again, it takes away that key combination that St. Clair have really relied on. Like I said, they're both traditional main supports. Granted, Soax, they've been on this Lucio now for over a year for this team, so it's not like they're uncomfortable by any sort of sense on the Lucio. But once you get it to any other comps, it gets a little bit more shady on how comfortable this team really is.
And it wasn't the problem. Like, this was a last year problem. They've definitely solved it, but now that hero bans are a thing, it's almost starting to come back into the limelight as more of an issue. So I do wonder if that's going to be a thing. But also the Zarya v Zarya matchup. I think Tread's bubble usage was a lot better, but I also don't think that was because of Tread's choice necessarily. I think Dion and his team had a lot more pressure on them, specifically from Razor, who was silenced very well in this past game by Peace. There was just not as many bubbles that Dion could use easily or afford to save even. Often ended up losing them first, and it allowed St. Clair to enter much easier.
Yeah, and almost Dion wants to use those bubbles a lot of the times to set up Peace on these flanks. And or even manually, obviously, because a lot of attention is going on manually, and rightfully so. You want to save those bubbles occasionally to get your hit scan out of these tricky situations. And St. Clair, that's one of the great things they did in map 1 that led them to winning, was kind of keeping track of the bubble usage of Dion, because they're having to use them so consistently on their teammates and not as much on themselves. It's a little bit easier to poke through that Zarya. So I wonder, like you said, could be a scene of where we're going depending on what map. St. Clair are taking their sweet time. I will say they're making sure that they have everything locked down, and we do now have our map pick. As I speak it into existence, it is going to be one we talked about. Ruina Sapi is the next map here in this series, and it will be the Wuyong ban to help eliminate the Lucio ban, but it's actually a Zarya ban from BSC.
I like it. I like it. Trent did look pretty lost, I think, on most of this point. He couldn't match. He didn't try to rematch the Ramattra. I'm not saying he can't, but he just didn't. He opted to go for something that's more hazard heavy. The Wuyong ban, absolutely the best choice I think St. Clair could have had. They recognized that not having this fast backline to not only get in and get out easily was an issue, but Brian and Stratton realizing, hey, you thought you banned us. You, in fact, banned yourselves, and we're going to do it again here. Although I don't think that's much of a deterrent on something that's more open, such as Runasapi.
Yeah, Runasapi, you can get away with more, right? Like the Diva, Hazard, any of those dive comps, they're winnable on this tile of map, especially with the Zarya out. It's just, yeah, we've definitely seen more of the traditional rush as of late. But I'm actually really curious to see what both of these teams rock up on. As, yeah, the Wuyong ban, you can tell St. Clair, just don't ban Lucio. Like, just please, just don't ban Lucio. Let us play our traditional backline. And that's exactly what they will be able to do is, yeah, it is funny how this Zarya ban last map, oh, we need to nerf Dion to, oh, we can just keep playing, Graham. We won when you banned Zarya. We're just going to do the same. Maybe we'll keep that same energy in the mix here for both sides. So, yeah, this will be a really interesting map, and I'm assuming Alex is still staying in for St. Clair. That is indeed the case.
Yeah, and that's the other matchup I want to look at, too, is this Alex versus Manually. Alex has not played any Freya, as far as I'm aware, throughout this tournament. Not something that he's gravitated towards, which fair. There are Sojourn and Casti viable options, but with how mobile and how much like burst damage that Freya can output, it can be kind of sketchy to not have that option on your team. So Manually, instead, I think is actually going to divert away from it, recognize how diveable that was before, and since you're not running a Zarya anymore, having something more independent, such as a Cassidy, would make sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense, and they probably anticipate that it's going to be a very quick-paced comp that they're going against, so that's why they want to have that flashbang as well in their back pocket. It will be Tread on the Hazard here for St. Clair, and this is just a full-on death ball. Tracer, Genji, Hazard, Lucio, Kiri, you're going to blink and they're going to be in the face of BSC. I'm very curious, especially with a Baptiste, could definitely be vulnerable to these rushes.
I fear for the life of Proto. I'm not gonna lie.
Too.
Seeing the Baptiste, the Tracer Genji. Alex, also something that he did pull out yesterday, if they wanted to, like, heavy dive on that, it makes sense, and I also think it makes sure Manually can't do as much. Look at how many resources just had to be burned, and Manually still died through all the chaos. Dion doing a nice job of walking into the backline and trading it out, cutting the losses where they are at. It's just not going to be enough in this comp. I'm expecting some changes from Brian and Stratton coming out, seeing how fast St. Clair are going to want to take this pace.
Yeah, there's just no way to combat it. Well, Pisa, yeah, wow. Pisa has no right to get anything, let alone two during that fight. But St. Clair, they kind of lick their wounds and get this bot started, but they will actually, for now, Molly, they're just sticking it. So I wonder if Manually and Proto almost have to be bodyguards for each other, and if Peace maybe has to play a little more passive to try and mark Alex and Razor. That's my only guess, but it's definitely a risk here to stay on this slow of a comp.
It's not ideal. You're never going to be able to initiate this fight first. You are fully planning to counter dive, and the pulse bomb, that gets used early and actually burns down Tread through all of that. And that's where the Brian Stratton comp can succeed, is when Peace can get in there and do things like this. My gosh, what a stick from them. And Razor, yeah, you're going to do a couple on the backline, but Peace happy to score this robot all the meanwhile.
Yeah, just a cheeky little 3K for Peace. Like, oh, don't worry about it. The Tracer is here. And St. Clair, like you said, they're almost always going to be the team that are engaging first. Just with how this is all set up, it is going to be that counter dive from BSC. That is going to be the win or go home condition for the Bobcat. So you can see how far back Proto is playing. She wants nothing to do with Hazard or Genji.
her only job right now is to stay alive as long as possible. Because you know this dive is either landing on her or manually's Cassidy.
Oh, 1,000%.
There's not much you can do about that. But Manually did get the Redix early, so no cooldowns there. The Sound Barrier Blade is just going to instantly cause Brian Stratton to come in. Nenwai didn't have an opportunity to pop it, and honestly, better that they did, considering how deep in the backline Razor now is so word.
Yeah, Peace. I'm curious if Peace gets caught here. They will get marked by Razor and Alex, but will they actually be able to get out? The Peace will just run the opposite way. Little do they know, they're actually going to run into Redx, who lines it up. So that is a big stagger from the Saints. They may actually almost get tick from this, as this bot's starting to round the corner. But this window, I have a feeling from Proto, could just stall a little bit of time for Peace to get back into the fight.
Well, that's all you need. Tracer, super speedy. Zip right on in when you need to. Nobody's there to actually contest the point. Oh, I stand corrected. A Piece must have made it after wall. But Nenwai's B, it's there. Instantly stuck with the pulse bomb to their back. The Tread, though, sensing danger, has to back off. Dion, free pickings on this front line. And that's what Dion's been so good at. You know that you're not going to win a fight cleanly against this type of composition. So he just, no fears, walks it at somebody like Redix and manages to turn these scary situations winnable.
They do, St. Clair are able to get tick. So that is the big thing there for the Saints. They did sneak it in during the middle of that. So yes, BSC win the fight. But honestly, St. Clair are going to be very content with how that all went. But now the snowball potential is here. 3 ultimates for BSC. Absolutely nothing for the Saints. And you got to think, if BSC, they can use maybe 1 here, use another 1 or 2 the next fight. They could easily be here in a tie game.
Oh, but look at that void accelerator. There's just not much you can do against it. It zones out St. Clair. Half of them are split, and Razor walks straight into the Deadeye. Manually's making me think it's a good ultimate, or maybe he's just that good. Triple kill for the Cassidy. Make it 4. Brian and Stratton, this is what happens when they can play their game, and Manually can do what he wants.
Quintuple kill for Manually, and they hold on to the Annihilation as well, Molly. So that is a major boost here for the Bobcats. They will get tick, but not the lead quite yet, but they will here momentarily. St. Clair trying to rush back, not let this advantage here for BSC get too drastic.
They're taking it slow, though. I think you know that St. Clair is the high ground. There wasn't enough time for Brian and Stratton to rotate up. In fact, it is not advisable to go ahead and do that with this composition. Ideally, you want Manually to be in a position to actually shoot things. So you can see Dion attempting to put pressure. Did end up burning form early. Still has the Annihilation to hold on to, but that's a problem. Proto, she could not weather that storm. There's so many players jumping on her with the amount of health. But here comes the counter punch from Dion. That's 2 going down with the help of the tank buying space with Manually and Nenwai at his side. Brian Stratton can slowly start to inch this payload forward. Nenwai, though, explodes. Wasn't expecting Tread to land on top of their head. Brian and Stratton, they're going to still try to push everything they can in this fight, although I doubt committing ultimates at this point is advisable, and eventually St. Clair will close it up.
Yeah, no ults late in the fight. St. Clair, what a nice little dash and slash there from Tread. And now all of a sudden, this ult advantage completely flips. It's only Soax's Sound Barrier, which will be absent here for the Saints. Everything else is available. It'll be a question of Nenwai. When can they get this Sound Barrier up? Because if they can get it up in time to even answer whether it be the Blade or this Rush, it could give BSC a chance.
Could, but they're gonna not be at a massive disadvantage driven with
No!
They shut him down. Nenwai, the Ajax, that's their second on the day. Oh, Nenwai, you can't let that happen. Alex knew what he had to do. He got the job done. Yes, that's St. Clair. They're too far ahead to turn this one on its head. So Brian and Stratton back to the spawns. No Sound Barrier in sight, and the lead up for grabs.
And then why that's a rough one. You could tell they were probably spamming it like, please, 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 please. Like, just please land, and just doesn't land in time. And that will be the lead as well here for the Saints with just 3 minutes to go. Actually, BSC, very late touch, but no. Eventually, does get over. Pulse bomb from Peace gets nothing. Now, Peace stuck in an awkward spot. Eventually, will get out. And Razor now got to care for their own life.
Little Deadeye, though, from Manually. That's a banana split if I've ever seen it. St. Clair getting the heck out of that. But as I said, they're very split. There's 2 people on high ground and like 3 in main. There's a potential for a bit of a sandwich, but all Brian and Stratton is turn their sights to one side with the pulse bomb stick. Oh, the great Suzu timing from Proto, recently swapped over to the Kiriko. Will make this one work. Burn down Tread. Don't have to worry about any scary hazard jumping on top of them anymore. Sinclair, that's all they're gonna have to get for that. A great Deadeye from Manually to open.
Yeah, great Deadeye just separates everybody for St. Clair. And Brian Stratton are able to pick off one of the sides from that point on. But now, going into this next fight, this is going to be a big one. Because sometimes with push, you get into this feel of, okay, the team in the lead, they can win a fight on their side, and they lose a fight when they're pushing, and then they win the fight in the neutral, whether it be mid or here at the beginning of the other side. That is the kind of the circle you gotta avoid!
Tempo beat! I usually don't like tempo beats, but this one, I'm a bit of a fan of. Sucks. Made that one work manually. Caught sleeping on the side. Dion even sent off the map with a little bit of help. And most importantly, St. Clair hold on to the lead just by that play.
Yeah, so here's that cycle going now. For St. Clair, they win that fight. Now they'll go over here, and even if they lose this fight, they still have a good 10-meter lead. And they only have, let's say they lose this fight, only like 30 seconds to go. But now, it'll be Peace who is the target. You can tell they don't want to burn. I don't know if they even had the recall. Alex finishes them off.
Nah, Peace being down, that's a massive blow. And pretty much an instant reset from Brian and Stratton. With only a little over a minute here, Jesse, this has to be consecutive fights starting now.
No, it has to be back-to-back fight wins for BSC. Just the lead almost starts to grow, but St. Clair, I think they leave the bot, pulse bomb out, Suzu used, but nothing for Peace.
No, nothing so far. But Brian and Stratton, they're in a bit of a pickle. Look how far in Dion is to this back line. Proto can TP and put down the ventilation. No, it never comes out. It's all Alex with the Dragon Blade. The Kitsune Rush gets 0 value. That is the worst thing that could have happened for Brian and Stratton.
Yeah, worst case scenario, a beautiful downpour and blade combo from Alex and Tread. You still have the pulse bomb as well in your back pocket from a Razor. I think Peace is still stuck in the background. They're gonna try and find this pinch now as Dion makes their way back in. Oh my god, what a cactus.
Oh, Pennywise dead. Look how close Pennywise is to sound barrier too. That is a major problem. Manually doing his darndest to keep the team in it, and then Dion will manage to grab the other DPS duo and Alex too. But this robot has so far to go, and Tread is in the backline. Doesn't care about actually pushing the robot. Cares about the fight, but somebody has to keep it contested for the Bobcats to make it happen. Dion, not the one to do it. Will stay around, clean up these supports, and now it's an only overtime push left for the Bobcats.
Yeah, both supports die late for St. Clair, so that's going to be the awkward part. They want to play this early still and take advantage of the close spawns, and that's why you see them fight up. Now Soax gets close spawn, reset now the bot is past mid. That is great game awareness from St. Clair, giving themselves a better fight here, and maybe now 2 fights instead of just 1.
That's what you have to hope. But then I have the sound barrier still. If this goes off, especially before Soax gets one of his own to match it, we are very much looking at a different scenario where BSC can run through it. It's about a 1 fight, and if it's a team wipe, but this beat has to hit. We cannot afford another Ajax from the Bobcats. It'll be the pulse bomb to start. Doesn't land on anything. It's Dion's turn. Divide a space. The sound barrier from Soax, yeah, it's there. Then White, quick with the response, lands onto everybody from the Bobcats. Manually, inching closer to an overclock as well. Only a little bit more damage. Look how low St. Clair's supports are. All it takes is the vortex to turn them down, but it costs Dion's life. It's getting desperate for them. Manually, looking to pop this overclock, but the shots just aren't landing the way that they need to. Tredge surges back into the fight. Says, I don't need the Zarya to win. We can play the dive. We can play fast, and I know you can't match it. There you go. St. Clair back in the series and up to match point.
Back in the driver's seat are the Saints. What a beautiful cleanup there during that final fight from Tread and Alex. As it looked like for a second, BSC were maybe going to have the comeback, but St. Clair slammed the door in the Bobcats' face, and Tread is just so good on the hazard. Proto just sitting there like, help. Does it help? I can't move whatsoever. And Nenwai gets hit by the downpour as well. So fantastic late play. Just understand, hey, once we get an ultimate, just pop it. It's overtime. You don't need to save it for the ideal scenario. You just got to use it right away. And it worked for the benefit there of the Saints to go 2-1 up.
I think from the very start, when we saw these compositions roll out, we knew that St. Clair were at a significant advantage. I never like it when teams play reactive, because you're always at the risk of making mistakes, and much bigger ones at that. You were able to punish the dive sometimes. You did catch St. Clair off guard. Manually had a great time when he was able to buy the space. But something just clicked in St. Clair, especially in Alex. They were playing way too fast to keep up. Even with Proto swapping to the Kiriko, it just wasn't enough to keep the Bryant and Stratton comp moving. They ran out of gas at the end.
Yeah, just ran out of steam near the end of it. And, you know, I love even just this little play from the end. Like, the supports and Tread pushing the backline, it kind of forced Dion to be a little bit conflicted on how early they wanted to engage. And it built up a lot of late ultimate percentage, which for Red X, they built up that Kitsune Rush near the very end of that overtime fight. So maybe if they don't take that gamble going into the BSC backline, they don't get as much ult charge. Maybe we see a very different ending to this map.
Well, that's what we thought, but at the end of the day, it was this Tread hazard that he's become very well known for to lead the charge. Zarya will be back in the fray for the next map, but we're gonna have to see if that will even be played. St. Clair up to 1, but before we get moving forwards, we're gonna go ahead, send it to a quick break, and the end of the series of our open quarterfinal will be right after this. Clair College firmly in the driver's seat after a very fast-paced game of Runasapi. It was close, Jesse, but at the end of the day, if Tread can get cooking on this hazard, it is bound to be disaster for whoever his opponent may be. In this case, it's the BSC Bobcats. They have one more chance to get themselves back in the series. They have one more map pick to be able to do it. The question is, not necessarily the map pick for me, but this ban Are they going
Yeah.
to consider banning this Lucio for this map? They have it first. They don't have to worry about any protects.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if maybe that's the direction they go, as we do have our map, Suravasa, very fast-paced map, and it will not. They will ban the Tracer out from Razor, so definitely wanting to put Peace in a better position with the Genji. BAP is the ban on the other side, because St. Clair, no, we're gonna run Lucio Kiri anyway. We don't care what you guys run, so we're just gonna ban out BAP, which has been used a lot for Proto during this series. So I can understand both sides, but like you said, admittedly, a little surprised that Lucio ban did not come into play.
Yeah, the only other reason I could think this Tracer ban happened was that so that you can force a Peace Genji. Or potentially like a Reaper,
Yeah.
maybe?
I'm thinking the
Those
Peace
are-
Genji, 1,000%.
The Genji would make a lot more sense in this comp. Since the BAP is banned too, it's a lot harder to play this Ramatra that Dion has. So it effectively takes over those two things. You can do it. It's not recommended, especially if Zarya is going to be where Tread puts this series. That's what I'm assuming based on just this map pick in general. Hazard, of course, still very viable if that's the case here. But without the Tracer, you're not going to have nearly as strong as a dive.
Yeah, the dive can get a little tricky on Suravasa. There's only so many places where you can really engage without having a complete counter dive being very easy for the opposite side. So more than likely we're going back to the Ramatra and the Zarya. There's a chance we see the Junker Queen. We don't have Cumberland playing right now. That's usually the only time I think that I would say that's maybe more viable, but more than likely going back to the Ramatra and the Zarya for both of these tanks. And sure enough, that is what both of them are showing early on. And yeah, Peace taking full advantage. Like, hey, if we can go back to Genji, no complaints.
This is the Peace special. There are very few players in North America, not even just Collegiate, I think can match them on the Genji on a good day. Razor's going to give it a shot. I think having the Zarya bubbles will definitely help, or even just Dread existing as a giant laser is enough to be Peace deterrent in a relatively small radius. Right, though, they are going to stick onto this Ramatra and with the Kiriko Lucio, despite it being less sustainable.
Yeah, I think for St. Clair, it's just what they know best. And they definitely understand, like, hey, it's not as sustainable as other compositions, but this is just their signature comp. They have, at this point, you want to stay with comfort. You don't want to get too experimental when it is a single elimination tournament like this.
If you are going to play something into a Zarya that's not Zarya, Ramatra is like up there with the best pick you could do. And you can see how much trouble Tread is having pushing forward. With Dion already using the Nemesis form, you'd think it moves soon. Ryan and Stratton already have the first cap.
Yeah, first cap already over to BSC, and now maybe he'll go back over to St. Clair, but that's a massive pick.
Yeah, sucks. Kept sleeping and peeled off the side of the wall, but manually everybody else is backing up. Redix already used that protection Suzu as well, and Tread in a bit of danger. It's incredibly low, but Dion doesn't recognize how many players are actually in this small room. These are just going to be a bunch of late staggers. A great punish from Brian and Stratton if they can close it out.
Yeah, and it looks like they will. Dion just having an absolute field day over there. So already 60% and counting due to how long that fight went. And we honestly just maybe looking at the first flashpoint going the way of the Bobcats already, as Proto almost has the continuing rush, and Tread will make a swap, giving up on the Zarya right away, and they'll go back over to the Diva.
Interesting. So we want to stick with this fast pace and honestly just get closer to Dion. You can see how much Tread was getting zoned out at the start. You can see why that's the problem, but is that going to allow them to touch the point is the question. They're going to try. It is there with the touch. And the Kitsune rushes will be the actual telltale sign of how this fight will go. Brian Stratton much closer to ult than St. Clair if this fight were to go long. But there's no picks from either team. Dion in a bit of trouble. The sound barrier, though, no! It's
doesn't
him!
land.
Lenwai was on the opposite side of the wall, and he just manages to skate away. It's a one-for-one, sure, but without the tank, unless Tread gets D-Max now, or manually just pops off the way he is, and there's a chance with the Dragon Blade being pulled. No way! Razor shut down. That was a last-second rail shot out of manually again. Looking to get the D-Max on the D-Max. He's doing everything for this team with the help of Nenwai and Proto. They're going to get the flip despite absolutely looking like they were going to lose, and BSC takes market.
That is unbelievable from Manually. Single-handedly wins the flashpoint for BSC. Just what an unreal shot for not only initially, I think he was onto Red X, but onto Razor as well, who was trying to flip that point around with the Dragon Blade. And now BSC got plenty of time to set up near the second flashpoint. But Alex has a overclock of their own now to try and open this up.
If you can get him in a position, that's kind of the hard part with
Yeah.
the Sojourn. And just look at Guardians. There's so many like long walls and thin chokes. You have to move to get around them. There it is. There's the Dragon Blade though in instant response. The sound barrier is there. He's just trying to escape with their life, but peeled off
Razor?
the wall. That's 2 for Alex. Yeah, Razor's off the map with Alex doing as much as he did. And Dion not having a ton of health left in the tank. You're gonna chalk that up to Alex likes this Sojourn pick as long as he's allowed to play it.
Yeah, as long as you give Alex the angles, like, they're popping off. It's just they haven't necessarily always had the right angles that they've been wanting. But no, beautiful play there from Alex to get the Saints this first cap over on Gardens. And they still have the self-destruct if they need to stall this out. Red X will have the Kitsune rush relatively quickly. Now Dion, because of the D.Va being in play, will swap over to the Zarya.
I like that switch over. With St. Clair's Kitsune rush, everybody from Brian and Stratton should just be backing up, and their health bars are great. Can't say the same for the Saints, though. That is an unfortunate shot. Alex jumps on up, rips off Manuely's head as a parting blow. Brian and Stratton did such a good job kiting just to lose out the pick in the end.
Yeah, sometimes only one elimination can just change the entirety of a fight, and Alex may be feeling themselves. What? That was a ridiculous long-range shot, though, from Dion, and that opens this up. BSC can now start making their way through, and St. Clair almost is giving up some of that space.
Yeah, Trent does not want to be anywhere near Dion, and you can see why. This is the self-destruct attempted remake. Will manage to do it, just skirts his way around the wall. Looking for a spot back in this fight, but it's not an easy place to be. The Kitsune Rush just now expiring, and with the sound barrier in the tank, St. Clair, I don't think they got 99%. You're okay going for that reset.
Yeah, the reset, yeah, very easy there. And yeah, BSC, beautiful fight. Peace gets 2. And now they have plenty of ults. Yeah, sound barrier if they want to engage once Denwai returns. Soaks 10 away, so again, it might just be a battle of who gets the sound barrier off first and who wants to hold on to it a little bit more and take the game of, hey, can we last a second or two, then pop our own so we can really take full advantage of this fight for that bonus second. And Manually, they've been popping off on this, so can they do it again?
There's 4 ults right now from Brian and Stratton.
Whole lot of Qs.
Let's see, can we actually get something done with the grab this time? We've not had good luck so far for the Bodcats in that regard. And they're not even going to use it. I was wondering if they would use it to stop the Kitsune Rush.
They got
No, it got deflected! Razor just says right back at you, pal. That is not the way you wanted that to end. Pieces Dragon Blade also caught up in it. Oh, tragedy strikes for Brian and Stratton. Then it's all at the hands of Razor. St. Clair, they're going to get themselves their first point in Gardens after a fantastic play. If they can clean up these stallers fast enough, which they should be able to, I hope. I do. We'll have enough time for them to get back. Wait a minute. No way. That isn't where the fight. Razor will not let that happen. He's like, I just did the coolest thing ever on camera. Everybody saw it. And this is not about to end in a losing battle. Dion gets the one, but he's not coming back in for a second touch.
Is that play of the tournament? That was,
I mean,
that the best read I have seen in ages there from Razor. Deflects the grab, knowing that, hey, St. Clair are getting super aggressive with their own sound barrier. BSC are going to look for a way to re-enter the fight, so they're going to grab when St. Clair get aggressive. He reads it perfectly and sets up a ridiculous fight win for St. Clair and wins the second flashpoint.
But this time, the grab from Tread, that will land, and that will do the damage that is needed. Yeah, it's just a terrible thing. If a Graviton search is online for Brian and Stratton, it's not going to end well. Dion swapped back over to the Ramatra. Probably not just because of that, but a much better opportunity at contesting the points, and St. Clair got it first.
Yeah, you basically get grabs in back-to-back fights if you're St. Clair.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to deflect theirs, and now we get our own. Yeah, it's just an unfortunate scenario there for BSC, who, due to some of the swaps, yeah, not really going to have much to work with. Razor itching to use this Dragon Blade, but instead it's just St. Clair. They're going to abandon high ground, not wanting to fight that early.
Alex has the overclock first, and the Dragon Blade is going to be pulled, but instantly shut down by Manually. That's a more realistic look of what it's like to be a Genji in 2025. Alex making sure Peace has the same treatment, though, to make up for the loss of his teammate. St. Clair going to keep the control for the time being. Since they're on even footing, Brian and Stratton, they're okay with continuing to pressure, poke in and out. With losing NY there, a lot of your staying power, or rather, getting out power in the sense. You don't have a Kitsune Rush. Time to back the heck up. Dion, though, going straight back to the spawn the long way. And Manually is here late with an overclock and fight Tread sleeping in the corner. That's about it. There's not a real way for Brian and Stratton to win this fight. Yeah, Nenway gets one, but at the cost of Peace, there's another Graviton Surge up for Tread. He really doesn't want to use it, but won't hesitate to do so if possible. Redix, though, chucking knives like it's every other day. And we'll go ahead and get this a complete sweep. One more point needed, and St. Clair have the best ults you could ask for.
Yeah, they have the grab once again. Soaks has the sound barrier to answer anything BSC throws at them. And it's just a fantastic spot for the Saints to be in full-on map rotation. We are going to the complete opposite side, which thankfully for if you're BSC, it was way closer to their spawns. So they will have plenty of time to set up, but you can tell Tread, they're just actually going to take that advantage and rotate all the way around.
They're gonna take the far side, try to catch someone off with the grab, but it grabs Dion and I believe Nenwai on the other side of the wall. That is not the person you wanted to get in your LOS. And Dion's just happy to pop this Annihilation inside the Kitsune Rush, force everybody back. And the sound barrier's out of soaks because of it. Nenwai still held on to theirs. If St. Clair decide to push it again, which inevitably they will, but not without Razor, there's still an answer for the Bobcats.
Yeah, the Bobcats now can just, they're going to try and stall this out a little bit. And now they find Tread stuck in a corner. Suzu out, will not matter. Zarya down, and that should make the end of this fight. Yeah, it'll be the Stragglers finished off. You can see Alex just trying to make something out of it. They do kill their doppelganger, but that's really about it. And that was at least a beautiful answer from BSC, considering it was just every single fight after fight with St. Clair for the last 2-3 minutes. They finally find a way to win one and just settle it down, bring the pace down a little bit.
And the fact that they had controlled the point that whole time, too. This is basically
massive.
territory. So, Brian and Stratton, all you gotta do, win this one. Matching Dragon Blades, almost matching Overclocks. The only thing that's different are these support ultimates, Sound Barrier for BSC, and a Kitsune Rush for St. Clair. St. Clair usually the ones to initiate in this sense, and it'll be about even this time around. The Kitsune Rush, though, completely zones out manually. It has to be the Sound Barrier to get him in the position that he wants to be. Sox, though, ripped out of the sky, and Brian and Stratton, they're looking to try to burn down Tread, but he has so much health. Alex has the last final blow onto the Sojourn counterpart, and Razor, that's the Dragon Blade, goes in, gets a couple swings, looking to go back to the team, prioritizing life, knowing his team is down and beaten. Look how quickly Dion is looking to re-engage. Tread can go nowhere near this point with how good this launcher is at controlling that space.
Yeah, and it was a 3v3. BSC just don't want to play into the blade, and now the rush to enter back in.
They're straight back into this fight. Sox returns to the grave with the sound barrier, but it doesn't really amount to a whole lot. Dion still on his feet, has the Annihilation in sight, instantly popping it for the extra armor, staying alive. But there's the Graviton Surge, this time again, only on to the Soldier, but no, it grabs manually at the tail end. Thankfully, though, for Brian and Stratton, still in control of the point for the whole time that this happened, so St. Clair have to win a couple fights to block out the map.
Yeah, we go from maybe one fight territory back to two because of the fact that Dion is able to flip that. But you can tell Tread as soon as Annihilation gets popped, it's like, no, just back off. Like, pop the ground, finish off the Ramacha. Like you said, I believe Nenwai accidentally jumps into it as well. So that was kind of the nail in the coffin. But instead of BSC are going at this very slow, the base swap as well from Peace. We are truly in one fight territory here, Molly.
Yeah, that took a while for Brian Stratton to get back to the point, but you wouldn't have had that time otherwise. May will have to use to stop the collapse onto the Brian Stratton backline. Tread was on a mission back there with Soix. The ice block is out. Peace not in a very healthy position. Now they're looking at the tempo beat. Nenwai surging forwards, looping onto the Kiriko. The bubble is there for Redix, but can't have one onto Soaks at the same time. Brian and Stratton looking to fight through this Kitsune Rush. In fact, completely ignoring it. I believe it was the wall that ended up blocking it off, but it doesn't matter for Tread. He still managed to burn through two members of the Bobcats and is looking for even more on it. Dion, very low in health, doesn't use the block. The flip is there, and St. Clair, that is just going to do it. Map is done, and the Saints are moving on to the semifinals.
The Saints beat the Bobcats here in the quarterfinals, and the Saints will continue their run. Now potentially looking at a top 4 finish in both varsity and open brackets, and guarantee their best ever finish in homecoming for BSC. A good performance overall. Definitely some things they are going to look back on, but honestly, I believe this will still be the same roster going into spring. A whole lot to look forward to if you are a Bobcats fan right now. But for St. Clair, they really, especially map 1, you could say they snuck it away. They took advantage of the few mistakes from BSC, but that ended up honestly just being the entire series storyline.
In one way or another, whether we saw St. Clair win the map or not, I think the exception is King's Row, but St. Clair looked like they were the ones that were in the driver's seat, and Brian Stratton were constantly reacting to what was going on. It was very rare we saw a first engage. It was very rare that we saw their ultimates work out the way that they wanted, unless it was from like this insane pop-off play from Peace or Manually or Dion identifying a window to just walk on the backline. It was St. Clair just doing what they wanted to do. Brian and Stratton were just living in the Saints world.
Yeah, typically you want to play very proactive and not reactive because yes, playing reactive sometimes can really work when you're running counter dive, but it's so much harder to consistently play that correct. Rather than if you're proactive, you know exactly what you want to do, and if anybody on the other side makes a mistake, that game plan is going to pay off. So overall, fantastic performance there from the Saints, and then guarantee a date with Fisher in the semifinals here in Open, which that will be another phenomenal game here in the Open bracket.
Yeah, 2 teams that, in the power rankings too, that have been right next to each other for quite some time, and will eventually have a final decision on what that will look like, but that won't be till next week when those 2 teams meet. Before we move on to our next series, though, we are going to send it to a break and get an interview started from St. Clair, so stay with us. We'll be back with some more collegiate action. teamwork makes the dream work. That is what we've learned from both of our series in the Open tournament so far for Collegiate Homecoming, and St. Clair, a great example of why that is the case, have been phenomenal all tournament long and on a warpath to finals in not only the Open tournament, but also the Varsity Premier. But they already got to the semis, and that is one step closer to meeting that gauge. And we have Razor joining us here on the desk here for a little bit of an interview to go over that last series. Razor, I gotta hear it from you. Going against Brian and Stratton, how did that feel for your team today? What did the preparations look like?
The win feels good. I think that's the first time like St. Clair has beaten Brian Stratton. I think me personally, I'm like 7 losses to Nenwai to now I have 1 win. So 1-7, not unlike Dilduck's map wins, something like that. Preparation wise, I think we kind of we wrapped up our game yesterday pretty cleanly, and we kind of sat down and watched their match against it was Cumberland, I believe, and kind of looked at their comps, decided what our game plan was going in, and it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say it turned out pretty well, and obviously I gotta point out there was a few giant moments in this series to where even in map 1 it felt like you guys were kind of getting pushed back and forth. Was there a time after map 2 that really felt like you guys locked it in? Because maps 3 and 4, it felt like it was you guys all the way.
Yeah, I think like the kind of ban sequence and like the comps, like I don't think we really practiced like too much like what we decided we wanted to play on Kings Row, so we kind of just chalked it up, said, okay, go next map, we're going to do double flex, and it turned out pretty well, and we kind of just rode that momentum onto map 3. Or map 4,
definitely.
Sorry.
Yeah, Kings Row was definitely a little wonky, but, you know, it was definitely weird with the Kineko being banned. So now you guys are one of the two teams who are in the top 4, potentially, for Varsity and Open. Obviously, Fisher is your next opponent here in Open. How are you guys feeling going against them, as you two are both 2 of the 3 teams that finished undefeated in Swiss?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident going in. I think their style, like tank-wise, is going to be a lot more similar to ours compared to like Bobcats. But I think we really want to make grand finals in both. I think it'd be really funny. So that's what we're gonna try and do.
That was kind of the joke when me and Jesse were preparing for this tournament. We're like, are we gonna get St. Clair in like 2 different finals matches throughout this bracket? Like you're definitely on that path. And we spoke to your coach a little bit too before this tournament started, and they also believed that you're going to make it that far. And I kind of want to hear from you. You've been on this team for a while. You've been on the path of growth, and now being the highest placement for St. Clair in one of these events. What has that path been like between when you started at first as a student for St. Clair between now making it to the semis?
Yeah, I think like for me personally, when I came to St. Clair, because I've been playing tier 2 for like, I think I was playing contenders in 2020. I took like a good break from competing for 2 years, so getting back into like the team swing of things was always like kind of a challenge. But I think over like the past, I mean, this is going to be my 3rd year at St. Clair. I graduate soon. I'm really happy that we're having our best run we are right now before I get to go. So that's all I'll say on that.
Well, hey, it's been fantastic to see you being part of this team's growth, and you played an excellent match today on both the Tracer and Genji Delight. And actually, I do want to touch on this too. That grav deflect, like, what was going through your head at that point? Like, what was there like screaming? Were we freaking out? Were you anticipating that, or was that a reaction?
So I think we alt tracked and we said that they had grav and it was going to be like a hard fight to win. And I thought in my head, like I could like this, it's possible that I could play. It's never like a win con. You should never win con to try and deflect grav. But I think we kitsued cart and pushed them on the corner. And I knew like that looks like such a juicy grab. So I kind of just like threw it out there. And I didn't. And I think Soaks in our comms said big grav, but we just swapped to Zarya that fight. And then I think we realized after that it was not Tread's grav, it was actually my grav. So yeah, it was very much like a I thought about it for like half a second. It was like this could happen. It did happen, so it got us that fight win. So, you know, I can't be too mad about it.
Hey, you take the win conditions where you think about it. Even it shouldn't be a planned one. I honestly, you did it once. What's to say you couldn't do it again? Would like to see that. I think that would be like historical, getting 2 and 1. But it was a very cool play. We were joking that's the play of the tournament. So we'll see if you can top that in your match against Fisher. But we are gonna go ahead and let you go, Razor. I know that you want to go ahead and celebrate with your team, and you still have another match left to be played today in the varsity division to prepare for too.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
on. That's great.
I had a feeling that was kind of just like, oh, we're gonna deflect when we go around this corner, because like you never think about that, like, oh, they're going to grab, so I'm going to deflect. But like you said, he has the hunch of like, they could do this here. So it's like, big grab. Oh, it's not ours. Oh, all right, I'll take it.
And the poor guy's like, give me some credit for that. I just add that out there. But I'm sure he earned his cookie for that one, I gotta say.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll need it to energize for their next game. They'll be playing against Briarcliff for their varsity premier quarterfinal. That one will be played on stream, though. We are done for our open homecoming collegiate tournament broadcast for the day, but we will have 2 of our matches for the varsity after this. We do actually get a look at our bracket, I believe, first before we move on, which is fantastic because this will prepare us for next weekend and what we have to look forward to. Winthrop versus ISU and St. Clair versus Fisher are our 2 matches, Jesse.
Man, it feels like on the left side, you have the title favorites, right? Winthrop, ISU, the 2 Goliaths of Overwatch Collegiate going off in the semifinal. And on the other side, you have the dark horses, right? St. Clair, Fisher. Both have been teams that have consistently been, top 5, top 6, always wanting to punch up. One of them will finally get their chance to book a ticket in the grand finals and get that opportunity to try and pull the upset against either Winthrop or ISU. Saturday is going to be just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and it's nice that the homecoming bracket, they'll have the open bracket will have a bit of a break. They get to rest. Unless you're ISU or St. Clair, you have varsity premier competition coming up, and that's exactly where we are headed as well. So stay tuned. Much more Collegiate Overwatch still to be played today. Welcome back to the Collegiate Overwatch stream of the day. We are moving on to our varsity premier bracket through NACE, and this is a bit of a shakeup from what we've seen before, and it's great that we get to highlight two different tournaments on the same stream at the same day. You don't get that a whole lot, and it means that even more schools get to be seen by the public for all the hard work that their programs have put into Overwatch.
Yeah, especially these two, man. NC State and Bellevue. One side where Bellevue's been around now for a couple of years, especially with the core of this roster. And then you got NC State, who they've kind of jumped up into the scene this semester. They've always been a little bit around in the bubble, haven't really been able to jump up, but all of a sudden this semester, they went from being a borderline bubble team to now maybe being a top 10 team. It's been quite a meteoric rise. Time to see if they can keep it going.
Now we're going to take a look at the bracket, see the journey of these two teams, and how they got there in the first place. And as you said, Jesse, this is a bit different. The varsity programs, this is for programs with dedicated staff. You're playing on campus and usually at a dedicated facility. Bellevue, they've been around for years. NC State just started. Their esports facility is still under construction, set to be done in the fall of next year. Like, that is how recent this team has started playing in NACE. And even just by making the quarterfinals that they did, that means that they are guaranteed a spot in the NACE Super Conference going forwards into next spring if they want it, and that is massive for them because it means they automatically qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, it's a massive boost, and being in Super Conference, yes, you're going to face more difficult competition. You're going to play, the St. Clairs, the ISUs very consistently. You also get to, iron sharpens iron. You got to keep getting better, but like you said, it guarantees a spot in the playoff, and especially with next year and next spring, with the finals bid being on LAN, it is a massive thing for these teams. They want to make sure they get to that point because it's something we haven't really had in Overwatch Collegiate before, at least in a very long time, is that LAN to finish it all off. So that is why already a massive bonus for not only NC State, I'll shout out Tamusa as well on the other side. They're not on stream today, but they pulled off the upset on UT Dallas. So two teams really shining now in the limelight, but for this one, it's NC State trying to pull another upset, this time against Bellevue.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look straight into these rosters because, you look at Bellevue in particular. This is the third seed coming into this, went 5-2 in the Super Conference, so they had the bye in the first round, guaranteed to be part of this playoffs match, and I recognize every single one of these because, one, calling all heroes, Ivory, Avery, Ivory and Avery. I don't know why those two played. Ivory, Avery, and Regime all have played in that tournament before. Hutch was on Blinn previously that came in along with Regime, and Stone has been a mainstay for Bellevue for quite some time. Everybody except the support line has been on this team for at least 2 years and are very positive coming into this event with the additions of their support line.
Yeah, and with this Blinn support line jumping in, which it's been awesome to see, and obviously Wicca is still around on this roster, but it's not in the starting lineup now, and it was kind of a question mark. They didn't play in spring in any of the third-party leagues because Kurova left actually to play a different game. They went pro somewhere else, so Bellevue were kind of stuck in an awkward spot for a while. But Hutch and Regime, just a phenomenal, and I say this in the best way possible, one of the loudest support duos I think I have ever seen in Collegiate. It's really given a boost to this team to really, push them in now into the top 8 here in an open. They lost an open earlier today to Fisher, so a top 8 finish there, looking for at least a top 4 finish now here in varsity.
And they very well have it, especially at the hands of Ivory's Freya, which has been standout as of late. But on the other side, NC State, this new, fresh newcomer, looking to make a mark on the collegiate scene. They've already done it by qualifying for that Super Conference in one of the fastest ways possible. And this team literally came out of nowhere, Jesse. Like, the first semester practicing. It's from a big school with a very small, young esports program. They're very passionate about this. They want to get this going so that they can, too, become that scholarship program by having a big performance within this tournament.
Yeah, they've just been unbelievable. They go undefeated in their division for varsity. They were not in Super Conference, but they went undefeated, did not drop a single map during the regular season. And then in Swiss for Open, yes, they also got knocked out top 8. They lost to Winthrop, by no means a bad loss by any stretch. But their only other losses in Swiss were St. Clair and Fisher. Right, and they had wins against Texas A&M. They had a win against Winthrop Academy and Syracuse. Some fantastic teams here. So this is not like, oh, they kind of squeezed in and they haven't really been performing so well and we'll kind of see how they go. No, this is a team that can punch up and has continuously done so, and they're looking to do another knockout blow this time for Bellevue.
Yeah, and if it's going to happen, it's going to be at the hands of Lobby, most likely. If you saw
Yes,
him yesterday on broadcast, he can fry on the hit scan if he has the room to do it. My one concern with this team, though, is they don't have a confident Freya, and in past matches, if you're not able to match it, in the case of Ivory, or at least force a swap, that can get real scary, real fast. So NC State definitely coming in as the underdogs today, but because their limits haven't been fully tested yet, there's seriously a chance for them to beat Bellevue in a match where this team is fully expecting to make the semis.
Yeah, this was a match that we kind of circled like, this is one to look out for if it does happen. They already pulled off an upset as well in this varsity bracket. They pulled off the upset on Grandview. So they eliminate Grandview from the Super Conference. They jump in. Time to see if they can continue the march on forward. Map pick is ready to go. Let's see where Bellevue want to take us. And they will take us back to Nepal for map 1. And it's a Genji ban. Actually more of a target ban on Oblivion than it is for Lobby from Bellevue. It's the Lucio on the other side. That spells regime written all over it.
Regime's a bit of an animal if you take the reins off of them, so putting a slight dampener on that. It also means it's a slower paced game. This is Bellevue's map pick. In Avery is more of a ground tank player. Not a huge fan of the dive as of late, unless it's like a diva, maybe a hazard. Orisa has been their go-to. This is a fantastic map to play the Orisa if you can force it, and I'm very curious how NC State are going to react, since there are very few teams that are playing this style.
Yeah, it's very unique to go against Bellevue because you're not always exactly sure how you want to approach it. And for NC State, they love hazard, right? Like, Splice is a phenomenal hazard, maybe, top 5, top 10 in Collegiate right now. So it might be the battle of, can NC State pull off the hazard? Even though Bellevue, they love playing the Sarissa, and it can often be a very good counter to the hazard in these kind of lower to the ground, not as divey maps where hazard can be played, but maybe isn't ideal.
Something else I am curious about too is this Symmetra that NC State have recently brought in. Like literally last week, according to, I believe it was a lobby, just started playing Sim. We're like, oh hey, this kind of worked. We're winning games on this. Why not keep trying it? The Paul is a very viable option for that if you opt to stick it, especially since the Symmetra was bad. We're either going to see Oblivion take up the reins of the Tracer to match Stone, or potentially even just stick on the Orisa after a spawn TP. Not the Orisa, the Symmetra.
The Symmetra has been really thrown into the mix, and I'm just gonna let NC State figure themselves out. They're showing a whole lot of interesting over there. Bellevue even is going through it, because again, they don't have the Lucio. Regime has played a lot of Wuyong, so this is not a shock, right? And I'm assuming Hutch is going Kiriko once they use the Hyper Ring to get out of spawn. But Ivory to start actually will not go the Freya like we kind of thought they would. They will stick over to the Soj. So a little more normal, not normal, is Oblivion on the Pharah.
Okay. The risk.
That's a little bit of a risk.
Yeah, I was gonna say the risk of that. One, you're playing at Ivory. Two, Stone isn't gonna be contested in this backline very easily whatsoever. So Oblivion needs to get this poke damage down before Stone gets his fingers on these supports. So you have to hope that Bellevue, they're playing slow, that you can keep Stone away, and it is hard for Avery to push against this Orisa, which you're so used to seeing them play. Instead now on the Ramatra, and Nelix just TPs straight into the team. It's a 2 for 2, no tank for Bellevue, and Stone just never could actually get that elimination that he was looking for. Bellevue should get the first cap though, just because the Tracer was alive, and Regime will at least take one with them on the way out.
Yeah, it was both supports that died for NC State, so they couldn't really dive in. Both DPS and Splice were under half, but now that the Tracer is gone, Splice is more confident just to push over back. And they have the jab spin, so that's why Bellevue's not even trying it, right? They can just back up, relax, Splice can go back in.
Splice is a steadfast presence on this Orisa. I know that seems to be a Reinhardt take, but looks like it. You're just setting up a brick wall of defense. Health does get chunked very, very low, though. You can see the wave coming from Bunkachunko to get them back up on fighting grounds. Don't know, that's a pulse bomb stick, and Splice goes kablooey along with it. Bellevue eventually rotated around the back of the point, and we'll get the flip.
Bunkachunko's got to be one of the best names in
I
Collegiate.
know.
I'll say it. It's got to be one of the best things we have seen this year. Bellevue, again, beautiful wraparound, and Stone has to have a lot of the credit. Pulse Bomb onto Splice, able to finish them off as well shortly after. And now Bellevue have a solid hold, and Regime is just going to hide so far back. They don't want to test Oblivion with some of these angles. Yes, even though we're inside, still a very high ceiling near the point, and that's what Oblivion will try and take advantage of.
Yeah, not too much choke damage actually got through there either. So in NC State, you got support ults, you have this Terra Surge. It's just so difficult to close the gap on this map in particular. Slice sees the angle, there's the Suzu looking for the Terra Surge. Will actually use it to make sure the Tidal Blast doesn't hit. Grabs up, oh no, trying to get Ivory down, but slid into the Mega Health Pack. And with the final damage from Regime's Tidal Blast will be the end of him. NC State, that was a heavy investment. They just tried to run at Bellevue. They were ready for it. Ivory, though, can't quite say the same for it.
Yeah, not so much. Beautiful cleanup there from Bellevue, and now 75%. And counting this far, it's been okay. I don't feel like it's harder when you're attacking on this point to have the far away, at least if you're on defense. You can really play around with angles. You have much more space to use. Oblivion is basically like isolated to these two chokes, and Bellevue are giving them the respect of not really poking it at all.
They're taking their time, but Avery is like permanently zoning space. That's just how that comp works, but they're so overextended. Just standing in the front line, you saw how far away Regime and Ivory were in that situation, knowing there wasn't a way for them to help, and that's going to end up costing them a heavily invested fight.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on the ultimates, and Bellevue will fall. Avery now will go over to the Diva. Now that the Annihilation is gone, they feel that, hey, maybe the Diva is the short-term answer to the Pharah, knowing that they only need to win one fight. And Pulse Bomb Stone's looking for it, but can't find anything right away.
Oh, but the barrage on the other hand, that's fireworks right down from above, and the support line absolutely deleted underneath Bellevue's feet. And Avery not gonna last much longer. At least gets the kill onto Splice to overchange and the flip. I would say there's a chance, but unless Oblivion goes down here with all the support, which Bunkachunko has something to say about that, this will be an NC State swiftly resuming control.
Yeah, maybe a 10% lost for NC State that they would have wanted back, but it shouldn't change the amount of fights. Yeah, Stone almost makes that winnable. That's kind of crazy. Ivory will go over to the Cassidy now, realizing maybe not winning the Soj duel as much as they would hope against Lobby, so they'll make the swap, and some of these support ults now starting to load back in for the Bruins.
Ooh, the internet though.
Stun.
That got a little scary. Little Oblivion able to sneak on up with a little bit of healing from Bunkachunko. Does have this Tidal Blast, by the way. Puts it onto the Pharah. Oblivion looking for an angle, but doesn't actually connect to anybody. In fact, finds himself face to face with an Ivory Hinder nade for a second time in that fight. Regime, great response from them. Kitsune Rush can now be laid out without a fear, and Splice uses the Terror Surge just as an attempt to survive, instantly burned down. Bellevue in control, and NC State are swiftly swept out of contention from this point. Nelix throws down the Kitsune Rush, lays out the red carpet, perhaps a chance, but not. Ivory is clicking heads. They're not stopping. Bellevue take point one.
Yeah, continuous back and forth, and Ivory, again, known for the Freya, but the Cassidy is still pretty solid there. From the hit scan of Bellevue, 1-0 after 1 for the Bruins, and yeah, NC State now looking to maybe make some changes. I think the Pharah was a good idea, right? It's something to catch Bellevue off guard. It's not something you typically see a ton. But once you got to the later stages, you can tell Bellevue were almost like baiting it, right? Like, oh, when's Oblivion going to push in? And even though they get the Tidal Blast used on them and then try and use the concussion to get right into the backline of Bellevue, they backed up enough, and the Pharah just gets absolutely melted in a moment's notice. So now, I see, we'll see if maybe Oblivion goes back to it here after the TP. No, they actually stick it.
Okay, I am a little worried for them though, because here's the Freya that I was talking about with Ivory, as well as splices on Diva into Avery Zarya. That's never a fun experience for any Tanks player. It's great support. Your only win con is get Oblivion in a setup position, which currently NC State are nowhere near the objective. And you need to actually get this beam charged. You're not great deterrent to Stone. It's just with how Symmetra works these days. So Bellevue will start their first capture. Haven't quite locked it down. It'll be a TP onto the side. This gets them a couple players in position to fight, but Oblivion still trying to push forwards. That actually is enough to scare them away, but oversteps enough for Regime to be there on the punish. If this kill feed is a whole rainbow of colors, if you look at it, but Avery is alive, Splice is not. At the end of the day, that'll be the trump card.
Yeah, even though NC State's able to find a pick on the Hutch, yeah, having that tank presence up front is just way too much. Now, just Orb City from Regime, just why not send it on over. Splice will now swap over to their Ramatra. Oblivion will do the same, going back to the Tracers. Trying to maybe take some notes over on Stone as well, who's been quite a menace to start off here on Nepal.
Speaking of menace, how about Ivory? Just took half of Nelik's health bar and he's like, well, that sucks. Does have the bullet shot here. If that connects even on just one player, that is basically all it's going to have for that fight. Nelik's, though, very much ahead of Hutch when it comes to that Kitsune rush. To the advantage, yes, but because the bullet shot goes wide, it's looking pretty NC State favored at this point in time. Regime does chuck a water ball from downtown. Tidal Blast exchange onto either tanks, but Avery's goes off first, and they have the bubble for the back. Graviton Surge thrown onto Bucko Choco, actually grabs Nelix as well. Sports in a nice group hug, just to be melted by the laser of the Zarya. Bellevue will maintain their control.
I love that grab from Avery. I gotta say it. That
great.
is a phenomenal grab. It's just, even though you have a Ramatra in your face who had the Tidal Blast used, you just struck it into the back line. You're going to find at least one of the supports. Nelix dies right away. Bunker Chunko dies shortly after. And now Bellevue in one fight territory. They still have the Kitsune Rush and the Pulse Bomb to use during this fight. So it's a lot on Oblivion to find the opener.
And because of how long it's taking for this rotation, this will be the final fight of the point. NC State can't make something happen, but Avery is so far ahead, completely ignoring Splice's presence. Lasers through Bunker Chunko with the piercing laser perk, and that is just gonna go ahead and do it for Bellevue. NC State, I believe Oblivion might still be alive, and there's a chance at a touch, but it's not gonna be a good one at that. Oblivion guarantees overtime at the very least, with negative support coming in anytime soon. The Pulse Bomb lands, but the win will not. Bellevue 2-0, and we'll take Nepal.
Yeah, Bellevue, once they get onto this Zarya, man, it's just so good. And yeah, you have Ivory as well, who's just sending so much damage from afar, whether it be on the Freya or the Cassidy, whatever it is, they get the job done. And NC State, again, some positives to take out of it. And I will say, they also lost... Okay, no, I was trying to maybe get some sponsors near the end of it. I gotta respect it. That is, if you don't know who Hutch is, that is Hutch in a screenshot right there. NC State did lose to ASU on Control. So it's not like this is an unfamiliar position for NC State to be in. I believe they also lost to Grandview on Control. So maybe just not the map type for NC State. It'll be the real note of how this series is going to go here on map 2 once we get now to the map pick.
I will say, especially on Sanctum, extremely chaotic. It did not look like one team was in control very well at any point in that round. Now, Shrine, very much a different story. This was Avery's day on the Zarya, and it's not something that we've seen NC State play, is that tank. So the Ramatra has been the answer if you're not going to do it, but it's still not a great one. I think Avery still had way too much impact on how that fight was going to go. It looked much more Bellevue favored. However, as I said, it could just be the control curse. Some teams really struggle with it, and especially knowing NC State's strengths are often in putting Lobby on a ranged character that does better in maps like Hybrid, like Escort, or even Push in some regard.
Yeah, so now you gotta figure out, hey, how do you want to pivot out? They picked King's Row against ASU when they lost Ilios, so, you know, maybe not necessarily the long range that you were talking about, but maybe just going back to comfort is also a direction. But the worry is there, you let Ivory on Freya on that map, it could get a little dicey. I don't know if I'd be a giant fan of it, but still got plenty of time. They can always ban it too. Like, they didn't ban it right away. They banned the Lucio for map 1. So the Freya ban is completely available. Genji is now going back into the mix, which will also help Oblivion support Lobby a little bit more in some of these fights.
It was, and I don't even think there was like particularly a standout player in this. If anything, I've got to say Regime with the Booyah. I think that was one of the huge difference makers for Bellevue, especially on Sanctum. The long range shots, the tidal blasts were perfectly timed, mind you, so that even you always had the advantage on the upper hand, even if they were used in the exact same fight. And it's things like that, like. I don't think you guys understand how much Regime loves that particular character. So if they get to play him, it's a happy day. So that's another possibility when it comes to it. Of course, we'll have the Lucio available as well. It does depend, of course, on the map. Even something like King's Row that allows like Lobby to sit on a high ground easier, I think would be better. As that's been their win condition. I'd like to see them focus more on this dive, perhaps make Avery uncomfortable in that type of situation, since it's not been their strength in the past. A hazard on hazard mirror might be the best bet if NC State can find a way to force it.
Yeah, if they can find some way to move around it, I think that's probably the best way. Whether it be, you ban the Czar out, or you go to a map to where, like, the Czar is just not good, right? Like a Route 66, something like that. But we'll see here in just a moment where we decide to go. I believe it is now in. As we'll see here in just a moment where we're going, but it will in fact be King's Row for our second half. So taking the page just out of yesterday's book when they played ASU, and it is the Zarya ban. So letting Avery know, let's cut it. Let's get done with that. Yeah. Symmetra ban on the other side is a pretty good ban from Bellevue, considering we know NC State, they like running the Symmetra lineups. King's Row, especially as of late, has been all over the sim.
Yeah. Another thing to kind of note about NC State that we didn't bring up is that they don't have a coach. They're making these decisions entirely for themselves with these maps, with these bans. It's all that discussion in the team, which is an interesting dynamic. I think there's been less of that just because of like the map pick ban and hero pick ban system changing in the last couple of months. So NC State, I think, also have the opportunity to collaborate a lot more on what they think is the issue. In this case, that Zarya coming up as that number one, get this out of my face kind of deal. Understandable, knowing how Avery is on it. And perhaps this does force that hazard or even Ramatra mirror that would be more favorable to NC State.
Yeah, it is weird when you have that dynamic of no coach. Because honestly, sometimes it can be better. Having no coach, it's just way easier for the players to talk to each other. Be like, hey, are you feeling good? If not, let's try and pivot. Sometimes coaches, and granted, 95% of coaches are just absolutely phenomenal. There can be the occasional moments where they almost feel like they know exactly what's going on, but it's hard to get a feel of how the players are feeling in a series without actually, playing. So I think this could be a nice little opportunity for NC State and for Bellevue. Just continue the pressure on. Obviously, the Zarya being gone, I would assume if they want to kind of continue this dive meta that we've seen on King's Row on first phase, the Diva would be the direction Avery goes, and that is what they're currently lining up. And actually for NC State, surprisingly, not the Hazard to start off here. They will also match the Diva, and no Lucio for NC State. It's not like they're wanting to play it too much anyways, but Oblivion does get to return to the Genji, which is kind of what they've made their name on this semester.
And Lobby Freya.
And
specifically said in an interview yesterday, I am not the most comfortable on this hero, but if I have to pick it, I will. And I think that's the identification for NC State, is you had to choose whether you're going to ban the Zarya in the frontline presence or this Freya potential that Ivory has with them. On the Hanzo now, it's presumably just for a Sonic Arrow, confirming a couple of those heroes, and then we'll go over to matches.
Yeah, Ivory's like, oh, we get to play Freya? Cool. no complaints whatsoever for the Bruins on that. NC State going to play this very slow. They do not want to make the first error. They know that Ivory will take full advantage of it, so they're just playing very passive, waiting to see how Bellevue want to dissect this.
And also to mention, they don't have a Lucio. Chunko is staying on this Wuyong, whereas Regime is on a very fast-paced DJ. So it's a lot easier for Bellevue to get in and out of certain situations as long as Regime is alive. It makes it harder for NC State to play safe. Look how low these health bars already are. Yes, you do get stoned, but if you can't get everybody back towards the point and force Avery out, it starts to get a lot harder to re-engage, to have that actual presence that you want.
Yeah, NC State is doing a great job of just delaying the engage here from Bellevue. It's not like they're getting any egregious picks. they're just slowing the tempo down because you have all that consistent poke damage from Bunkachunko. They don't necessarily have from Regime. Yes, it's incredible that they can speed around Avery and Stone, but when you need some of that instant damage, it's a little bit harder, and they need a little bit of a bailout from Hutch.
Oh, Splice, though, goes a little bit deep to try to chase, barely hangs on to the mech, but because he's already so low, Bunkachunko has to commit a lot of resource into it, and it's hard to fight through this Kitsune Rush. Lobby, though, actually ends up getting the diff onto Ivory's Freya, something we don't see a whole lot. So NC State doing their best to stay up. They are in a 4v3 situation, favored, but don't have a ton of ults to work with. Bunkachunko, the only one with it, the Tidal Blast in tow, overextends slightly, but because they're managing to get Regime here, NC State, you take those.
Yeah, you can tell Bunkachunko's trying to save Oblivion, and then sees Hutch on the right, like, oh, never mind, good luck. It just tips right back on out. Avery is still out of mech, so this will make it a little awkward as Lobby on a hero they said they weren't super comfortable on. He's playing fantastic.
I feel lied to. Maybe this was just bait. He wanted to, like, make people
maybe
think
a little
that,
bit.
hey, I'm not good at Freya, but has been running the lobby and absolutely differing Ivory in every way so far.
Yeah, no, Lobby has been fantastic on the Freya so far. Only one tick to the name of NC State so far, sorry, Bellevue so far. And yes, they have self-destruct if they want to just have an extra life, but that's a very quick Tidal Blast.
Okay, that got a little
Oy, a little close.
Playing with fire, or rather water, but everything's okay. The Soundberry went down, the Blade gets a whole lot of nothing, just swinging a wet noodle around. Bellevue, okay, never mind, they're not okay. Stone is dead. Lobby keeps finding these first picks. He's just lying. He's just lying at this point. This guy is just a Freya main at heart, is making these fights work, and Bellevue are still going to engage down Stone, who just now respawned. Avery's going to get demexed because of it. Has to self-destruct to attempt the remech, which, will be able to grab, and Bunkachunko was the casualty of that specific engage. Stone finally back from the fight, but Regime gets pancaked by Splice's remech. That's not something you see every day. 44 seconds now. Bellevue are pushing this fight a lot longer than it could have been. It could have just been a fast reset, but no, they wasted a whole minute trying to make that happen.
Yeah, and the Kitsune Rush, maybe not necessary from NC State. It guarantees the reset, and now Hutch will go in with their own.
At NC State, you can't exactly kite that one if you got a touch, but at Lobby, nobody's checking the back line. But Ivory has a sixth sense, will use the jump to go up high, avoid it completely, but just barely. There we go. Lobby finally dealt with that too. Back-to-back holds from Ivory planted into him. And NC State finally demexed and dealt with, but Bellevue, that was a lot harder than it initially thought. Based on the preparedness for it, it cost everything, including their time bank, with 2.5 minutes to move through the streets.
Yeah, it is till the very end of the time bank for the Bruins to bust through, but they eventually will, and now at least can start making their way. Splice, I wondered if we were going to see it. They're one of the only teams outside of maybe Cumberland and one other that are willing to run the Junker Queen. So this is going to be a little awkward. Obviously, there is no Ana currently in play from Bellevue. It makes you wonder if they will try it. But honestly, having Nelix on the Kiriko as well just gives Splice so much more freedom to play super aggressive, because Avery, there's only so much they can really do.
Yeah, like in Avery here, you're up just to counter dive or just get stuck with the pulse bomb and dump every single cooldown onto Splice. We had to just skirt on out with the remnants of the commanding shout speed boost. So yeah, you're fine, but look how quickly the health bar is getting chunked. Ivory, yet another bullet shot. That one doesn't quite get done what it wants to, but Oblivion will manage to find his one with the help of Bunkachunko. 1-for-1 though, Ivory gets arguably the more important support out of the way for NC State. They won't get a Kitsune Rush up in this particular fight. Bunkachunko is making this so hard for Bellevue to push.
Well, and now they are dead. Maybe Bellevue realized that. Like, nice little parting shot there from Ivory, kind of just to instantly turn that fight around, because now NC State no supports here. And I think that's
no Splice, is there?
That's Splice. Stuck up on high ground, they slowly just gotta creep back. Nobody sees me.
Well, they definitely hear him. Jumping into the back line. Hello, Hutch. Suzu's forced out in a panic. Avery turns around to peel. for their Kiriko, and the Kitsune Rush is layered on top of each other. Ivory again falls at the hands of Lobby, and NC State are looking to use Destructive Lead to their advantage. It's a great thing to have in this fight, but the sound barrier for Regime, that's too much for Oblivion to handle. They're running out of options to make this one work. The Pulse Bomb stick from Stone stuck almost all of Splice's health before he eventually is set 6 feet under, and Bellevue will move their way through this point, but not cleanly, not without casualties whatsoever. Lobby even thinks it's possible to push up. Avery doesn't have a ton of health, but because Hutch died early, there's still a chance for NC State to hold.
And there's only 10 seconds left,
What?
Molly. That's how long that fight went. Bellevue, they have to make a split decision. Who is going to touch? It will be Avery first, who has the self-destruct, if needed, to delay some time.
You're gonna have that. You'll have a bullet shot online as well, but this Rampage is scary. If that Suzu gets forced out, there's a bullet shot, but the Rampage has absolutely nobody. He just glides off the cart and sends down. That was the major win condition that NC State have. The Dragon Blade not faring all that much better. It does manage to D-Mac Avery, but realistically no tank there, but Ivory dancing on Lobby's head, looking to confirm the kill. Eventually does. Bellevue will squeak through, but not by their own regards. A tragic ending of the Rampage means NC State are sent to third point.
That was rough. You could tell, especially like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? And eventually, decides, hey, we're just gonna pop it. Doesn't necessarily work. I think it only hit Avery, who was in the process of getting back in mech, so it automatically cleanses the effect anyways. Rough. Nelix, though, beautiful shot with the Kunai. That'll shut down Regime, and that'll kind of stunt this attack as Avery goes over to the Ramattra. It's a great matchup against the Diva. You can't eat up anything with that DM when the Ram is in Nemesis form, but Lobby, again, has this full shot. They're already chunking down Avery so much.
Avery is feeling the wrath of Lobby right now on the spray. Very low time bank remaining, so somebody has to act, and right now it's NC State. That's a Tidal Blast onto Oblivion. Doesn't amount to a whole lot, but that Pulse Bomb from Stone sends Bunka Junko to an early demise, and Lobby not faring too much better. Dropping down from the high ground, hoping to get killed by the Kiriko. It's a great vortex from Avery to deny the space and separates him from helping the remainder of his teammates. 20 seconds down for Bellevue.
20 seconds for Bellevue. More than likely, we'll have it to finish this with an overtime, but they have the sound barrier to answer anything NC State does. Late swaps, Venture for Oblivion, Splice on the Orisa, but it's still this bullet shot, the only big tool here for the Wolfpack.
Regime, though, has the sound barrier. As long as this is not Ajax, you gotta live. You gotta have this down. Regime sees that it's safe. Goodbye, Splice. That felt personal with the dive. And you know that they're gonna keep looking for more. It's only Lobby that was hovering up in the sky, shortly brought down to the ground. Bellevue get their full cap with nothing left in the bank.
And honestly, considering how wacky that push was, and what, they had a cap in overtime during first phase and second phase, it's okay. Finishing the map was the win there for the Bruins, but this series is just all over the place. Both of these teams incredibly scrappy. Regime just back to their peak form of just, hey, we're gonna int, we're gonna send it, to no care for their own life. And yes, that means there's been a time or two where Regime has kind of been punished for it. NC State overall kind of struggling with Avery a lot of the time. And I will say, Lobby more than holding their own against Ivory. That was one of the big worries we had going into this, was how is Lobby going to do against one of the best Freyas right now we have in North America? And so far, doing pretty well.
Not only is keeping up, but also winning out the matchup more times than not. I will say, NC State 2 has done a great job at engaging first. Bellevue are more often caught off guard when they are trying to push, set up their own plans, which isn't typically expected with how fast the composition they're running is. Now on the defensive side of this is going to be like a game of positioning chess on how you're going to control your space and keep your life while you're at it.
Yeah, this will be... man, this is... I wasn't expecting the Sigma at all today,
regardless
regardless of the map. I think, yes. For now, they're going to run it. Wow. This is a giant risk from NC State. You're putting a lot of hope in this place in Lobby because you have no verticality other than Oblivion. You are hoping that during the time the Splice gives you with the shield and the presence that you can find that opener.
like Splice, yeah, you can walk to the high ground. Funkachunko is on the Lucio, so that rotation gets easier. Then Funkachunko isn't with Splice. Ended up walking over by himself, and you can see how the team is struggling for it. Because you have to take such a risk in splitting yourselves up like that, you can see how Ivory and Avery are just doing the divide and conquer approach, but they did the dividing for them.
Yeah, and already NC State, yeah, just like, let's not try that again.
Yeah.
They'll go back over to the Diva here with Splice. Yeah, I don't mind them trying something like that, but it is already a minute gone. So it's a rough situation for NC State and Bellevue. You're not going to complain at all. Hutch, aggressive, as normal, here in the off angle in Hotel. Honestly, just a little bit of an isolated 1v1 from Nelix, but eventually Lobby comes in to disrupt and denies the 1v1.
Taking it slow. Lobby, though, eats a couple of kunai. And Hutch has been holding down this Hotel. Ooh, that's got sketchy. Susu's out, perhaps. That's the go button for Splice. Never mind, Splice is out of mech. Splice isn't going anywhere anytime soon, unless it's back to the spawn, which you can be greeted by Oblivion if you are to go momentarily, which it seems NC State are fans of that idea.
Yeah, 2 minutes now. Splice now goes back, has to swap off the Diva just to go back on because it's King's Row, at least in first phase. There is nowhere to jump off, and it would just take way too much time for them to rebuild it. Hutch, though, gets jumped on.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes from Kiriko, especially since he had the Kitsune Rush. That's how Bellevue were ideally planning on winning this fight. Now it's up to some improvising and giving up some ticks. Splice on the objective here, uses the boosters. NC State have completely flipped the map on Bellevue, even though they are down in the ultimates. Everyone's playing slow, they're playing safe, and somehow only now giving up that tick. Avery was in and out of that objective for a while, but here's Hutch, now returning with that Kitsune Rush. Nelix will be up to 1 momentarily as well, instantly popping it down, but Slice is nowhere near it, getting chased by the Kiriko. Yeah, Oblivion comes in to help, but the D-Mech is there. Stone finds a pulse one stick at the other side, and Avery eats Oblivions for breakfast. Says thank you for that treat, and Bellevue are gonna look to finish this one out. Somehow Avery dies to the baby Diva of all things. Sound barrier committed, but Bellevue, they're still far from in control. Avery's D-Mech, it's literally only a baby Diva and Regime that are alive in this fight, and their spawns are so far away compared to that of NC State. Oblivion is deep in the backline, has to recall for a regroup, and finally, we get to take a breath, but not much has happened since then as NC State are gonna move back to the point.
Yeah, they'll start capping. Second tick achieved, and now they have the sound barrier as well for this next fight. All it is for Bellevue is the self-destruct of Avery, and there's the go button.
Yeah, sound barrier's out. Ivory didn't stand much of a chance as soon as Splice locked them in his crosshairs. And NC State, they're gonna go ahead and take that off the backs of Lobby. That's a 3K off the overclock alone. And the payload will be moving through 3 minutes on the clock.
So only 30 seconds more than what Bellevue had, but again, look at all this. They are pushing near the end of second phase, trying to get an idea if there's any stragglers, but in case there was not, everybody from Bellevue will get sent to the end of the map. So, I just say, now, again, beautiful beat there from Funkachunko, realizing they have to play quick. They cannot allow Bellevue to find another pick in the neutral, because that is what Bellevue's did for almost 3 minutes straight. But now, Lobby in a little bit of a tricky spot. We'll eventually get out, though.
Having a bit of fun here on the Sojourn, but that's a nice part with the power slide. It's a very good cooldown when it's used correctly there. We can see how the Freya is a bit harder to deal with the Sojourn, unless you have the charge rail shot. And Stone just walks straight into that one. Not much going to be said about it. Thankfully, Hutch is there to trade it out for the case of Bellevue, and in fact, grabs a second off of it. Hutch feeling it right now. Doesn't even feel like he has to use the Kitsune Rush. Mostly because he can't. He is stuck in a small room with Splice being shoved into a locker in an attempt to have his lunch money stolen. He will manage to get pulled out, and again, another pulse bomb. This guy is farming for days. They love to take these pulse bombs away, but if Avery eventually will get D-Max, and the self-destruct all over the kill feed, but it's 2 for Splice. That will favor NC State, and the fight is just over.
What in the world was that? It's like Avery dies because they were out of mech, because they were sending out their own self-destruct. The Divas actually eliminate each other with the self-destruct. I'm not sure how Stone gets stuck in a tricky spot. I guess they just didn't have another blink to find cover in a fight that really felt like it was Bellevue's to lose. NC State is able to steal away.
Well, now it's Value's fight to win, considering the 3 shiny buttons. They have the opportunity to press, splice, force back. And Bellevue keeping an eye out for these cheeky rotations that Splice is already starting to take. Oblivion attempting to pinch, which Hutch will take over to make sure there's no silly shenanigans happening. And you can tell Bellevue, they're playing slow to make sure that by the time they use their ultimates, NC State can't disengage. That's what this Kitsune Rush will manage to accomplish. Bullet shot from Ivory. Doesn't get a whole lot of anything. This lobby, though, can't do much with all the glowy overhead popped by Regime, but Avery, it just gets melted like it's nothing. There's the beat from Bunka Chunko, and it's just the victory song for NC State at that rate, already so far ahead with how well played it was. And Bellevue, reminder, that was their fight to win. They lost because of some serious positional outplay from NC State.
Yeah, that was just perfection from Lobby. Slide into the back line, and even though Avery has so much health, they still are able to find the elimination. So, beautiful play there from NC State. Now they have the Pulse Bomb, they have the Kitsune Rush. They have so many tools to continue the snowball, and Bellevue are in real trouble here. Yes, I don't think NC State gets the next 30 seconds, but they could be having a decent time advantage going into OT if they're able to finish it off.
What NC State's been really good at is knowing when they have an advantage and using it first before Bellevue can react. You can do that here with Nellis's Kitsune Rush. Will push it out. The Pulse Bomb sticks onto Avery's mech, but they fly to safety. So much health left to spare. Splice, there goes Ivory, but Stone still in the backline has not missed out on these Pulse Bombs, unlike their counterparts. Oblivion finally will manage to take care of the pesky Tracer. Looking for Hutch, grabs that one too. NC State down to less than a minute, but they didn't need to use a whole lot of everything in that fight and might be able to get to a sound barrier.
Yeah, they should be able to build a sound barrier during the late stages of this fight. Yes, Avery will have the self-destruct to toss on in to stall for some time. Ivory as well. They have the bullet shot. If they can find it on the lobby to eliminate the threat of a late overclock, I think that could be the big win condition here, and they almost get it right away.
But after Suzu already gone too. That's the amount of pressure that Ivory is able to output from this Freya. Push doesn't land the way you want it to. Sound barrier versus Kitsune Rush. NC State, arguably the better ultimate here, but most importantly, Lobby. Last time popped the overclock, wiped the floor with it. If you can get it up, that could be the win condition for NC State, but you need to weather the storm first. Avery, that's a self-destruct, and it catches Bunka Chunko. The sound barrier held, not enough to do it. Splice already out of mech, 3 seconds left to go. Yeah, Lobby is the overclock, but 2 HP and a dream to make anything happen. Bellevue are confident when it comes to this last point defense, no matter how rocky it looks at the very end, and will get themselves a second map up to match point.
Man, NC State, they're just getting so close in some of these fights, some of these maps, but are just not able to push through. Bellevue now on series points to guarantee themselves a top 4 finish here in varsity. And honestly, you know, Stone, yeah, was great. Regime, you could tell, loved being back on the loose here. Like, that is just where Regime feels they can play their best. They have the highest impact, and it right there showed exactly how and why. They were just setting the tempo at a lot of fights. And yes, NC State, like you said, they knew when they had the advantage in those fights, and they tried to take advantage of it very early on. It was a gorgeous self-destruct from Avery at the very end. Bunka Chunko tries to find the box. They think maybe they can find the just enough cover, but it's almost like that meme just looking up at Terry like, I'm screwed. And it also hits Splice. So yes, it gets 1 elimination and a DMAC, and that was kind of the last say there for NC State.
NC State, I think this map pick was a good one for them, and it showed that a lot of their strengths can work, but they rely a ton on getting Lobby in a spot to fry, which, look at that!
Yep.
Lobby can do it, but Avery has been a massive issue for this team, no matter what tank that they have picked up. It's been all over the map at once, and other than this one fight that we're watching now, hasn't really been getting caught out of position at all, which is great for Bellevue. But NC State, they've tried to go first. They know when they have the advantage, and when they do, it's great. It looks fantastic. In fact, they even managed to win the fights that they go in with 0 ults, and Bellevue has like 3. So
Yeah.
in these situations, it's not that NC State necessarily lack the capabilities. I think it's the consistency that they can sometimes struggle with, and especially finding a way to deal with Avery. They just haven't found an answer for it yet.
No, Avery is still just running rampant during these, and whether it be on the Zarya and the Diva, now the Zarya ban is gone, right? So depending on what map you go to, Avery can just lock back in the Zar, and it can be a long day for NC State if they cannot find the answer. Lobby has held their own, and I feel like, you know, we set up this lineup of, hey, it's going to be Lobby versus Ivory, and honestly, that has kind of gone 50-50 for the most part, but it's really been on the tank line. Avery has really set the difference, and how aggressive Hutch and Regime consistently are. It is just sometimes way too much to deal with, and that's kind of the issue the Wolfpack are hitting right now.
Well, they're not going to dwell on that too long, because they are, like, instantly locking in with these map picks. Usually we have to say, like...
Yeah, very quick.
You know, oh, maybe they're getting ready for the map pick soon, and then it, like, automatically summons it, but now they are just on it. Runasapi will be their pick, taking away Ivory's Freya, which I guess makes sense. You don't really want to force it on a map that you don't want to. The Sojourn or the Cassidy here would be great for Lobby. And then the Wuyong ban. That's directly onto Bunko Chunko. And considering how much impact that pick actually had, shockingly, I don't blame Bellevue for that.
No, I don't blame them whatsoever, because they know, like, hey, Regime can play either or. It's not like it's that big of an issue for Bellevue. So taking away a major piece from Bunko Chunko and taking off the Wuyong, especially on this type of map, which it's just a bunch of very long lanes, right? A lot of open space, but that's just kind of the way push operates. So Wuyong inherently has been fantastic, but that's also why on the other side you see the Freya being banned, because it's such a long map. NC State know dang well what can happen when Ivory has the tools at their possession with the Freya. So they take that away. It's weird because NC State's win con a lot of the time is either the Hazard or, you know, a lot of these rush comps. The Orisa had some okay success on Nepal. We have really yet to see the Hazard this series, Molly, and that's been one of the biggest issues because Bellevue just has so many tools to counter it out. NC State are almost too afraid to even go it.
Yeah, I think this might be the point where it comes out, though. Like, this is a great Hazard map. If you're going to try and force it, this would be the place to do it. There's no Freya, which is kind of a... that's a bad enemy if you're a Hazard player. My concern, though, Zarya is back up and ready to rock. If you are Avery, that was a huge issue. On Nepal, this will play somewhat similarly to that, with just being much more close quarters in your combat phase. We'll see if that's going to be what they roll out on after this time expires, but NC State for right now, I think posting Lobby up on the Sojourn was their major win con for the majority of King's Row. They're going to want to repeat that on Runasapi.
Yeah, you might as well just throw Lobby back onto it because you know how well that can go. And Oblivion, I'm guessing they're not sticking. They're just going in for the TP here, but it would be something that NC State would do, potentially sticking onto it, and they actually will.
Yeah,
so the Symmetra still in line. Turrets will be used to try and isolate Stone a little bit, try and keep them at bay, but I worry about how well they're actually going to be able to enter this fight before Avery shuts it down.
If Avery can manage to get charged up and in Splice's face, it's not going to end well for NC State. I think that's also why you have Oblivion. Because so that if Avery does get close, you can just kind of hold his hand and make him run away. Like, that's kind of how it goes. For Avery, though, under quite a bit of pressure. That's one of two bubbles at this time. And the Nemesis form already out from Splice. So if Bellevue wanted to kind of push up, it would be after they have more of those cooldowns to work with. The Symmetra, you can see how much space Oblivion is demanding with these turrets. It's blocked out the side room entirely, made it difficult for Avery to move up until now. That Lobby going on down, Stone kind of peppering in the back line, helped make him low, so the Zarya can continue walking forwards and just being an unstoppable force. Let's move.
Yeah, it's been rough. The Lobby's trying to find these long-range angles, but Ivory's been shutting it down a lot of the time. My more worry with Bellevue is once Avery gets the piercing major perk, I think these TP plays are going to be a lot more dangerous because instead of just hitting, you know, Splice, who would presumably be up front, it's going to be the entire team. But the TP sent back, and Splice gets ISO'd.
Yeah, Splice, not feeling too happy over there. The Aura Launcher, though, so the Nemesis block is plenty to actually keep Avery at bay, and Lobby just lasers them down. Great, that's exactly what you needed to do as the Sojourn. You're expecting this large amount of burst damage. Ivory's in a heap of trouble, and it was almost like a bait and switch there, using Splice.
Yeah, Splice, like, gets sent in, and I even said, like, that's a tricky spot to be in, but everybody's heads turn, and that's when NC State decides to jump in. They will gain the lead now here with just under 2 minutes gone so far. And now the ultimates start getting thrown back into these fights a little bit. Now it's right away. Now wait.
Not at all. I mean, Avery's just got back on this Ramontra now. Doesn't feel like the Zarya is a safe pick. And I mean, the Consumer Rush alongside the Photon Barrier, yeah, Bellevue are getting the heck out of there. Regime will too, but in a box. Not great if you are a Bellevue looking for a contest on this point, just a couple of meters away. So you're gonna fight down to support. Hutch using the Kitsune Rush to hopefully even some of these odds. And in fact, it's actually just forcing the point. Ivory completely wrapped around, and NC State left wondering what happened to the rope slide. Oh, post bomb! One of the World Stone landed onto 2. I don't know if that was from the teleporter or not, but either way, you take that any day of the week. NC State, they were lost, they were confused, they found a clue, but it blew up in their face, quite literally. Bellevue, what a way to outplay NC State.
They got lost in the sauce and it ended up being quite explosive there. Stone, a beautiful 2K with the pulse bomb, and that just ends that fight right there. And I love the rush there from Hutch because, yes, NC State, they have to use the TP to get out, but the TP isn't into their backline, it's into Bellevue. So they just take the bot in a runaway, and that'll allow Bellevue now to bring us to the other side and get lead.
They get lead, not quite the spawns. It's a good teleporter from Oblivion. It gets Splice in a fighting position and denies the checkpoint entirely. But Stone's here waiting in the wing, sniffing out Lobby or anybody else dares to poke their head, but between Nolix and Bugachunko, instantly deleted. Now, the Tracer's gone now. So's that off-angle pressure. NC State want to push, but their health bars are struggling. Avery finds an angle onto Nelix, and without that, those health bars will continue to be in a pretty sad space. Splice attempting to run away and regroup. There is a sound barrier online for Bugachunko. But with this Annihilation in the wing, they're just going to wait it out. Stone already returned, and that's checkpoint for Bellevue.
Yeah, Oblivion's never able to TP back out, and that is tick for Bellevue, like you said. So advanced spawns are now activated, and the whole butt scratch has been gone. So Bellevue now have the opportunity to really build out this lead. They'll have Ivory's overclock to work off of. A Bunker Choco has a sound barrier, could just use it for tempo. But honestly, Bellevue already kind of just backing up, realizing they don't have the full 5. No need to get into a fight that they don't need to play right away, as long as they hold the forward spawn.
And Hutch already has another Kitsune Rush. Like, that's
Crazy.
Insane pace there. And Bellevue can use that before Nelix is in fact lapped Nelix, if I'm not mistaken there. Both overclocks, though, will be popped, except for the Lobbies is back with a sound barrier, and Avery is stuck in a timeout corner. Somehow, miracle, lived for like a solid 5 seconds under all that damage, but with the Kitsune Rush being laid out, NC State, they're making sure that they can take this fight cleanly to cancel forward spawns.
Yeah, you can just, Avery's just there like, oh, help, help, help. Just try to guard as long as they can. Eventually, though, it does get broken through. Advanced spawns now reset. I don't think anybody really got it for Bellevue anyways. But that's NC State now will be able to gain forward spawn. Avery will not be able to touch in time. And now this next fight will dictate a lot, and that's a beautiful stick. Suzu forced.
Stone's so good with these pulse bombs. The fact that the Suzu was on point, much needed for NC State. Use the photon barriers to play around, although Avery doesn't quite care about that role, being a Ramontra with Nemesis form. Sound barrier there to cover for Splice's damage on the Terra Surge, and Bellevue continuing to surge backwards. They separated Splice completely from the battle. That is the last person NC State wanted to see run away into a pit of snakes, honestly. And Bellevue, they're just going to try to close this one out with as many staggers as possible. The robot's already moving the way that they want to.
Yeah, bot's already moving. Most of NC State has already got forward spawn. Oblivion will be the only one that will not, and granted, they can just TP out of spawn, so it's not the worst case scenario here for the Wolfpack. But no, this bot's starting to go back over. Bellevue will want to gain at least some sort of cushion. The cushion they had is now completely gone. Forward spawn's not activated. NC State will contest it.
Yeah, a good decision by them. If you were to lose a couple of players, make it a long fight, you don't want that. What you do want is Lobby making Stone's head fall off with the rail shot. You're playing for the win condition of this tank, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu with Avery stuck in this corner, holding block. But this time doesn't have the Kitsune Rush or the overclock or all that shenanigans. So they will be okay. to keep fighting this one through. Almost as the annihilation on board 2, but it's the overclock again. Lobby has just been chilling, takes the DP because the hit on Avery. Just trying to find him at the corner. He's like, I think I can. Support to help me. Eventually, Lobby will lose against that charge, but not before Ivory walks into this disruptor shot. They'll actually end up getting 2. And Bellevue, they can't quite get those forward spawns checked. Or wait,
did you not? I
think they split up. Is that red dot lit up? I can't tell.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, they did sneak it in, I believe. Yep, they did. So yeah, Forest been at least active. That'll be another important fight now. Only 2.5 minutes left. And Kitsune rush early from Bellevue.
Oh yeah, we're full sending it into this fight, my kind of style. Although it's pretty casualty-less and pretty unique for 2 ults being popped instantly. Bellevue, 0 value out of it, other than the positions that they have gained. And NC State, they're happy to wrap around from behind. They have even the little high ground that the hill gave them. Problem is Bellevue have already on the point. They recheck forward spawns. Stone, looking for the pulse bomb. Everyone's able to slide out of danger, but it's scary territory. Bunker Chunko has their earlier sound barrier regime close to one of their own. If that can go down, there's a chance to keep this fight going. There we go. Saves Avery and denies Splice most of what the Terror Surge would have offered, but somehow it still grabs Stone, the most mobile player of them all. Bellevue, that's not the thing that you want to see in the kill feed at this point in time, but it's a heavy investment from NC State. They use 4 total ultimates here to make sure that this one can be cleaned up. That lead is just a couple meters out of their reach.
It was expensive for Bellevue too. Look, they pretty much used everything during that fight. And I wonder if Stone tried to go in for a little bit of damage, not realizing they were still in the radius, and they just get clipped by the Terra Surge of Splice. But now Bellevue again, they will look for another quick fight here towards mid, not allowing NC State to start bringing that cart and bot towards the checkpoint.
And Lobby looking to initiate. If you've seen these overclocks before, you better be scared. Avery, though, backs out the shield. Not quite expecting it and put in an awkward position. No tank now, but if you're NC State, you need to be winning consecutive fights. But they're losing so much bot progress off of it. And this is time burned. This guarantees a one-fight territory for Bellevue, even if Lobby does his darndest to clean up fast.
Fantastic game sense from Regime and Hunch. Just take the bot away. That'll save them at least 10 seconds of bot progress instead of Bellevue having to rush, making sure they can get somebody there to touch. Yes, they still have to play relatively fast here, but they don't have to, be like, oh my god, we need to throw somebody on bot. They are already here, set up on high ground, and it's going to be up to NC State to make something happen.
And Avery contesting, denying the forward spawns at the start of this fight as he teleporter onto the high ground. Bellevue, yet again, have managed to flip this map completely
taking
on
it
its
away.
head. They're moving it away from them. NC State now want to play a game of catch-up. Yes, they have the tools to do it, but the positioning all out of whack. Felix uses the Kitsune rush through this narrow hallway, but it's immediately answered by a Regime sound barrier. Bunker Chunko has one of his own, but is holding it for a long time until Bellevue has expired. Later sound barrier is often the better one, and that will be the case this time. NC State know that their tournament life is on the line. Felix, Bunker Chunko coming up with the eliminations that are necessary, but not without hurt. Pulsebomb will grab 1, but this robot is moving, and NC State still the chance.
Yeah, NC State, they will have Oblivion's ult once they get back. Honestly, at least the one ult you actually want here is that, because you can use it from spawn. Oblivion, you use this very early to split the map. Bellevue's in complete stall mode. Ivory on the Sombra, Avery as well on the Wrecking Ball.
It's going to be hard to convert on these eliminations, but all it's going to take is 1. This photon barrier incredibly early. But you do lose out on Ivory. As a cause of it, and Avery bumps into a wall and awkward positioning for them on the hamster.
Splice!
And that's just going to do it. Splice just walked through everybody. There was no tank in his face to actually stop him, and they'll run it down on the Battle Cattle. NC State have secured themselves a map and will keep their heads above water in their varsity playoff run.
Hey, reverse sweep's got to start somewhere, and that is map 3 for NC State. As that beautiful little answer. That map just continuously back and forth. It felt like it was in the Bruins' control near the back half of it. But during that final fight, NC State able to lock it down. The Orisa in these kind of situations is sometimes just so good. Beautiful jab there on the Hutch. And again, if you have any ultimate for that kind of situation when you're heading for spawn, it's Photon Barrier. It stretches the entire map anyways. It doesn't matter if you're in spawn using it and it denied that initial impact that Avery and Stone were trying to build off of. And yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful map from both sides, but NC State, they stay alive.
Just barely, too. And this was a lot of very close moments for the team, but I honestly think that Freya ban, best thing that they could have done. Giving
Yeah,
Lobby the
1000%.
opportunity to run it down on the Sojourn without having to worry about the extra range was fantastic. Bellevue, they deserve their shoutouts too. From a macro standpoint and playing around the objective, some of the best that I've seen in a push map in particular. It was very impressive, but at the end of the day, you just couldn't make it happen. You had one awkward fight, and because of how small of a difference there was, that's all it's going to take to send us to a map 4.
Yeah, sometimes it's just the little things that it takes, but now the power goes back into Bellevue's hands. We will see what map they're taking us for map 4 and what the bans are to see if NC State can start this reverse sweep. Stay with us.
Thought we might be seeing ourselves out with a sweep from the Bellevue University Bruins, but in fact, that was not the case. NC State still got something left to say within this series. They took Runasapi, now at a 1-2 deficit. Is Bellevue's map pick for the first time, or the second time technically, they were the higher seed. Where are they going to take us? Because this is, I think this is where NC State are going to sweat a little bit. A lot of the good bans are off the table, and you don't get first ban, too, for protection purposes.
Yeah, so you can't have that protect ban. You don't get map pick. Knowing Bellevue, they're going to want to play fast, right? That is just the style they're known for. They love it. Very similar to St. Clair in our previous series. So we get to see maybe here in just a moment where they would like to go. I'm guessing it's Flashpoint, right? You want to play very quick, take advantage of the Lucio, and just speed all over the place. So I'm assuming it's Flashpoint. We rarely see New York City, so let's just assume it's Surabasa. As Atlas not in this pool. I will say I was a little sad to
I
not see
know.
Atlas. I think it's a very fun
I
map.
love Atlas.
Well, now that also the bug is fixed, and you're not, falling through the floor of the map. Maybe a little bit of an environmental hazard you're not necessarily expecting. But no, I'm assuming we're going to Flashpoint here for Bellevue, but we'll see.
Yeah, and there are like technically more maps in the escort hero map pool if you wanted to take that away. They are all relatively dive centric with the exception of Shambhali's Monastery, which is the one reason I'd be like, if you really want to do it, go for it. The Freya Band is no longer a thing. That is a fantastic spot to pull it out. But at the same time, I also feel like NC State has looked the best when they can put lobby on this ranged map type. So that should be avoided theoretically. Suravasa, in both our minds, is the best option. Or New Junk City, if you're feeling adventurous. Would love to see that. Map pick is in. So we don't have to delay any further or theorize. And look at that. It's Suravasa. It feels great to be right sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes the casters are right. We're not always, but sometimes we get it right occasionally.
You celebrate
the Orisa ban. Yeah, that makes sense. Take away the Orisa from Splice. Tracer, I was wondering when we were going to get this. They've had enough of Stone. That is what that ban screams, and obviously they can't really ban out. Well, honestly, they're not going to ban out the Diva because they're also playing it, so. Pretty good bans across the board, but Bellevue definitely feeling good about where they're standing.
Okay, Stone hasn't played any other hero, at least on broadcast this tournament, other than Tracer.
Yes.
For the record. What is he gonna do? Is it gonna be like a Genji, maybe? To like do somewhat of the same stuff? I'm thinking because the Orisa's banned, we're either gonna have, probably Zarya to start, or this Diva Hazard area, which we still haven't seen this series, despite that being like the Splice special so far. So if you're gonna pull out a Hazard, now's the time to do it. But it just seems like Avery wants to set themselves up to play Zarya as best as possible. But you're gonna have to adjust a little bit because Stone's impact on this Tracer, that cannot be understated.
Yeah, no, it's one of the main reasons why Bellevue are consistently, in these types of conversations, finish top 8, top 4 in these tournaments, is no matter where you look, you got stars. As soon as you look over, like, hey, we have to put so much on Ivory, probably NC State were doing early on, they were shutting down Ivory, but that leaves the door wide open for Stone to jump on in, have a ton of value on the flanks, and then you have to start kind of varying your attention on the flanks as well as Ivory on the high ground. So it is an awkward catch-22 that NC State have found themselves in during this series, but we'll see if they can kind of taper it down. Now that the Tracer is out of the way, maybe have more focus again on Ivory and Avery. Know that Stone is not going to be on his signature hero.
Yeah, that'll be a big change-up for that. I'm once we figure out what Stone's going to do, I think we'll be able to break this down a little bit more. But for the case of NC State, what, like, in the tank department, what are you going to do? I feel like Splice was getting outmatched on the Diva a lot and was struggling to kind of keep up with what Avery was doing or even just getting caught out. And because the Tracer, especially now, isn't there, Oblivion won't be able to help as easily in that unless you're going the direction of a Genji. But then you also run the risk of Avery being on Zarya. Nobody wants to play Diva into the strong Russian woman. It is not a fun experience. Ramatra is much better, especially if Bellevue are going to go this way. I would love some Stone Junkrat, but I have a feeling that's a bit of a bait.
Yeah, I'll say. I wouldn't. It is one of the heroes we've seen from Stone before, but Junk has not been in meta for a very long time. And I honestly don't know if we will ever see it. I don't think so. Stone, May is a hero, he has played a lot in the past, so it's not a total shock to see it, especially on a map like this. You want to play Rush. It's going to be even more pressure onto Oblivion to burn down those May walls very quickly to avoid Splice getting ISO'd too hard.
Well, Spike's already IC'd, that's Susie down, and just using the Nemesis form defensively. Automatic priority on the objective goes over to Bellevue because of it, and honestly, I think that was Splice getting caught off guard. Does need to be careful with the May wall from here on out. Used all of the other cooldowns for the time being, but manages to force the ice block, sees this as an opportunity, and even then, NC State, because Avery was chunked by Lobby, look at the first half.
Yeah, Splice just has a lot more staying power with the shield and the Nemesis form. they're able just to hold on a little bit longer. So once Avery's bubbles are gone, they just get chunked. A few TP goes in. Now NC State in an awkward spot.
Yeah, not a happy place, for sure. It's very rare for you to see Splyce aggressively using these Nemesis forms unless every cooldown is done. Bunkachonko does manage to find Ivory in the back line with a stray shot there. But yeah, with Avery getting burned down too. This is just NC State. They're playing very well around this objective. They have the Symmetra to use as a way to burn through these Mei walls and are honestly making it work.
Yeah, making it work excellently so far. As Avery will make the swap, realizing that the Zarya is just getting poked down too much. And even though, yes, you're giving the Sim now a shield to kind of bring up that charge with, it's still a lot more survivability for Avery. And Stone, actually, goes over to the Venture as well. So, kind of the same play style as the Tracer, but obviously with the Tracer being out of play, not able to pick it.
But it also makes sure you get the touch. Venture is very good
Yes.
at that. And also, Rock Muncher, Stone, makes sense. Splyce doesn't like that comparison, apparently. Sent Stone back into the dirt in NC State. Make sure Bellevue don't have another touch. Look, even get the priority on the temple position, too.
Yeah, they will get this early rotation over in the early setup because Bellevue as well. They'll have to wait for Stone to get back in. That'll be the issue Stone faces whenever they engage. They have to deal with turrets. And as soon as they burrow back up, Lobby in that first fight, looking for them straight away. So Stone, he'll have to play it a little bit smart if they want to make sure they don't get poked out right away.
Venture also does not get along with Lamatra in several ways, especially this Vortex. You throw it on top of the burrowing Venture. A lot of ultimates that are going to be popped here. Photon Barrier and Sound Barriers, most notably. Splyce doesn't care about that, though. He is a Lamatra. He will punch wherever he pleases. Avery, yeah, can get the trade out onto one, but without much sustain to go further, it'll be NC State with the better investment.
Yeah, it is 4 ultimates for NC State. So the Wolfpack, granted, using a lot during that fight compared to the 2 from Bellevue, but having that first cap is still super valuable. Stone, like you said, the Vortex is an issue. I worry this Venture is going to have a lot of trouble getting a whole lot done. Splyce, knowing they can play the off angle because they have the Sim TP that they can play around, almost trying to catch Stone as they're trying to dash across.
Stone definitely thought about it, but this Kitsune Rush, though, will make it much easier for him to survive. It'll be a drill dash into completely actually forces Splyce out of position. A very smart move from the Venture player. That's exactly how you want to use it, and that's just going to get the point straight up.
Yeah, point flips right away, and NC State just have no way to answer due to the Kitsune Rush from Hutch. And now Bellevue, because Avery made the late swap, now they're starting to build that Annihilation. They will be ahead of Splyce in that regard. So giving themselves some snowball potential is the Bruins. And even Stone slowly building up that Tectonic Shock. But now it's almost already has a Kitsune Rush. They rotate all the way to coast very quickly.
And they're moving really quick around this point. And NC State, guess what? Unmatched Kitsune Rush. Kind of a theme from the day, if you haven't been paying attention. Bellevue, though, they can flip the map. They know how to. And in fact, even split themselves a little bit so that they have half the team on each door. Because NC State are taking so long to respawn, they weren't expecting Rajiv to have just be dogpiled on by 4 players. Not a chance. The Frogs leap to safety in Bellevue. Yeah, you're just gonna have to forfeit that. NC State, you can tell that Bellevue were getting suspicious, so they started to move closer, but they just turned out to be behind them instead.
Yeah, and you can even see where G was looking for it. They want to try and boop, and then as soon as they kind of look away for a quarter of a second, that's when NC State TP in and just absolutely obliterate the Lucio. But now Bellevue, they still have plenty of resources going into this. Bola, Annihilation, Tectonic Shock, plenty to use. NC State having nothing to start off.
They'll be close to a couple, but Stone doesn't want to allow it to get to that point. Splyce already down, the Tectonic Shock helping with that cause. No Match is over, sees the teleporter, and the Burrow will do a ton of damage to Nelix as well on the far side. Because NC State got that point with Bellevue at 96%, they will end up losing out on the final cap. They tied at 1-1 for Surabasa.
And look at Splyce, they are all alone. I don't think, yeah, no, Bellevue won't be able to take advantage of it though, but you know, Bellevue, understand that, hey, if we just put in a few ultimates here, NC State have nothing. And we can even this up at 1 apiece. But now it is a full map rotation once again. It's the Surabasa special. it'll be NC State. They will have complete control of the flashpoint first, but it doesn't unlock for another 10. So Bellevue will actually note that, and they will start to rotate for where NC State actually started from. But the Wolfpack actually read it. They'll just rotate way back over.
And a good choice. Just kind of seeing where these teams are moving around. The ultimates here. It's going to get a little sketchy. Stone kind of gives his life there in a way to try to misposition Splice again. This time, won't fall to the same bait. All the ultimates are online, but there's still no deaths. Somehow, through all this chaos, now it's very aggressive flank from Lobby. Will manage to get one off on Hutch. Oblivion grabs the second support there too. But NC State, again, used 4 into 1 ult to win the fight.
Yeah, obviously a heavy investment from NC State, but one they felt like they needed to use. And at least you get the sound barrier out. It's a giant ultimate for the Bruins, but that's the one thing with NC State, especially this map. They have been pretty heavy-handed when they're using these ultimates, and yes, it's been winning them the fights, but that's why Bellevue, in that last flashpoint, were able to bring it all the way back because there was no ultimates left for the Wolfpack to use.
It's fantastic in the short term.
Splice is going.
Yeah, that's Splice is in there. I think you're expending the get me out of here kind of TP, which Splice does manage to get into. Had a ticket for it, but Nilix, this is about to get chaotic. Both Kitsune rushes, bullet shot, annihilation. What more could you ask for than all these wonderful colors on your screen? Well, Stone, that's a bro into the back line, pressure onto Oblivion, puts down the TP as an escape route, but this time Splice nowhere near it, so can't make any use. Oblivion eventually punched down as well, so NC State will get up to about 99% by the time Bellevue get the swap, so 1 fight territory for them.
Yeah, the rush just pushes NC State away, and eventually, I thought Avery was going to get chunked down at first.
Yeah.
They were just guarding Oblivion with the rush of their own. That beam was just going so fast, but NC State not able to find the elimination, and the longer that fight went, the better it was for Bellevue. NC State will rotate all the way towards high ground. They almost have the overclock from Lobby, and given the natural high ground, it's great, but it's also the perfect setup for this tectonic shock.
Stone waiting for the right moment to pull this out, and by the way, has the perk for the extra cooldown reset while it's inactive. Still, he thought about it there, and then he thought his life decision. He's like, wait, that might be too many people to 1v5. Back up, identified the rotation was happening. There we go. Here it comes Stone. Lobby getting chunked. Great Suzu from Nolix to keep him up, but yeah, not gonna last. The final blast of Tectonic Shock will take him out. Let's bolt the sound barriers. Bunko Chunko has been very good about holding the trigger on this and using them later, but this time Bellevue are already out of the fight, so it doesn't get much value other than NC State now have the opportunity to play around the photon barrier actually on the objective. It is final fight, and it's all red in the kill feed. Bellevue making this happen. Ivory finally making their mark on the Freya after being silenced for the majority of the round, and that is Bellevue now taking the lead in Saragossa.
And look at this. Next flashpoint is right here. They will have all the time in the world to set up, but still a tectonic shock shuts down Lobby, who has actually made the swap off of the Sojourn. They realize that this venture is an issue, so they will go over to the Cassidy to have that flashbang ready to go for the Hinder. But because of that, man, there's not a whole lot for NC State to really work off. Yes, a rush on the point can set something up, but they need to be able to shut down Ivory.
Ivory is becoming more and more of an issue as the longer this map has gone on. And it's a lot better to play here on an open point such as Palace. Lobby, though, firing on 3 times speed thanks to the Kitsune rush. And oh my gosh, Avery just explodes under all 5 members of NC State, firing away at the annihilation. That ultimate is 1, but Stone is still alive. That's a second now for the bench, and that's 3. Stone is 1 with the Rock Puncher, and that is going to single-handedly wipe the team from their back. Stone, what a swap, and what a fight win.
That was they built that so fast, Molly. What an unbelievable tectonic shock. Single-handedly wins the fight for Bellevue, and you can tell Splice, they panicked a little bit. They popped the annihilation, maybe thinking, hey, this is winnable, but immediately gets burned down. That's an ultimate NC State would want back in an unbelievable fight for Bellevue.
Yeah, we keep seeing NC State invest so heavily in the first fight to the point, and it hurts them more than not. But that bullet shot from Ivory, so well read, it was attached to the player before they went through the teleporter, so it followed them to their own doom. Bellevue completely reading NC State's playbook. Only 1 or 2 more fights, and this objective is done.
Yeah, it's man. Yeah, well, only one more fight to go, and NC State, they're in panic mode. A whole lot of swaps, which means they will only have the sound barrier to go off of here at the very end. And now they swap back. They don't know what to do. And Oblivion gets caught so early into this, Molly.
Stone is one with the rocket launcher. It's quite literally in the name. You cannot try to dip it. Lobby's back over the Widowmaker, hoping for somebody to overextend for a pick, but it's not going to do much. Somebody has to get to the point in touch. Lobby's having an identity crisis at the worst possible time, and it's just need to get to this point. Only thing they have is a Bunka Chunko sound barrier to push this through. The Regime quickly to match it on their own pace. Spliced out, looking for a knife. It's gonna go wide, no health left on the Junker Queen, just completely open. All these angles is pushed at, and Stone has found his way into the back line once more. Bellevue were the team favored to win this series. They had a bit of a bump in the road, but the Bruins at the end of the day will move on to the NACE varsity semifinals.
Yeah, NC State, they did push them a little bit, but it is Bellevue who will make it to the top 4. What a performance from them overall. And yeah, Ivory, it took maybe a little bit longer than we initially expected for them to heat up during this series, but it eventually got there, and they will book their ticket. They will play St. Clair, who did sweep Briarcliff in their quarterfinal. So that game is confirmed. And it'll be Bellevue and St. Clair in that semifinal. What an unbelievable series for them. I will say NC State, they make Super Conference, and yes, their OWC campaign is now over. But what a breakthrough semester it has been for them, and we know, I know we're going to see them towards spring. I have no worries on that line.
Yeah, it was a team of no-name players, right? Coming into this tournament, nobody knew what to expect for them. Made it into both brackets, by the way, and come out of it with a Super Conference bid for the following semester, and a surprise for everybody. But at the end of the day, Bellevue will be the ones to put an end to their limit testing and truly show that this is an extremely strong squad of players who has stepped it up, and I honestly think are very underrated in this postseason.
You know, I think they've been underrated for a while, I feel, and now I think this kind of win kind of helps put them out at least back in the front. If they're able to beat St. Clair, that is going to be the major game for Bellevue and their season, because obviously they get paired up against Fisher, they take a map off of them, not able to get it done in open, but now the door is open here for Bellevue to really get some revenge onto St. Clair, because they did play obviously during the Super Conference season. It was a 3-0 sweep for St. Clair, but that was in the end of September. It's a month and a half afterwards. It's been a lot of time since then. They'll be looking for some revenge next week.
Bellevue had the additions, too, of Regime and Hutch.
Yes.
At the beginning of September, that was like one of their first games that they played with this support line. And since then, I can only see the progress that they have made at that point. You and I, Jesse, we've seen Regime and Hutch play on LAN and online together. They are the loudest people in the venue. They are the most positive people that you're going to see. Avery, the captain, said it themselves that there's been a massive difference in the overall energy of this team that Regime and Hutch have brought with them on their transfer from Blinn, and it has been a fantastic rise in the Bruins to follow throughout the season, and I'm hoping that after matches like this and tomorrow against St. Clair, everybody will start to see that this team has a lot to go within the Overwatch Collegiate scene.
Yeah, no, that is going to be a matchup to watch. We will have that on stream on Saturday, so make sure you tune in. That is going to be an unbelievable game. And for NC State, again, so a lot of notes they be taken care of here. Their sim comps, I will say, are fantastic. Like, the amount of chemistry they have, knowing where to TP, it's just great. But Bellevue eventually started to read it. This venture, man, was just unreal during the back half of Suravasa, and just completely shut down any comeback potential that NC State had.
I guess the last time anyone's going to try to ban Stone out ever, knowing that venture is in the back pocket if he needs to pull it out. So it was a fantastic way for Bellevue to close out the day. We got to see a newcomer team. They got their limits tested, and Bellevue will get that result they wanted, that semifinal matchup against St. Clair. And we're going to go ahead, actually, send it to a quick break, and we're going to come back with an interview from a Bruins player. So stay with us. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. the Bellevue Bruins come away with a win over NC State and guarantee themselves a spot in the homecoming varsity semifinals now. With St. Clair set to be their next date. Now, we have a lot to talk about from not only this series, but what lies ahead for this team. And joining us, we have Regime, the stellar main support player for Bellevue, recently transferred over. And Regime, I got to start with this. This game against NC State, this is one that, you know, NC State were expecting a very confident matchup, yet you showed us from the start that Bellevue knew what they were getting into.
Oh yeah, NC State. I know they've been on a miracle run, beating like Bryan and Stratton, ASU, but we came in so confident that we wanted to shut them down today, and I was really confident from the start, honestly.
Oh, it showed. It showed because they even banned your Lucio right away. Yeah, map one, they got that out. But you guys felt really good throughout the entirety of the series. How did you kind of adapt to their sim play style? We saw it a lot during the back half of that series, and it's obviously, it can be a little tricky to go against.
Yeah, Sim's honestly one of those characters where it's just a power of teamwork thing to beat and to play. And so after the Runasapi loss, we discussed, and they even banned our Tracer, and that which kind of helped. Stone decided to go Venture, and Venture just completely dominates Sim, same with Freya. So anytime they tried to do a TP play, we would just shut them down. So honestly, the key thing was the Venture.
Yeah, no, we could definitely see it. Stone was popping off during that last map. And obviously, you know, you and Hutch joining into this roster, obviously, the beginning of this semester. How has it been going from Blinn, who was, again, another top 15 team last year, going into this Bellevue team? How have you guys really been kind of settling in with this new roster?
Honestly, really well. I mean, me and Hutch, like, we always try our best to just, like, show up every day and just, you know, acclimate ourselves to the culture, and it's worked out really well. We had our bumps and, like, roughs at the start of the semester, especially versus ICU and St. Clair, which was our first NACE matches, but, I mean, lately it's just felt like we've been unstoppable. Like, we feel at the highest we've ever been, I think, as a collegiate team. So, honestly, it's been amazing.
So on that note then, because St. Clair, that you had, ironically, your two hardest matches of the season as your first and second. So you've had a lot of time to grow from then until now, or in fact next weekend when you will get that rematch against St. Clair. What is that like? How are we feeling differently this time? It was a sweep, but you've grown a lot, you've changed a lot. How are you going to approach this match differently?
Honestly, just come in there and play our game. The biggest thing is just not getting overwhelmed with like the roster swaps, the counter swaps. I know St. Clair like to play a lot of different comps. They have really flexible players, but we have a really strong team, and if we play our game, then we'll come in there confident and we'll just dominate. I want to add one more thing as well. Every time I play ranked and I get a St. Clair player on my team, such as Tread or Soaks, they always like to start a little bit of drama. So I'm really, really excited to see how this match goes.
All right.
It's like extra beef going into
Extra
this match,
beef, exactly.
Extra beef. All right, cool. Well, that's good to know. We'll have to make note of that for next week's match. And I do want to ask this too, since this is something that, you know, you and Hutch alike were really well known for, is you're very loud. Your comms, you can hear 'em. Everybody knows what you guys are wanting to do. You're the shot callers of the team. Has that been the case while you've been playing on the Bellevue roster, or has that dynamic changed at all?
Actually, it's changed a bit. I know on Blinn, me and Hutch were the yellers. Hutch still likes to yell. He's a really, really good IGL. He's improved a lot. But I've taken a little backseat on the yelling. I kind of just do my ult tracking, call my CDs, and just let my team do the work. It's kind of relaxing.
Okay. There we go. It's a more chill approach. Until they ban your
Oh, yeah.
Lucio, then it's less chill. And it's a little...
We still
it's not
2-0
as
them when they banned Lucio. So.
You did do that.
True.
Good comms there. Well, speaking of that, since those are some fighting words, let's see if I can get a little more out of you there. St. Clair, next week, what do you want to tell them heading into that match? Because it's one that they were feeling relatively confident in when we spoke to them earlier.
I mean, listen, it's been a kind of a back and forth. Like on Blinn, we would beat them. Sometimes they would beat us. It's always been close, but I don't know. Bellevue's looking really strong, so we're out for you. We're gonna win.
Okay. I like that. I like that confidence, and I'm sure the Saints just shaking in the boots after that regime. It was very, very scary. I like that. Well, cool. We are gonna go ahead and let you go. Have a rest. It's been a long day of competition since you competed.
Can I give
in
one
Golden
shout out?
Rockets today? All right, you know
Of
what?
course.
Go for
One
it.
shout out
Take
to
it.
my girlfriend Haley. She's been supporting me for the past like month of the collegiate stuff, and it feels like I've just been a completely 10x better player, all because of her. So, thank you, Haley.
Aw.
Love you.
Oh.
That's very sweet. Shout out Haley if she's in the chat, hopefully supporting you and watching. And I know you have a ton of people supporting you too. That will be back next week for your match against St. Clair. But until then, Regime, we will go ahead and bid you farewell and hope you have a great rest of
Bye-bye.
your weekend. And we'll see you ready for next week.
Y'all too.
Oh, easily, I don't care. One of my favorite people to interview. Like, always has something to say. Yeah, no, that's a Regime special right there.
It is. And like, I noticed with Regime 2, always has like so much positive energy in the space. Like, no matter what team you see them play on, Calling All Heroes, Collegiate, Face It, whatever that might be, they are always a very shining light in that room. So, and it's just fun. As a caster, it's just fun to interview. So, we got some fighting words. Bellevue, I feel like they're ready for their match against St. Clair in the following week, so that will be one to keep an eye out for next Saturday. However, it's not Saturday yet, people. It's still Sunday. We got one more game here to showcase on broadcast. We're going to invite Illinois State back to the stage to take on yet another team of a Redbird in the Ball State Cardinals for their semifinal spot in the NACE Varsity Homecoming Tournament. We're going to go ahead, throw it to a break, and we'll be back with our final match of the day. One more match is all that we have left on the schedule for today, and as sad as that makes me, I'm just happy we get to keep going. We have Illinois State taking on Ball State for their spot in the quarterfinal, or semifinals, excuse me. It's a quarterfinal match. This one's going to be interesting, Jesse, and not quite in the ways you may think. Due to some circumstances, there's some roster changes. It's a very challenging matchup, nonetheless. But I want you to go ahead and start to break this one down for us, since it's
Oh, okay.
it's gonna be a story. I'm putting you on the spot. for
You're
this.
putting me on the
I
spot.
am.
All right. So, Maimon is unavailable for ISU, which means Goose, the support sub, is entering the fray for ISU. I am not sure yet how this. We honestly don't know how everything is going to get thrown around. We will not know until the lobby starts up. So, we will see. I'm either thinking he's usually a main support. So, I believe he's either going to swap Luke Mino goes DPS and maybe Goose just flexes over to flex support. I'm assuming Goose is going support. It is just is Admiral or Luke Mino making their way over to DPS, which inherently opens the door for Ball State. Obviously, still a very difficult match, though, considering, we saw ISU absolutely kill it earlier against Northwood, and they'll be playing against a Ball State team that's very hungry.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't here for our match earlier, Illinois State, this is AKA the Kings of Collegiate, looking for their 11th consecutive championship, and have something of like a 170-7 match record within the past 2 years. It's
Yeah,
kind of
it's
crazy
nuts.
with this specific roster. If it looks familiar to you, it's basically GK plus Luke Mino from Nightmare in OWCS. It's been an Illinois State dynasty for years and has raised so many of these players up. Yeah, as you said, Jesse, it's going to be interesting with the subs. But what's even more interesting is their opponent for the day. They will be playing against Ball State Cardinals for this. And with this particular roster, Jesse, this will be a tough match nonetheless. But when you look at a team like Ball State, it's a similar situation to what we saw from North Carolina State, a team that has acquired a couple of new players over the break, and are looking to punch up in their varsity program.
Yeah, so mainly this core, Bordy, You Can't See Ghost, Alphabet Droid, Mech is a sub as well on this team. We've seen them for a very long time, right? It's nothing new to see them kind of in this level of play. And Mod Noah entered the mix during the offseason. That gave them a little bit more flexibility on that tank role, and actually potentially Droid now playing on support with Mod Noah on tank. We're waiting to see how everything plays out. I think Oda as well is a support player who might go into the mix. But Mod Noah enters a lot of ball, is what he's kind of known for, playing in Face It and other tournaments that we've been a part of. And he's also a yapper. That is something that we have learned over the last few years. He is quite a talker, even when things aren't necessarily going their way. So I'm very curious to see how quickly he starts that up in chat. But no, this will be Ball State. They got to try and find any sort of little advantage and stretch it out, because obvious underdogs going against ISU. It is a rough draw here in the quarterfinals, but not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen before.
Yeah, I mean, Ball State, in their regular season, they did go 8-0. They've only lost one map to the University of Ohio, Miami. So they're going to give it their best shot. But this is an uphill battle times 2. Maybe stack 2 mountains on top of each other, and that's closer to what we're looking at. But it all kind of depends on how these maps and bans play out, which we do have that ready for our very first of the series. It will be Ilios, the ISU special, for their pick. Love the dive, love playing the Winston here, and we'll end up banning the Freya in response to Hazard from Ball State.
Yeah, so we're getting a whole lot of Wrecking Ball. I have a feeling here between these two teams. And the Freya ban going out. Yes, it's something that I believe it's You Can't See Ghosts has been playing a ton of this season. So both bans make complete sense. Again, it's really the question of how is Ball State going to try and find that little advantage, because it's going to be, again, it's a rough game. ISU been one of the top teams, not even in this tournament, but across the year in Collegiate. So they're going to have to pull something out of the magic hat to get this close. But hey, you never know. With it being single elimination, anything can happen. We've seen that already in this tournament before. Teams like UT Dallas already dropping out here in the Premier bracket. Same thing with Grandview, another early exit. So we've seen teams, especially in this bracket, take advantage of it being single elimination. Let's see if Ball State can find another one here.
They're going to do their darndest. I know they'll give it a good swing. And ISU, they're a little bit thrown off just because they have a sub that would play playing in the mix. Of course, Goose has been with this team for years. Their #1 supporter, helping in so many different ways with them. And then, of course, coming in when it is needed. So this is a solid Midwest matchup that we like to see, Illinois and Indiana, respectively. What are our roles looking like? It will be
Looks
a
like
Luke Mino
DPS.
DPS. Okay, that's
Yep.
more along the lines of what we're expecting. So Goose will be taking that flex support role. And Ball State, on the other hand, it's just wrecking ball. We know this is what Mount Noah loves. It's chaotic. It gets a little crazy. You throw a venture into the mix, ironically on both sides right now. And we got a recipe for some fun.
Yeah, already chatting it up and Goose and I'm like, hey, man, we missed out on the graphic, man. What's going on? That's what you get, Oda. I know what you... Again, we had a feeling these two teams, they're both talkers, right? ISU have never been afraid to talk, and Ball State have not either. So this is not a shock that if you want some secondary entertainment, pay attention to chat during this one.
Oh yeah, there'll be multiple interesting things to keep an eyeball on. Lumino on the Soldier 76. Ironically, saw this from Lethal earlier on in the day. The legs isn't too bad when you think about it, but in fact, Lethal will be the one taking over the venture and actually getting that first diff onto Droid. Big chunk of damage lost, and the Lethal venture is apparently just as scary as the Lethal hit scan.
Yeah, allowing Luke Mito maybe to have the more standard role, and they just obviously point and click on the legs for Soldier, but already, taking a little bit of advantage, having fun on the venture. They don't really get to play a whole lot. Oda gets dove on, Kuffa trying to finish off, but instead has to retreat as Manoa puts some pressure by a point, but still ISU control.
Yeah, they're just kind of chilling for now. Lethal, though, in a not so happy place. Has managed to burrow, chunk of damage off into Droid, so it will force the disengage and response. And what we're kind of seeing with Wrecking Ball combos, it's hard to play Venture Sojourn with this, since you can't really keep up easily. Venture's cooldowns are on very long rotations. You need to be watching when these synergies are happening, and often need to go in first. But if you go in first sometimes, you can't be ready for it. In fact, Kuffa, though, is ready to cover with the minefield laid on top of the grave of Lethal in that small corridor that Ball State we're going through.
Yeah, Alphabet kind of said to sit there at the end, like, just kill me already, Kuffa. Just do it already. Put me out of my misery. Mount Noah continues just to kind of poke at this point when the rest of their team is coming out of spawn. Now, Mount Noah eventually, you can see over on the right side, trying to get something done. Eventually flips back. Kuffa is punished by the backline of Ball State. So that gives an opening now as the minefields go on point.
Minefield's down. Alphabet also has this Kitsune rush. Noah is not very healthy, so you don't really want to push fast. Luke Mino, very fast with all this tactical visor, and there's not much that Illinois State can do to help it. You can't. Ghost is much more scary with the overclock. Lethal found that out the hard way. But I guess we're holding on to this point. They got a decent amount of stall, ending up at 80%. Bakava's here, ready to disengage. Know that Ball State is down and hurting. Luke Mino only going to add to that type of pain. This is looking to be a short-lived cap. Alphabet that laid out the red carpet, sure. There's just not much you can do to keep Mount Noah alive throughout this chase. There isn't much tank presence with the Wrecking Ball as a whole, so until Ada gets back into South Barrier is down, I wouldn't say Ball State are far out of the woods yet, but that's a double kill for Lethal, 2 for 1 with a primary fire. Puts down this Tectonic Shock as an intimidation tactic for anything against Mount Noah. That will be cleaned up, and ISU will regain control.
Yeah, 30% for Ball State, and poor you can't see Ghost is just stuck.
Yeah.
Kuffa just kind of stands like, yeah, you're done. You just accept it, be ready for it. It'll be rush from Goose towards the spawn of Ball State as Mount Noah gets in position to touch.
Yeah, he should be able to get there. Kuffa, he gets the bird's eye view, does spot Ada sailing through the skies, and neither of the two touchers were Ball State too happy to be alone. The minefield laid down, and actually that boop ended up helping Mount Noah for a bit, but eventually will have to touch, sacrifices himself to keep the overtime alive. Luke Mino close to another tactical visor with Ball State. See their chances of getting another flip diminishing in real time. Great disrupt from Kuffa, land on to 3, just playing a classic game as bowling as you do as a little hamster. Now ISU, go ahead, claim Ruins, best ball map on the map.
Yeah, best round for ball, and now maybe we see a little change. Obviously, Ilios in general, very dive heavy, so I wouldn't be shocked if we just kept it, especially with the Hazard being banned from Ball State. As yeah, Kuffa and Lukemino leading the way. Lukemino, hey! The flex support on hit scan's doing work. 6.5k damage, 11-4-0 for Lukemino. And yeah, Ball State, yes, they have their points here and there, but still, it's just so hard to shut down a team like this. I was like, Goose hasn't died yet, hasn't played all day, but it has not died yet. So that is probably the stack he's caring the most about right now.
Yeah, this is, like, again, no hate to Goose. I think he's like diamond on support or something.
No, he's
Is he GM now?
He's
Or did I
GM.
make that up?
He's
making that
GM.
up. I'm sorry, Goose. I'm
Wow,
sorry.
the disrespect
I know.
of Goose.
I do love Goose, but he doesn't get
That's
to play with the team a
crazy.
whole lot. So making sure that you can live, especially as a Kiriko in this comp, is the most important thing that you can possibly do. And I assume they're happy to work with it. A little bit of ball tech from Kuffa. Fantastic pile drive. That'll just force the Suzu from Alphabet immediately. Then the reinforcements start to come in. Lukemino from the long range and eventually start to push this around. Bao Noah attempting to pressure on the backside, but too little too late. No sustain available. And ISU get themselves on well first.
Yeah, you can just get the chase down right now, and you can't see Ghost. Is a little rough. It's actually a nice little tech from Oda to get over into the spawn to avoid the stagger out. I'm really surprised how well the soldier's working, but with how just much the disruption from Kuffa and Lethal has been, Lukemino isn't having to be in the perfect spot. They're kind of just waiting for people to get booped around, and it's trying to finish them up from there.
And that's all you do. As a Wrecking Ball, this gets like super chaotic. And now that like Lukemino has this perk too for the stim pack, for the faster firing rate, it gets even scarier for Ball State to have to push up. You're moving independently without a guiding force, while Mo Noah attempts to disrupt all of those players trying to take you out before that can really start him. And Droid instantly like mashing that recall button as fast as possible. Felix Rocket's a scary thing to a Tracer. So is a minefield, because everybody on a map has the visor. I thought Lukemino is gonna walk into that, but he's just gonna use it to clear the mines. Minefield simulator, that's kind of fun. But yeah, you go ahead and take it. The rest of the team already cleaned up, even if it looked a little silly in the end.
Yeah, definitely a little bit silly, but the cleanup comes down the same. And yeah, Lukemino, I just love to use hit attack fire just to clear mines. Like, oh no, guys, it's fine. I'll play Minesweeper. It's all good. It'll be Alphabet with the Kitsune Rush to try and get the team rearing back over to the point, but Admiral has the sound barrier to answer. As yeah, ISU just absolutely no fear.
No, not at all. Even with the substitution, they are playing full steam ahead. They're confident in how they play, and it's been one of the reasons why they've remained at the top as long as they have. Now with the ultimates coming in, it's a good flashbang onto Lethal. He's able to skirt on out, grab the mega health pack. Otta decides he does not want to fight, but Droid does, and certainly regrets that choice. Ball State, though, played their objective well. They got the swap, avoided the overtime, but they are down onto players, and Lethal is wrapping around his backline. It's a massive bro. Gets the final blow onto UCAN Ghost. It takes about half the HP of everybody else involved. Now it's the Tectonic Shock. Dodges his way out of the Pulse Bomb, thanks to, I believe, a boot from Kuffa. Honestly assisted with that specific situation. And Illinois State, they got their flip back. Mo Noah, yes, is alive, but Kuffa is dealing with the spawn and not letting anybody else come assist the tank. That will go ahead and do it for our time here on Ilios with the Redbirds on top.
Yeah, Redbirds on top is just poor. I think that was Alphabet just falling at the very end. But this is exactly what we expect, right? Going into this series, ISU to dominate. And they're never going to complain about the ball matchup, right? Like, that's just not in ISU's nature. Kuffa is never going to say no. I think you should go easier on that. Already, just be like, hey guys, let's calm it down. And Kuffa already apologized, like, yo, bro, I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah, and honestly, like, Ball State 2, they're going into this understanding that this could be tough.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be a really rough game. And honestly, I do understand with this team. Like, think about their run in the open bracket, Jesse. Their matchup was against Winthrop. Round 1, if I'm not mistaken. Or they had to play, didn't they play Winthrop at one point, or am I making that up?
They, I think, did during Swiss. I will double
They
check.
did during Swiss. Okay, I might have mixed that one up, but either way, this is a match that, you know, Ball State are approaching with, we got to the Super Conference, we're in these top 20 collegiate power rankings. Those are the best achievements that we've had for our program so far. Like, this is an ISU who is used to being at the top and continuously dominating, and a Ball State who's still finding themselves in this identity and pushing the limits of what that can be within the collegiate Overwatch space.
Yeah, now that they've kind of entered this top 20, 2025 conversation, they're still feeling themselves out a little bit. So, it's not a complete shock here to see ISU owning early on. And Ball State, they were decent in the open. They did not make the top 16 bracket. They finished 6-4 during the Swiss stage. They lost to Bellevue and Briarcliff, which, it's not like that. Those are either bad losses. And then I was talking with Manoa about it. His words boomed. Like that was the reason why they lost their last 2 games to Sunny Binghamton and Illinois Wesleyan. Just for whatever reason was not their day, and they kind of bombed out of the Swiss stage. But during the ESC regular season, which for those wondering is just a lot of the normal MAC schools from traditional sports, right? They went undefeated. They only dropped 1 map during the entirety of that. So obviously, whole lot of success for Ball State during their run. And just here, it's a little bit of a rough draw as the 8th seed. Yes, you get, you move on to the quarterfinals, but now you're just staring at a buzzsaw that is ISU, and it's just sometimes really hard to figure out how to get through.
I guarantee you, in like at least 90% of brackets, ISU is predicted to make the finals, if not all of them. In varsity, I bet it's all of them. In open, there's some debate considering how heavy one side of the bracket is, but this is a predicted ISU make the finals, and they run back their 4th Nathan varsity title in a row, which would be ridiculous from them.
Nuts.
Ball State, they're just the team that happens to be in their way. That's how the Redbirds are approaching this. Anything less than a sweep, that's considered not good for them. That's the caliber this team can play at, and that's what they know that they can do. I do appreciate like the friendly banter between the teams. I think they understand the situation for what it is, and they're just making the most of the time.
Yeah, it's like you said, ISU, they understand, like, hey, man, Ball State, they know this is going to be a little rough. And Ball State, I do understand, like, man, we have to play ISU? Really? Like, that's who we draw in the quarterfinals? Are we serious? But both teams having fun with it. We do have map 2 ready to go, and I have a feeling they're almost listening into the comms. They want to send us back to the holy land of Collegiate, and that is Kings Row. So maybe wanting to see something here. We'll see the bans also here in a moment as Ball State get the first, and they will ban out the Kiriko. Maybe like, hey, Goose is having too much fun. The sub is having too much fun. Let's take away the Kiriko. It'll be the Tracer ban on the other side.
Man, taking away Goose's time to shine. That's kind of crazy. I'm not
Rude.
gonna lie. But also, we're 4 for 4 on Kings Row today. On every single one of our matches we have had at Kings Row. Welcome to Collegiate, everybody.
Yep.
This is just how it goes. You pull up to a collegiate cast, or even high school for that matter, and this is what you're gonna get. It's a great map. It's very flexible. You can do whatever the heck that you want. Everybody feels like they can have an impact, and truly a fantastically designed map. But yeah, with the Tracer taken away, it hurts the ball in a lot of situations. We know that ISU like their dive for certain points here with either the Winston, the Diva, or the Hazard. We did get some Ramatra in the match earlier against Northwood, so that is another possibility for these teams, especially with the Kiriko ban. That smells like a Lucio Baptiste combo for me.
Oh yeah, Lucio Baptiste, or maybe the Wuyong gets thrown back into the mix. I'm not sure how comfortable Goose is on
We're
the
gonna
Wuyong,
find out.
But yeah, we may find out very quickly how comfortable they actually are. But overall, this should be another fun one here. And I wonder if we get a Ryan 1v1. I wonder, like,
Wait.
Kaffa and Manoa would both be open to it, typically.
This could be negotiated, actually, yeah.
This could be negotiated. Obviously, we do not see chat right now, so we do not know if this is what's going on. But I could easily see both of them being like, you know what? Let's throw a show on for the people, and let's have Orion 1v1. We'll find out here in a few minutes if that's actually the case or not. I personally would love to see it. Because Reinhardt, obviously, right now, not great. And the perks don't really make him that special. And honestly, ever since we got to 5v5, it's just been a little rough for Ryan to get into the mix because he has so many direct counters that it's very easy to kind of eliminate him out of the fray. One of these days, we will return to Rhine meta. But today is not the day. But maybe in this map, just for a few minutes, we'll be taken back to like prime bumper days with Vancouver Titans.
Wow,
like
that's a flashback.
Yeah, I'm bringing us back here, Molly. It was prime what? That was 2021 maybe?
What is 2021? That was a while. That's 4 years ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I had like just started casting. Yeah, no, that was those were the days in that time.
Yeah. Oh, that was
Okay.
2019.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say 2021 was Bumper playing in 2021. I was like, I thought I was
No,
paying
he was
attention
not.
at that point. What are we talking about? But yeah, no, that makes a lot more sense. 2019 is even longer ago. Oh, that's terrifying.
Good God. That's really terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, neither of us were casting at that point. I think
I didn't
all of
play
these
Overwatch.
players were not even in Collegiate at that point.
Yep. Yeah.
Yo. Yeah.
Except I don't know. I don't feel old because I wasn't Overwatch brain then. I hadn't been introduced to the wonderful thing that is Overwatch, and then yeah. Now I am. Here I am. It's great. I love it.
Here we go.
Sadly, long gone are the days of honored Reinhardt duels, unless there's been some sort of like hostage negotiation going on in the chat here. So we'll find out momentarily as we are heading in to our fourth map of Kings Row of the day. You think we'd be getting sick of it at this point, but not quite yet. We're just chilling. We're having a good time. Ball State, though, Lucio Baptiste, we kind of saw that one coming. Matching it up with this Ramontra this time. Otherwise, same DPS comp.
Yeah. I will say we've seen pretty different looks across the board today on this map. So it's at least not, it's the same 5v5. We've seen a nice little mix of bands on this map to mix it up. It's not the Rhine 1v1 that we all were hoping for. Maybe we'll get it on the next round. But yeah, Ball State, they'll just rock Noah on the Ramontra. A little more solid. Of Ryan, the Wrecking Ball is the struggles on this map, so it's not a shock. Lethal has yet to spawn in
He's
for
chilling.
ISU. Are they trying to pull an LA Glads?
That would be
Here,
fun.
but just instead of just Lethal just not spawning in?
But
No!
the shot
Oh
no,
my
no,
God!
Lethal.
No!
Is
What are we doing?
I can't tell if this is better or worse than a Reinhardt duel, or just, I don't
Oh,
know.
God.
It's Lethal Junkrat, people. If that was on your bingo cards, you might have to go buy a lottery ticket. That's, this is something, if I have to say it. And honestly, it works out at zoning this window that we kind of see you get Ghost poking out of. Cuffa, which is on Doomfist. We didn't even talk about that, by the way. Ended up dying, going to contest there. And Lethal's just locking down the hotel. He put his sticker down. It's his own with his artwork. And it's just kind of vibing. Chucking bombs if somebody dares to poke their head. A little bit too close in this case. It was Otta. Tries to back on out. Still under a lot of pressure. And Lethal actually ends up taking out Troy. Ends up bothering him for a little bit too long. There's a do not disturb sign on the door there. ISU, for the most part, have managed to respawn and keep this fight going. Alphabet feeling for his own safety. Never mind, he's just dead. Lucino hops up onto the high ground and you can't goes face to face with Legal Junkrat. He's just processing that whole situation.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, we didn't even talk about the Cup of Doomfist because that's tame compared to the fact that we have Lethal Junkrat in the year 2025. Yeah, we told you guys this would be a little bit of a different series. We didn't lie. So, there's that. Nearly 5 minutes for ISU to start moving their way forward and come stuck in a very awkward spot.
He's dead. He's not dead. Oh, Goose.
Nope, window.
Goose to go. Goose is to go to the Baptiste. He's like, oh, Goose can't play Kiriko. He's like, all right, pull up on the map. Oh no, the lethal tire perk! But it does so much less damage. It doesn't actually get the final kill onto Droid. That heavily nerfed. Admiral, you get the Lucio 1v1 out of the way.
Yeah, might as well. If we can't have the Rhine 1v1, we can have the Lucio 1v1.
Yeah.
Cart continuing to move on here for ISU. I wonder if Goose is just chilling on Cart, not really having
He's got no
too
ult
much of a
cards. so I'm
care in
assuming
the
so.
world. Yeah. And honestly, at that point, why not? Just kind of chill.
Oh.
Bola shot. Oh, a beautiful bola from Luke.
Landed on You Can't Ghost, and Droid dashed and then got caught in it midway through. Cuppa Doomfist into the backline there. Multi-punch actually gets the solo kill onto Otta. As he has the cooldowns to get out of the situation, though, especially with Mount Noah having him in his sights. Such a mobile hero. Not really easy to lock down without any hard CC. But Illinois State, when you get this payload moving, there's an opportunity for Ball State to contest, but I'm not sure if that's in their best interest.
Maybe they have beats. So they could easily go in B. They're actually going to run in with Deadeye as well, just to kind of force ISU to back off a little bit.
Ooh! Okay, that was close. That could have been bad for the Redbirds, but no, they're just kind of chilling. Ball State now closer to this objective, have 2, almost 3 ultimates to work with. It's an opportunity to kind of pull Admiral, though, very close to a sound mirror of his own. Otto doesn't want to give him the opportunity to go first. The Admiral will hit the ground, but it doesn't land on the Cuppa, so the tank is still out of the fight. While his health bar is shockingly low. There's another Lucamino Bola shot. That one gets blocked by the Immortality field. Now it's just up to Mon Noah to keep this fight going. Down a support and down on literally every health point you could possibly think of, because it's Freya shooting out a Ramantra for like 50 times in a row. That's what you can expect to happen. ISU, 4 minutes through the final point of the King's Roadmap.
Yeah, still plenty of time. Noah now on the arrest. Like, hey, I'm sick of getting punched around there. Like, can we relax a little bit on the CC, getting booped from nades and punches and all that. So Noah will make this swap over. But Blade actually here from Droid. Nice little deflect. Okay.
That lethal right down, and look, Mino to follow. We like to see it. We like to see it. And that didn't have any special supports on it either. So just a plain old vanilla Blade, and Ball State will win their first fight on King's Road.
Yeah, win the first fight. I think first fight, what, the series?
Not of the series. They kind of did a weird fight thing on the first point. I don't know. There's like a massive
first
stagger
full
from
fight.
ISU.
I would
Yeah,
say
let's go with
first
that.
full
Let's go
fight.
with that.
Yeah. So hey, Ball State, there's momentum for you. What can you do with it? Let's see.
Oh, well, let's see. Lethal Tire
whoops.
first. That gets a little shocking. What in the world happened with that?
Droid, no!
Oh, R.I.P. Droid. That's an unfortunate way to go down, but UK Ghost might have you covered. Hit a bunch of shots, but can't seem to land one onto Lethal. Professional dodger when it comes to that. So UK Ghost won't get the prize of the Junkrat or the revenge. Goes face to face with a bomb. A little bit scary there, but that's from Monoya. It's got you covered. He's got a massive health pool and not afraid to walk out of silly around.
Lethal had no right to be alive that long.
No.
Like, absolutely zero right to be alive, even remotely close to that long. But 2.5 minutes on ISU, making some changes, actually. Kuffa over to the Sigma.
Okay.
Not something we see totally often. We actually saw from NC State earlier today, but that was on first phase, and easy to say it did not go well. That, though, did.
Yeah, Monoa just went kablooey under Lethal and Lucamino being in front of that Matrix. I cannot think of a scarier DPS duo, both in terms of players and actual heroes, to have to deal with that.
Yep.
Lethal's level 1 on Junkrat, by the way. He's literally
Oh my, this is legit
That makes
first
it better.
time since... Jesus. That, yeah. My God.
Well, full shot, Deadeye. But, oh no, the bomb from downtown. Lethal's still up here farming. Some poor players locked in the small room. Lethal still raining these bombs on down. Jumps to the low ground, and Ball State out of players, out of options. ISU will get their full capture with 144 on the time bank. It could have been worse, but it was a bit of silliness. There was some creativity going on for the Redbirds today.
Oh yeah, they must have after that Northwood win. They're like, hey, we're feeling pretty good. Obviously, we don't have Maymon for this game, sadly, but you know we're feeling alright. How can we spice this up a little bit? I guess a team that is relatively spicy on the other end. We've seen obviously Alphabet and Ghost and Otta all talking already in the chat, and yeah, we're gonna throw Kuffa on Doom and Sigma, and then if that's not hot enough, Junkrat for Lethal. That has got to be, that sentence alone should not happen. Like that should not exist.
Should be illegal.
But it honestly should. Like, this is unreal to see Lethal playing this character, but he's playing well.
Yeah.
He's having a great time. Ball State trying to find the answers for it, and maybe that'll be Droid on the May to help isolate Kuffa a little bit.
Couple over onto the Zarya that he's recently earned his license for, so we'll keep an eye out on that. There's not like too many good bubble targets on this team. Likely you selfishly just seeing the droid is on the Mei and the Mao Noah from Watcher too. So we'll keep an eyeball on that usage going forwards. But it is Ball State's chance to set their own tempo, see if they can get a point out from under ISU. A great read on the shot there from Kappa. Isn't really charged.
Yeah, nice little early charge. And Luke Mino, I'm not sure. I don't even know where he was.
Wherever he was, he probably shouldn't have been, considering he tied to a May Icicle. But if you're Ball State, you take that any day of the week. You're now on the point. Lethal's back in his little hotel.
Yeah, back at the hotel.
He's like, hey guys, come give me a visit. Oh wait, not that guy. Anybody but that guy. Well, that's unfortunate. Goodbye, Lethal. It is Mount Noah's hotel now. And Ball State, full control of the objective. Is ISU hovered in the high ground. Down a good chunk of damage, but Kappa has returned and actually gets UK Ghost and Otta off of where they were sitting on this high ground before eventually dropping down and shocking Alphabet. Quite a surprise there. Straight back to the spawn in Ball State. It was a good start. You got a tick, but not all the way there.
Yeah, not all the way there quite yet. But no, at the end was just like, all right, I'll just take it. Like, he even went out of Nemesis from like, it's just not worth trying to stall out for that long. As I think the May is at least a good idea here from Ball State. Try and isolate, whether it be Lethal maybe getting a little too comfortable, or Kappa, whoever it may be, as they're just running up to Lethal. They do not want to deal with this in the hotel any longer.
Lethal just wants to chill. He wants to run his hotel. Kappa did help. It was a bit of a bubble. Have to give him a free cookie for that one. Luke Mino, though, is hovering towards this backside. Got You Can't Ghost. It's not a fun time to play Cassidy into a Freya. We've talked about that quite a bit today, and Luke Mino showing us just why. The Blizzard did come out here, but Kappa just had a spare bubble in hand, able to skirt right on past. Couldn't quite say the same for Droid. Luke Mino, I'm starting to think, should this guy be playing flex support? Okay, never mind. He probably should be. That was not the best way to go out.
That is what we call a jinx, everybody.
Yeah.
The caster curse continues. But honestly, yeah, Luke Mino, considering obviously Flex Sports usually have fantastic aim, but
yeah,
it's very different. You need a lot of different game sense to play. Hit scan, playing extremely well up to this point. In Ball State,
oh yeah,
that,
oh yeah.
Wow.
Lethal's
Yikes.
like, ooh, I heard a grab sound. Let me come out and see what's going on. Chucks a couple of bombs. Is he gonna go for a cheeky tire here? I kind of wonder.
I would love it. I would love to see it actually, because I think they don't have the speed tire perk on anymore. I wonder if he figured out like it's not good. It's not fantastic, especially in this kind of setting. But let's see, Lethal. What do you got cooking? Let's see.
Yeah, no speed tires. It can be hit, and we very well know You Can't Go. We'll hit the shot, see if the opportunity. Up and over though, Droid explodes before he could see the tire coming over the fence, and yeah, Ball State not taking any chances. Straight back into the spawn room.
Yeah, just straight back. We're like, we're good. We're fine. 50 seconds left here for Ball State. They have beat Annihilation, Deadeye, and they have a way to get in. Luke Mino is all the way in the... I forget you can even walk all the way back there.
Oh, this is the flank of a lifetime. Luke Mino, the sound barrier's in the way, so the bull shot doesn't do a whole lot. It's only the Lethal who actually ended up throwing the bombs out of the hotel. You think they know where he was at this point in time, but Ball State are just trying to ignore its existence entirely. But really, they should be checking. Luke Mino here has barely been missing on this Freya.
Yeah, no, Luke Mino has been all over the place so far on the Freya, and Ball State having to push right back out. Need to find something. They need to find something fast. The Annihilation's here from Manoa to try and at least stay alive.
Kappa?
Kappa very low.
This might be a bait. Somebody needs to get to the point. Yeah, you get Kappa. It should be enough time. It will have to be Otta getting the touch, and actually doesn't end up paying for this life. Somehow gets the final blow onto Goose throughout all of that. And ISU, they lost a good chunk of their grip on this objective. I wouldn't say they're out of it until Lethal and Luke Mino are dead, though. Look at the damage that they end up pumping into it. It's when you actually touch the objective that it gets hard. Mount Noah, there's the Annihilation just to live. Get another bullet shot. The Vortex is fantastic, but look at those bubbles. Kappa returned from the spawn, used all his cooldowns to keep his DPS up, and Mount Noah just couldn't live to see his Alphabet make the return that it needed. Another Graviton Surge, and ISU will get themselves their second map win. One more, and they're out of the semifinals.
One more for ISU to join St. Clair as the only two teams to make both the Open and Varsity top 4. And it's looking pretty solid right now for that to happen. As yeah, this was the grab that Lethal kind of poked his head out for. Just beautiful combination with Luke Nino as well, sitting in those alternate fire shots. Physically, nothing Ball State can do. Right? They kind of have to sit there and take it at that point. So yeah, ISU one map away from getting it done in replays. It's a whole lot of Redbirds, and not the Cardinals. That fashion is, yeah. Luke Nino, I can pop it off, man. On this Freya, we weren't really sure how the roster was going to move around due to Maymon being unavailable, but so far, man, it doesn't really feel like it's hurting ISU that much.
Nah, they're kind of just vibing. I think ISU too. That it's been a long day. It's been a long season. They're getting a little experimental and they're having fun with it. Goose is just chilling on this flex support, and I think he's one of the few people that are very much like, okay, I need to lock in. We need to make sure that everything goes right, because if your flex support goes down, well, you can't really do any of that anymore. So they're doing a really good job there. Ball State, they're giving it their best shot. They're trying to show us what they have to offer. I feel bad because Ball State, at the end of the day, is a really good collegiate team. It's just there are literally no teams in the entirety of North American Collegiate that have proven they can stand up to ISU at this current point.
Yeah, it's like Northwood, yes, got the win earlier this semester, but we saw that get avenged earlier today. The only other team you could really throw in would be Winthrop, but we don't get to see that until Saturday. So that'll be kind of the only test, but it's just so hard. ISU and Winthrop, and even Northwood, I think Northwood still are in that conversation of it feels so hard to beat them. And regardless of how well you're playing, regardless of how well you play the bands, it just feels so difficult to even get through. And in a season that, yeah, Ball State have jumped up into the power rankings for the first time in a very long time. And they have a little bit of fresh blood, mixing in with some veteran leadership here. There's a port line, I believe, graduate at the end of this school year. So this is kind of the final homecoming for them as well. It's been a decent semester for Ball State, but it just feels like they can't do anything. It's not even like they're doing so many things wrong. ISU just can't do anything wrong themselves. Like, it's just completely flawless Overwatch right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with ISU is they're not just the best in collegiate; they're some of the best in North America. Like this is there's a completely different level, and that's honestly this is something I've really loved about collegiate Overwatch as a whole lately is that it's so blended between what is the best in North America and what is the best in collegiate. It's a lot of the same people, and most people there's a lot of argument on whether they're starting in pro then going to collegiate, but for the vast majority of players, they started in collegiate or were on like one of their first teams. It helps them get scouted. It helps them meet with all these other players and like, hey, I want to be on a team with you, and then proceed to make these big runs in other leagues, in OWCS, Face It, for example. And it's been really unique in that sense compared to other titles that we might see in the collegiate space. And I love that Overwatch has been able to combine that really well, especially with this homecoming tournament, showcasing all these schools and teams further for what they do, because everybody might not know that a lot of these players also compete for their schools.
Yeah, no, I've had some friends grow up to me like, wait, what do you mean Cuff was in collegiate? I'm like, yeah, no, he's been in collegiate for a long time with ISU. And, you know, it wasn't just Overwatch World Cup for the Aussie. It was this and kind of a lot of time on Timeless and Contenders. And eventually, yes, he's really broken through this last year or so. And so has a ton of this ISU team. But sometimes you don't realize how many players right now are getting their start in collegiate or kind of rose at the same time collegiate, whether it be with Face It Masters or Face It Expert, OWCS, whatever it may be. There's a bunch of expert players here for Ball State that have had great seasons, whether it be Season 5, Season 6. They've been fantastic. It's just, when you go against a team that is a Goliath like this, it can be a little bit tricky. We have Map 3 ready, potentially the final map of Day 2. It's going to be Suravasa. It'll be a Lucio ban from Ball State and a Ramatra ban from ISU.
Yeah, this is anti-Admiral behavior, which Admiral was doing a lot on the Lucio. He was having a battle Lucio for a good chunk of that map for sure. But yeah, it makes sense for it being a flashpoint. Tends to be more brawly favored anyways, so something new, perhaps back to the Wrecking Ball for Mao Noah. If we had to guess, this is a spot that is possible. We'll reevaluate that in a moment, but Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Maybe we don't reevaluate this. I would love to see this comp. I think that would be Ball State. Just you know, if it isn't working, you gotta try something new. And sometimes the most creative ideas can work out. Maybe.
Maybe. A lot of swaps are coming in. Yeah, this
yeah.
is more of what we
Yeah,
thought we were gonna see. I will give them credit, making us think for a few seconds that we'll see something different. Lethal is on Torb.
All right.
And Lucmino is on Widow. So I love how we didn't even see it at first. We were wondering about like the Roadhog Bastion going on for the Cardinals. I swear, if Lethal gets a hammer kill, he is
Where is he
flanking
going?
all the way around to try and find a hammer kill.
This is a Torb on a mission. I mean,
Okay,
Goose is
let's stay on
already
this.
dead, so wait a minute. I mean, perhaps this 4v5 situation, Ball State, they don't spot a Torb. Now they do, but half of Lethal's team is already dead. Pulls out the hammer again. Gonna look for the kill, but everyone's at full HP. I admire the effort. It was a good shot, but Ball State, they're gonna take the fight if it's given to them. The Mount Noah ball is by far his favorite.
Oh yeah, and I will say I love the level of commitment from Lethal. Oh wow, this cover's like, oh man, y'all really have to stagger me like that? Come on. But I respect going all the way around. Cover's like, all right, we doing ball? Let's do ball. Let's bring it back to Ilios. Let's play some Wrecking Ball. Lucmino's back on the legs as well. I wonder if they're gonna try and get somebody low for Lethal to come and jump in.
Well, the low part was there. Emphasis on the was. The Suzu did kind of come out to prevent that from happening, but unfortunately Alphabet couldn't quite find the sight line to heal You Can't Ghost. So off Kappa, able to help finish that off. Luke Mino, oh my gosh, just has aimbot on Soldier 76 walking around without the ult.
And Oda's like, please, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Halloween's gone. Pumpkin, leave me alone. Lethal doesn't get the hammer kill, but still able to find the elimination nonetheless. 76% though for Ball State. That's a pretty long cap during that first stretch, and Lethal has to pop the over. Oh my god, I can't read. Just try to hammer. You can't hammer Admiral, buddy. That's not how it works.
It's like, if I can't get the hammer on the other team, I'm gonna hit Admiral with it to make me feel better. That's you know what? That's fair. People with the hammer is respectable. But usually people do it with the Reinhardt, not a Torb. Pure Alphabet. No, didn't expect the Torb to come out with that much damage. Now looking for Otta in the back line, but he knows what's up. Gonna go ahead and cancel him out. You Can't Ghost. Check the Bola shot. Actually did connect with Kappa on the far end of this fight. So Avril backpedaling a bit, but Goose having none of that. He's like, all right, we're going in. I have confidence in my team. In a 3v5, Lucino wrapped around with the tack visor, getting shoved back between both Maunoa and that wave out of Otta. Knockback was a lot, and You Can't Ghost dead to Kappa, who recently returned from the grade. Lethal, if another one onto the Tracer, and that minefield on the objective doesn't mean a whole lot if ISU already have control of that point and the numbers.
Yeah, Manoa will just hightail it out. Kuffa, though, not letting this be. As Manoa, I think, almost realized, like, hey, come on, man, let's go. Let's go, Ed. Let's go over by the coast and play a dangerous game here. You don't want to get booped off, and now a little bit of ring around the Rosie eventually. Kuffa, all right, Kuffa, let's see it.
Ah, yes, two Wrecking Balls shooting each other with machine guns. Riveting gameplay.
Riveting.
Yeah, Mount Dude, Kappa is on a mission right now. Yeah, that is the most.
Manoa so bad.
The tunnel vision is insane. Like, actually, from this guy. Eventually, he's like, all right, I'm done with that. I'm bored. Let's go bother You Can't Ghost instead, which he's been doing for a good chunk of the map. Not so good time with the grapple there. In the meantime, though, Maunoa got a nice pile drive into the backline. Both supports instantly taken away from the Redbirds, and it'll be Ball State with the first cap again.
So how does that happen then? How does Kuffa goes to, all right, I'm just going to leave it be, and Manoa takes full advantage. Nice little pile drive into the back line. Both supports down. I don't think they've seen him yet.
Gotta look up, Lucmino. Look up! Oh, well, now he will, since it's in their back line. But Kappa had the minefield a little bit earlier. It'll separate a good chunk of the team. Wrecking Balls, they'll bonk their heads. We all know that hurts. It happened to us at some point. But the Molten Core on the objectives makes it even harder for Mount Noah to live.
No.
Eventually, turns back into it, of all things. And yeah, ISU, they'll use their ults, all zoning, even on top of each other a bit, just to make sure.
Monoa looked down, is like, you know what? I'll just take myself out. And just pile drives right into the bolting core. Kuffa now has the... Ooh, trying to look for You Can't See Ghost. Has to grab the Mega instead. So at least some decent focus fire coming in from Ball State. But now going in, you can see 4 ultimates for the Cardinals. Only the Tidal Blast, 2 for Admiral, and already Mines go through.
And the mines are down. Admiral was panicking and decides, you know what, I'm sick of this. Puts off the Tidal Blast, knocks down now Noah. We responding Tidal Blast, though, onto Ada. Looking for the Torbjorn in the back. Smacks Lethal across the faces. No, bad Torb, go away. Ball State did get their flick back over. Had the minefield to zone, and they'll be one fight away from claiming the point.
Yeah, Ball State making a little bit of some space for themselves here. 80% and counting. Should have a touch, obviously, due to Luke Mino and Kuffa. As Mino actually goes over to the Tracer now, giving up on Soldier. Maybe trying to extend it out a little bit now. Tracer Kuffa, though, very low and actually will not make it over to point.
Yeah, that's not a good player to have to lose for ISU in an overtime situation. They're gonna have to commit a couple of ults. Luke Mino now on the Tracer for a fast touch. Get the one into Ada, and Kuffa actually will be back momentarily. How long this is gone? Wrecking Ball very fast to get back in these stalling points. Droid forced to recall. Thankfully, had the ability to at 5 HP. But even Kuffa, a little bit later until that minefield will end up coming out. Covers half the point. Spawning one from Mount Noah, just to kind of cancel it out a tad bit. Neither team really backing off. In fact, it will actually be Ball State forfeiting the control just to regroup. Luke Mino, though, losing out on that Tracer duel means that Ball State have a window if they move work fast.
Yeah, they have a window of opportunity. Bola shot from You Can't See Ghost doesn't get a whole lot, but finds Goose as they're trying to help out Kuffa, and now that'll open the door here as Lethal also falls. Okay.
You can't Ghost hitting his shots right about now, and Ball State pretty darn happy about it, but hey, it's you never giving up, never surrender. You got the Tidal Blast again onto Kuffa, and won't bat an eye at it whatsoever. Ball State just can't protect everybody at the same time. That's just how ball comps work. They're so scrappy. It's always down to like the final 1 or 2 players. Eventually, Kuffa should end up dying, but look at all the work Admiral and Goose are just putting in to make sure he can stay alive. That's not very common for a Wrecking Ball at all. And just expect to rely on health packs for the most part. Alphabet, though, does end up getting that kill onto Lethal. Less poke damage. Feels safer for You Can't Ghost to approach. And even managed to build up to a second Kitsune Rush. While Mount Noah he's swinging. We're spinning to win, and it looks like Kuffa wants to join him on the opposite side of the map. But thankfully that perk that has changed. You can't do that forever now. Will drop down, attempt to get the kill, and I'm sure Kuffa did not expect to be met with a Bola shot. Finally, the point will end, and Ball State finish it on top.
That has to be one of the weirdest rounds I think I've ever seen on Saravasa. I felt like they were both teams like, all right, we're trying to stall this out for a solid minute and a half. And yeah, the spinning to win. Like guys, F1 was this morning. Like F1's done for the day. But both teams just not giving up on it. And Kuffa doesn't care if it's the rotate, doesn't care if it's towards the Ball State spot. Just gonna roll through anyways. Try and get some extra damage in. Builds the mines actually through all of that impact damage. And now ISU all have ults.
ISU, they are feeling pretty good about pushing into this point. Minefield laid down. There's just not much of a response. The only thing you had access to was the Tidal Blast. But despite all that, you still get the first pick onto Lethal, who is on an adventure of his own there, completely just waiting out all the ISU ults. That's the right thing for you to go ahead and do.
Yeah, might as well just wait it out. Luke Mino throws in Pulse, finds Oda, but they will actually lose the opposite Wu Young as well. Okay.
Alright, I see you, Mount Noah. That was some solid tracking, especially with that had the healing from Goose coming in too for most of that. Definitely every shot. Ends up getting Lethal again, just not having a good time. Playing into the Wrecking Ball. Mount Noah, some panic though in his eyes. By the way, he took the Wrecking Ball, like the enhanced boot for double damage into a Wrecking Ball mirror.
I love it. I love it. You just might as well. If you're ever going to do, like, have a little bit of a different choice, right? Do it in this one. Like, because both teams, they're just throwing haymakers. Droid throws the Pulse Bomb up. Little bit of a whiff there. And now ISU trying to convert down, but Lupino caught no man's land a little bit.
Disrespected Ada and Droid, who are pinching him off on the side, and now Noah coming up with a couple of elims too. Okay, Ball State, when they get to play their comfort ball comp, they can start winning some of these fights.
Yeah, they're feeling very comfortable. You see why they wanted to run it as well during Ilios, but it just didn't really work that time around. But now that the Lucio is banned, feel maybe a little bit better about themselves. Droid having some pressure here on the side, but ISU realized that, hey, maybe it's time to move in, but Lugmino heading back to spawn.
Goodbye. Just got run over by a hamster. Not a very fun experience, I could imagine. Lethal is locking in a bit more now on the Soldier 76. It's just not going to make a difference in this particular fight unless something insane happens, though. Which, hey, Cup is building up his minefield very, very fast, despite not being in the kill feed. Auto, too, making an impact on this Wu Yong. Pulse Bomb, can't save Alphabet from that. Tidal Blast puts it on himself instead of his tank, which an interesting choice, but it keeps him alive nonetheless. So now Noah actually gets a minefield of his own just after taking out Kappa. Lugmino wants to try to solve this out. ISU are just throwing bodies at objectives until there is no tomorrow, or they can't touch anymore, which you can, but you shouldn't. The point is over. Ball State now only need one more objective, and they'll get their first map off of ISU.
Hey, can be one of the few teams this semester to say they got a map off ISU, even though, yes, a little bit of a memeage going around from ISU, but like you said, maybe locking in a little bit more. Lethal on the Soldier, a lot of good angles here as well. Maybe not as good as the Soj, but, you know, it's not like Lethal's practicing hit scan very often. And not Lethal.
I was gonna say, Lethal does practice hit scan.
Lethal does. I thought I read that for a minute as Lupino, but yeah, no, they're still being a menace, and the back line of supports are traded out.
And he is practicing the trades, that's for sure. Finally, Mount Noah will get cornered. Completely even trades on both sides is what this point has been. You just don't have a goose, and Alphabet has a Fox Rush. You like those chances if you are Ball State. Just use that, force Illinois State to back on off, and there they go. That's their third time in the first half.
Yeah, able to find the first one. ISU not giving up, though, on this fight. Kitsune rush over by point. That'll just force everybody for the Cardinals to retreat back. Lupino caught out again. Ooh, that was a bit wide.
Lupino does like to get aggressive on this tracer, I have noticed. There's the Tac Visor. I'm pretty sure Lethal could have tracked that anyways because he's that good, but can't do much about a Wu Yong who got you from around a corner there. Now Toucan goes and look at the Tidal Blast put on him at one point or another, but one of any additional support, Ada was sent to a very watery grave, courtesy of Kuffa, and Toucan goes, just gonna go ahead and join him.
Yeah, it's like, we might as well just jump off. You know what I mean? Like, why give Kuffa the satisfaction of the elimination? Just head on out. You know, I see actually some more swaps. Lugmino will go back over to hit scan. Don't go over to the Cassidy. Lethal onto the tracer. We realize that, hey, Lugmino, you're going a little too far in on the tracer. Let me take that off your hands.
You can tell that ISU, especially as they started losing more of these fights, like, okay, people, we need to, we can't lose this. We gotta lock in. And that's kind of, honestly, a big achievement, because there's very few teams that, when ISU have had to play matchups that tend to be very favored towards them, it's very difficult to get them to swap off of that. So seeing Lethal, Lupino make the changes as they did is respect towards Ball State, nonetheless. ISU, 93%, still going on up. It seems Ball State's chances here of cleaning up Saravalsa now are over. We're going to send it to Gardens for the final round. We'll see if Ball State can get a map.
Yeah, let's see if Ball State can do it going to the final round here. Ball State, this is a very awkward rotate from everybody. It seems like everybody's almost in the exact same spot. Forces Alphabet to use Suzu very early. And yeah, it's almost like ISU rotated towards the Ball State spawn, so now everybody's kind of stuck. Lugmino's like, no heals? Alright, time to just slowly reset. As Ball State may actually have the advantage because of that, but it'll be, yeah, well, Noah's gonna get there first.
Yeah, look at the first cap started. Lethal not far behind, and Kappa saw rolling fast in the peripheral vision there. The Lethal. Pulse Bomb won't connect. He doesn't need it. He'll just one clip Alphabet. Honestly, in that side. Lucamino did manage to get one before the Deadeye ended up dying off. So ISU will end up getting the first point after all, after Mount Noah was forced to win.
Yeah, Illinois State eventually flipped that back over. Lethal's like, all right, you know, I gotta go on the Tracer. That's fine. You know, gotta show a droid who's boss here in the Tracer duel. Admiral, how much you want to bet he just throws this on himself? It just ends.
I
Like,
mean,
50-50 odds? Probably.
that sounds very admirable. Honestly, Ada did it earlier, so it would be a little disappointing if he didn't do the same. These Wuyogs have kind of been beating each other up, or rather just
Yeah.
teams. Maybe not each other specifically. But the Alphabet does get the kill on Lethal of all people, so ISU are down their little mosquito. There will be all these support ults finally dumped on out. Student rushes first. Didn't quite get to see what happened to those tidal blasts. All I know is that Lucamino is very, very dead. Ball State has minefield from Kuffa on the objective. Cleared most of that away with the pile drive. Just a nice little piece of tech, but at the end of the day, it's ISU. They're the Redbirds, and you cannot beat them when they put their minds to it. This is a team that knew they were going to go to the finals from the start, and they're now one step closer. ISU will move on to the semis in the NACE varsity brackets.
Yeah, 3-0 for ISU, Ball State. Yeah, we made Lethal lock in. GG's. Obviously some good fun had in this one as well. But yes, Illinois State, they will move on. They will play Cumberland in the other semifinal. And obviously will be feeling themselves pretty decently in that one. As Cumberland have, you know, their own kind of differences that they have with their varsity lineup. But no, obviously feeling pretty good about themselves. The game earlier today was the one they were really focusing on, and this is just a little icing on the cake.
Yeah, you kind of just take it where you can get it. And ISU, they did the hard match for the day. This is one that, you know, they're expected to win, but at the same time, it is Ball State. This isn't a team that you're necessarily... You're not fully on your radar yet. Granted, I don't think there's many teams in North America other than, like, in Collegiate, Northwood, and Winthrop, which are essentially SSG and Team Liquid that are on their radar in these circumstances. So they gave it their all. They had fun while they were at it, and Ball State, honestly, forcing Lethal to lock in, they seem pretty happy about that. At least the coach did. So they'll take the experience as it is. It is the highest placement for Ball State that we've seen at least in a while for the team, and
yeah.
I do have high hopes for them continuing competition through the next semester.
Yeah, I heard they potentially have another player joining in as well, so maybe some extra depth getting thrown into this roster for spring. So I'm very excited to see how Ball State do next semester in ESC. I'm not sure how it's actually going to work. They finished top 8, so they're eligible for Super Conference, but I'm not sure how that works with them being in the ESC as well. So we'll have to, time will tell on everything they are playing in come the spring. But overall, I think a fantastic semester here for Ball State, and we'll be pretty happy with how they performed against arguably, you know, the best team in the country right now and the reigning champs of ISU, who again, they will play Cumberland in one of our varsity semifinals on a Saturday. All 4 semifinals that we've talked about will be on stream Saturday, so you don't have to miss any of them. It'll be some pretty excellent games, I think, across the board.
Yeah, that's the nice part about semis is we get to see every single one of them before those finals, which will be best of 7, so a bit of a longer series in each of those as well. But I gotta say, Jesse, for all of our quarters today, we had some really strong matchups. We learned a lot about kind of where a lot of these top teams in Collegiate do stand and what is still left ahead for them. And that's all for the actual gameplay that we have going on. But we still have an interview coming up with our winner, the ISU Redbirds. So set it to a quick break for that, and we'll be back with one of the players to have a quick chat. of Collegiate Overwatch, and you couldn't ask for anything else better on your Sunday. With the gameplay finally coming to a conclusion, we have one more winner's interview for us to hear from before we do our final closings. We have Goose joining us as the super sub in the support role for the ISU Redbirds, coming in for a little bit of a chat. So, Goose, I gotta ask you, first and foremost, first time we've seen you, at least on the broadcast side, playing in for a while. What was it like to be back out there playing with your team today?
Honestly, I was a bit rusty, but luckily I have, some of the best players to make up for that rust. Lots of call-outs, lots of things helping, if I need to, back up, they're always there. I mean, several times I probably should have gone down, but I mean, Admiral had some insane peel. So, really, really good teammates. That's a secret if you want to look look decent if you haven't played before.
Yeah, it does help when you got most of GK just kind of chilling on your roster. How did you guys kind of enter this one? Obviously, you had your harder of the two games earlier today against Northwood. A little bit of time in between. Was it kind of just, hey, we're gonna feel this out, we're just gonna have some fun with it? What was the kind of thought process going in?
Yeah, honestly, we had been talking a lot about how we wanted to do the game versus Northwood, and then after that, it was okay. Well, we have this whole flex block between the Northwood match and our game here. Hi, Kuffa. Wrong thing. But then using that time to get prepared for this match, just kind of take it as it comes. We know that we have what it takes to beat realistically any team out here, and so we knew that just take that time together, make sure we had a good plan, especially with the rolling schedule. It's easy to we'll just wait for the whole match ahead of us and just talk about the game, make sure our game plan's all set, and then after now we're just going to go to the dining hall all together, get a nice little team dinner, then move on with our get ready for the school week.
Yeah, right. So now you look ahead. Obviously, you have Cumberland here for varsity. You guys are also one of the two teams who made both varsity and open semifinals. You got Winthrop over there. I'll pick your brain on both. How are you feeling going against Cumberland? I have a feeling the answer for Winthrop is probably a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, Cumberland, they've always been a pretty good team. They've taken a couple maps off us, I believe, in the past. But when push comes to shove, we usually show up. So obviously we'll prepare for that one. But a lot of our focus now is on that Winthrop game, especially having to see them sooner than the finals, meaning you don't have the maps, the seven game series to help account for anything. So you can't really mess up because you only got potentially 3 maps to lose against them before you're eliminated. Winthrop's a really solid team. We know them very, very well. When it comes down to it, they've always been the one who's held a candle to us in these finals and upper bracket moments. So we're really hoping that we can pull together and make sure we end strong.
Yeah, and this is kind of the ISU thing, and you said it yourself when we had a couple questions for you before the tournament had really started, at least on the broadcast side, and you had said that anything that isn't a championship at this point is feels like a letdown for this ISU roster, and I'm just kind of want to hear from you too. You're on the path for making that in both of these brackets. Does that add any additional pressure, with these extremely high expectations that you have, knowing that you're on this massive winning streak, just to upkeep that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. I think the biggest thing, though, is that it doesn't matter which tournament it is. We're trying to win always, especially with, being reminded recently how futile the whole scene is, and that, our program can be sunset. We're just lucky that we're able to stay together for at least another year right now. So we want to win as much as we possibly can with each other while we have that opportunity, because we've also been blessed with being able to be in this whole situation together and grow as teammates together from collegiate into pro and all these types of things. So I think every single opportunity we have, we really want to be pushing as much as possible for that win.
And it's great to hear how like even some of these more difficult situations that you've and your program been put through recently, it's really brought the team closer together. And it's like seeing all the success that you guys have had in the past, that you have the motivation to keep this going and want to keep it up. And I know that there's a lot of people that are rooting for you for that exact reason. So it's great to hear it from you two. Before we go ahead and let you go, so I know it's been quite a long day of competing there, and you got to meet up for your dinner too. Any final shout outs, any final words that you would like to say heading into next week for the sake of the ISU Redbirds?
Well, first off, I'd love to just get a couple thank yous out there. Firstly, to my parents for always supporting me and helping me make this dream a reality, taking a chance on letting me go to ISU, and it's turned out great. And my friends and family that have just always been supportive, my teammates who have always been the kindest individuals, best teammates possible. And honestly, too, another shout out is to YouTube, because YouTube casters are some of the best in the business, always reaching out to us, asking us questions before the game. I don't see anyone matching that level of research and genuine curiosity about the game, so keep it up. And then the last thing is watch out Winthrop.
All
right.
Just also thank you. That's very kind of
Thank
you.
you.
And then we end it with the fighting words. That's true ISU style right there. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it, Goose. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on here and speak with us for a little bit. I hope you and your team have a great rest of your weekend and enjoy your team dinner.
Thanks.
And ISU,
I love at the end.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, Winthrop, we're coming.
It's like all these nice things. Winthrop, watch out.
Watch out.
Really locked it in for the last part. And, again, perfectly sums up what this team is for. They're such a genuine and nice program anytime that we've had the opportunity to speak or meet them. They've been fantastic, and they're really just genuine people in the scene. And then they can lock in, put in these incredible performances, and show how dedicated they truly are to this craft.
Yeah, it's not very often that we see a roster go for this long and have such success, but it really does come down to, yes, they're just, as a team, so good at the game. Their chemistry is insane, but they are, like you said, some of the nicest people I think I've met across the board. And, they were dealt a rough hand. For those of you who don't know, their program sunset at the end of spring. The school, thankfully, is keeping and honoring their scholarships for one extra year. That's how they're still here. Not only in varsity, but just as a roster of 6 still. So it is kind of this. Last year we thought it was the last dance for ISU. This year is the legit last dance for this roster. But no, it's really been amazing just to see how this roster has played out. And obviously for varsity, they're the odds-on favorite. I think St. Clair and Bellevue, whoever wins that, definitely has a shot to maybe pull a dark horse run there. And Open, man, that semifinal is going to feel like a grand final. Winthrop ISU. Make sure you watch it, because that is going to be just an absolutely insane game on Saturday.
Yeah, there's so many good matches that we get to be able to see. In fact, we actually have a fun graphic to show you what that will look like, aka our bracket for most of this. So we got to see ISU in their match against Ball State. Same with Bellevue against North Carolina State. They'll be on opposite sides of the bracket for the semifinals, with St. Clair and Cumberland join them, each looking for a spot in the finals. And of course, this is a single elim bracket, so one shot and then you are out. And then we'll take one more look at the open bracket too, if that is possible. Oh my goodness, shout out producer.
There it is.
We are on it. Dang. Yeah, this is the one that you were kind of mentioning a little bit too, that Winthrop ISU game. That's going to be a big one, especially in the eyes of Goose. And then St. Clair or Fisher, the winner that will meet them there.
Yeah, just some incredible games across the board. Obviously, yeah, the left side of the bracket, ridiculous. It is just packed to the brim, and it's crazy to say Northwood are already out. Northwood top 8 finish is just a wild statement to come out of my mouth. But hey, that's just the reality of this one being single elim. It's the first time in OWC has been single elim, I think, God, in a long time. Maybe even ever. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But it's fantastic to see, because it's high pressure. And ISU, we're up to the challenge today, and we'll see if they're up to the challenge once again when they play Winthrop. And St. Clair Fisher somehow have never played each other this semester. They both went undefeated in Swiss, and now they will battle for the other spot in the grand final. That should also be a fantastic game.
not to mention, there is a chance we do get an ISU versus St. Clair in both
In
both
double- a
finals
double
matches.
final?
There is a serious
Yeah.
chance of that happening, Jesse. That would be insane. It would make prep on our end really easy.
It would make our life incredibly easy. Like, all right, we got St. Clair ISU and St. Clair ISU. I was like, all right, we got 2 teams to prep for. But no, I have a feeling it's going to get down and dirty during that Saturday. So make sure, I believe it's Kenobi and Leg Day on the call.
Yes.
That should be a phenomenal game for those two, just to share to everybody. Because, yeah, lock in. That's just going to be incredible.
Yeah, and it's the beauty of Collegiate Overwatch is you have all these players might be at the highest level in OWCS, in FACEIT, in other places, but they play for their schools. They have a community. They're dedicating themselves to being students while competing, while following what their passion is, and it's truly just a fantastic thing to be a part of. And the fact that the Overwatch community has the support at the collegiate level for them to be able to do it, Jesse, it's just an honor to be a part of it and to watch all of these players have their dreams come true and have this opportunity to keep pushing.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch, and we're down now to 4 teams on each side, and it's going to be quite the incredible journey we have next weekend. We will go from 4 teams on both down to just 1 on both sides. And right now, there's a chance if St. Clair ISU make a run, both of them could be the first time we've had one team be double champions in this new format for Overwatch Collegiate, not just having open and varsity going on. One of them could make history in its first iteration.
It very well could, and there's still much history to be made, but that's all that we're going to have for us here on the weekend of the day. Thank you so much for coming out to support the Overwatch Collegiate scene. There's so many great things going on here, so supporting these students and these schools along with it means a ton to them. That's, of course, gonna be all for us. We hope everybody has a great weekend, and we'll see you again on Saturday for the continuation of both the Overwatch Homecoming Open and Varsity brackets.